Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Hey chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. El Chatty, don't be afraid to have an opinion in this chat. The minute you let the trolls under your skin, the mods will come in and make it better. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. You're not welcome in El Chatty. El Chatty will make you go fuck yourself. Don't come in here and troll Sean El Hefe. Hey, chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. Hey, ladies, spread out your legs and put them well in the air. Judge White wants to spread them nice and wide for his pleasure, the dirty old man. Hey, chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. Hey, chat, let's. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Looby Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Looby Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Sex bot, I'm a sex bot. 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 Erin Hatchie drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchie drives a bus all day long. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Sorry, I was on mute. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are we all? Hope you're all well. Dennis Sweeney in the house, the big lug himself. How are we doing, Dennis? All 6'4" of you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, he's probably not here now. He was left 11 o'clock this morning, or 11 o'clock my time, which is about 12, 1, 2, 6 o'clock your time. Hope you're well done. Robin G's not here either. But hello, Rob. In. Kelly Eggleston, here she is, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you, my darling. Elsie, hello to you, as always. Nice to see you. Danielle F, hello, good morning. everyone. Dylan, hope you were able to get some rest yesterday and you're feeling better today. Do you know what? I slept most of the day. Surprising, but thank you, Danielle. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better than I was. I'm not 100%, but feeling a lot better. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you for the kind comments. There you go, Joe. Hey, hello, Joe. Not seen you for ages. Look at those cuties. Look at those two cuties in their profile picture. Love to see you, Joe. We've missed you, Joe. Late Luby Lou. Hey, Luby Lou's busy pounding Terry, and then she goes on the treadmill afterwards. Then full of energy. Lou is first Terry, then the treadmill. There you go, Lou. How are you doing, my darling? Say hello to you. How are you doing? Donna Graves, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you as always. Sherry Berry, welcome back and thank you for the email, my darling. I did respond to you. Thank you very much for your kind words and welcome to chat as well. And I received some very nice messages yesterday from various people that said that they've enjoyed the channel. So thank you, everybody. But everybody says the same thing. They don't chat, but hopefully they do start chatting. It's a lovely place, El Chatty. They're very friendly. So thank you, everybody, for the kind messages. Sunny Days, hello to you. Hope you're well, my darling, as always. Rebecca Hyde, nice to see you. Not seen you for a few days. Hope you're well, my darling. There you go, Sherry Berry. There you go. Rhode Island's on fire. How are you doing, Deb? Hope you're well, my darling. Nice to see you as always, Deb. Spacey Stacy. Now, I saw Spacey Stacy yesterday as Resisting Silence. I watched over there. What a great stream that was. So, Spacey Stacy, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well as always as well. Where are we now? Toots is in the house. Hello to you. Jeepers, I was got the hiccups here. Hello, Toots. How are you, my darling? Hippie chick. Here we go from Indiana. Yeah, hope everyone is safe. Hopefully, I've seen some stuff in Florida. Jeepers, look bad. So hopefully everyone is okay out there. Hopefully, anyway. You're actually here today for once. For once in my life, Robin G is live. Robin's always late. Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. All the men can never find. Robin G G Spot. Hello to you, a wit. A wit, ooh. It's like a yowl, isn't it? A wit, ooh. How are you doing? Hope you're well, as always. Good morning, Lady Di. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Feeling better. I am feeling better. I'm not 100%, but I'm feeling. I did sleep most of the day, but I am feeling better. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, my grands. There you go. They're very cute. Look at them. I love that. So yeah, and nice to see you as well. Always, Joe. Hello, Ken. Nice to see you. Hope you're well. Elsie is there. Half pint Viv. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. I was out cheating on you. Don't worry, I was cheating on myself. No, it's fine. Have you been watching this trial, Stace? I'm not even sure if you've been watching this trial, Stace. To be quite honest with you. Yeah, I saw you there because I was cheating on everybody as well. Don't worry about it. I cheated on myself. Nah, it's I will always so resist silence. Anything to do with Karen or Boy now, I'll always use that. What do you call it? That thing there. The thing there. Their streams for it. I love it. Robin GW, Shari D's one, isn't she? Shari D sent me a message last night as well, which was a nice little message. Yeah, it's been. I think we could be. Yeah, I don't remember what we're doing. We got obviously today military husband wife murder trial. I don't even know. Are we watching this? Yes, we are watching this. So, okay, no, that's fine. I got that up. Okay. 2x replay. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I'd be honest with you, this has been an okay trial overall. I think the defense did a shocking job. It's been okay. Vix is doing. Oh, you're doing a steal. Nice. Nice. A nice little steal. Do you know what? Oh, now it's gone black. today started off really bad, then it became all sunny, and now it's gone bad again. The weather's so unpredictable, isn't it? Nice people in chats, so people should feel safe. Well, except for me and Sarah P and a few others. Yes, no, no, everyone's lovely, and generally the people that messaged me last night were people that don't chat, and they were very complimentary of the chat and of the channel. So please, I hope that they do. Maybe they can't, me as well. Maybe they can. Maybe they're like Stacey, cheating on me all day and come back and speed it up at night. I don't know. I don't know. Um, yeah, hopefully Shara D's okay. Hopefully everybody in Florida, Tim and everybody is okay. Or Tim's in Houston, so it's fine. Hope everyone's okay there today as well. So Stacey. Uh, so yeah, but we are doing okay today. We have got this. So obviously, so what's going to happen today? We got the closings today. They didn't do it yesterday because of the weather, so they got closings today, and they've got um, jury instructions and then verdict watch. I don't think verdict watch is going to take that long. If I'm being honest, I don't think we go anywhere. I don't think it's going to be that long. But the ones that we think that won't take long might take the longest. So we can't really judge judge it. So we'll see. But I got a few videos lined up that we need to catch up on anyway on different things. And if we get desperate, I got Lady Di stuff as well. Um, there you go. Lisa, I'm not sure if Lisa Reed is here. I did send your picture to Scott, and he says what an awesome day that was. So there you go. Oh no, brain surgery. Fuck. I want Jeepers, Robin. Thoughts are with your brother. Sorry, other. Sorry, it's other as right as brother. So, fiance. My niece's significant other fiance had to have emergency brain surgery yesterday. Jeepers, they found a tumor on his brain. Whoa. Loads of prayers to you, my darling. My cousin had a brain operation. His was a cyst, thankfully. But yeah, it's wow. Jeepers. Thinking of you and your family there, Robin. Bloody hell. That's tough. Do you know what I mean? That's tough. That puts everything in perspective. Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell. That puts everything in perspective. So hope he pulls through well. I do know that it's a long recovery afterwards. So, as I said, my cousin's had it. His was fortunately just a cyst, but um, it's taken him like over a year, and he's still not 100%. Um, so there you go. Those are hugs from everybody to you and your family. Jeepers, 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 jeepers. Um, I don't, what do you say after that? Not much I can say. What I can do is try and uh, this works now. So I'm gonna do. I've been meaning to do this for a couple of days now. Um, yeah, no, it won't get worse. You're right. I can actually gift memberships for the first time in ages. So let me give some membership, try and choose some people up here. There you go. There you go. So loads of hugs to you there, Robin. So shout out to the alternate corner. Good looking guy. He's a very good looking guy. That's all I can tell you. Congratulations, Chrissy the Crown, Gretchen, Avalon Rising. Um, Ha Ha Ha, Angel Fire, Vanessa Arts, Soul Boma, Flipperhead, LB, and Lex Arla were gifted. Which there's about 4 or 5 there who are regular, like not full regulars, but they are regulars. So on happy. Thank you to you, good-looking guy, whoever you are. No, I've not heard about Amy. No, I've not heard. I think she posted a video last night, so she must be okay. Okay, how you feel? I'm feeling much better, Dennis. Thank you. I think it's just lack of sleep, the sleep apnea. So I'm hoping that is what it is. Um, just Stacey, she just had an operation yesterday. She had an it was pre-planned. Everything was fine. So it's pre-planned operation. So it's fine. Um, so yeah, thank you, Dennis. I'm okay. I'm just no still not 100%, but I'm much better than I was. I slept literally all day then, literally all day. I caught these girls cheating on me, and that knocked me out for 6. I'm used to seeing Lady Di and all the G, Shari D, Hippie Chick. I'm so used to seeing all of them cheating. It's fine. But then I got a shock in my life when I saw Spacey Stacey. Like, I thought, "There's no way Spacey Stacey would be cheating." There she was. No fucking not even a care in the world, Dennis. Not even a care in the world. She's like that, blatantly fucking cheating like fucking shit. Did not give a shit, you know? But it's a quiet ones you gotta be careful of, Dennis. Uh, no, but, there you go. There you go. She tells me, "You're right, Toots. You're right, Toots." I don't see Toots cheating, so it's fine. Is anyone loyal? I'm not even loyal to myself, I know. Uh, uh, yeah, sorry, Viv, I did try. I did give 10 out, I'm sorry. But it's been YouTube's been out for 10 days, but I did try again. Shall I try again then, Viv? Shall we try again? Memberships, gifting membership. I'll try one more time then. See, look at me giving YouTube money. Check me out. Um, strap in. Strap in, Viv. Get ready. Jump up and down so we try and get you some they're on nearly on the way now. Nearly on the way. There you go. It's on the way. There you go. Look at that. Good looking chap again. I hear you. It's a mean world with all these hotties. I know. I'm lucky to have all these hotties, but they strut this stuff everywhere. They're called El Slutties. So we got El Chatti. When they're here, they're all El Chatti. But when they're not, they're El Slutties. So that's fine, Viv. Uh, Hey, Jessica, how are you? I'm very well. I'm much better, thank you. Much better, thank you. Send my love to Logan Carter as always. Murph, there you go. Murph. Treats, Murph, treats. Right, so congratulations. Who got some this time? Marilyn Bowen, Katie J, Luna's mum. Okay, so some Happy Sunshine, KMC, Shauna, Mandela Wind. Okay, so there's a few regulars here. Frank Manley, Diane Gallagher, Angela Reed, Helena Handbasket. Okay, lots of Karen Reed people. So there you go. Lots of Karen Reed people being gifted. So so good looking as well. He's a good looking fella. So look at that, Sarah, a bit blue. He's a bit blue, but he's good looking. He feels a bit sick having 20 and Viv can get one. Thank you for the 50 memberships. You still have me, Dave Scott, obviously, Dave. Hey, Dennis, we'll stick together. We'll stick together, Dina. Dennis, Dina, and Scotty. Thank you, my friend. Nice to see you, Dennis, as always. Yeah, there's a few. To be fair, I recognise probably 6 or 7 of them. So there's a lot of from the Conn Reed era. Do you know what I mean? Which hopefully they'll be back for other streams. So yeah, welcome everybody from Sarapi, 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 Pi, Sarapi, Sarapi, Sarapi is lovely. Handsome devil. Thank you, Viv. Thank you, my darling. Joining also the corner community. Everyone's got quiet now. Oh, they've gone already. Elslutties. Look at them. Elslutties gone. Right. This is not starting. Why is this not starting? The cross dressing and 2 speedo guys. I know. I know. And I said to Scott yesterday on stream, What are you wearing underneath your clothes there, Scott? Scott paused for a second and he goes, "Oh, fucking Dylan." Check out the store as well. A lot of your hoodies and stuff are on the way, people. They're all on the way. I know Lou got hers yesterday. I think Bev got hers yesterday. She showed the picture. Looked lovely, Bev, as always. Um, so yeah, I mean, the hoodies should be with you this week, maybe for most of you anyway, which is quite quick, which is good. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. When I saw Scott on Tom's live, I was cracking up, just picturing in my head. I know, I know. This is the best group of people you could obviously cure. Oh, thank you, Robin. You know, you guys make it that lovely. Hold on. Unfortunately, some Sarah people Lady Di now. But overall, they it's good. I do know some of you want Sarah P to be timed out. We'll see how it goes today. We'll see how it goes. If she misbehaves again today, we'll time her out. It's fine. Hi, lovely Sarah P. I got my Boston trip shirt, but you got it. Happy days, Deb. Happy days, my darling. I'm really glad that you got it. Oh, same as me then. Same as me. Right. We we all like a bit, you know what I mean? So there you go. Toots in the house. Hello, Dennis. Lady Nas. Yes. Loves it. I'm really glad they're all coming out. Really glad. Morning, Dennis Sweeney. Hi, Sarah. Peep, 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 peep. Hey, Kaza. How's it going, fella? Do you know, I was saying to everybody, Karen, like this morning was uh, it was really, really bad. Then next thing I knew, the sun came out, it was really glorious, and now it's gone dull again. Go ahead and time me out. Hey, you know I've done it before several times now. Uh, are they slightly down the middle today? Slightly down the middle today, Anthony. How you doing, fella? Hope you're well. There we go, people. I got my Boston trip shirt. Green, happy day, Toots. You got it through. Happy day. Thank you for telling me that. I know, as I say, Bev posted in this. Oh, is he breaking up with my connection? Fuck, don't say that. Breaking up? Or hopefully it's Robin's connection. Here he is. Best, best 6 months of Larson love. There you go, Dennis. I love it. Thank you, Dan. I love you. You and Brenda, you know that. I need to give you a call at some point as well with my plan for the Boston trip. So yeah. Oh, do you know what it is? It might be better now. Do you know what it is? I had an echo. It might be better. There you go. It probably is better now, people. Yeah. Is it better? Lucky green. Green is lucky. Yes. Is this better now, people? One, two, three, four. One, two. If it's not, Sarah P's fault. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Yeah. Do you know what it is? So when I went to gift you memberships, guys, I had to open another tab to go on the screen to do it, and I forgot. I didn't mute myself, so that's what it was. So thank you, Robin G. There you go. I mean, you would think that Sarah P would have more warned me, but no, not at all. She don't give a fuck. Do you know what I mean? So, but I love her, so it's fine. Um, much better, unfortunately. Carwin, shut your gob. Look at that. You love it. You love it. It's nice to see you here, brother. Nice to see you back in the streams. Here he is. Dean Leonard. Now they're both here now. I can do it now. Hang on. Where is it? I didn't play this morning. So here we are, the two lads together. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis, these two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dana and Dennis walking down the street, Dane and Dennis, the kind that lie to me, and I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. Oh, oh. See you in Boston, boys. And do you know what? If that is not your thing, ladies, if that's not your thing, then I got something else for you. Hang on.
Looking like you're looking like this point in time.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Can my officer go in your apartment and just grab your pants?
Yeah, go with me or.
No, I don't want you going in. I mean, are there clothing like as soon as he walks in, he can grab her pants and be good? Or are we?
Bing bong, a bing Bombay, bing bong, a bing Bombay, bing bong, a bing Bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. And let's not forget Shari D. These are for Shari D. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies, boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies, boobies. There we go, just for Shari D, not for us men, obviously, not at all. So this is a comment I received yesterday, right? I'll share it. It's on YouTube. Good morning, Crystal. How are you doing, my darling? This made my was very good. Hang on, here it is. It's from Brandy. Brandy, if you're here, Brandy, if you're watching a replay, thank you for your message. Hang on. It says Brandy's something Muskowski 4513. This is my first trial that I have watched on YouTube that's covered by you, which is me. I will definitely never watch another trial on another channel. I'm so glad I found you. My new life goal. Oh shit! My new life goal is to have you make up a song about me and sing it on your channel. That's nice, isn't it? I like that. That was really nice. That's really nice for her to take the effort and to write that. So as I say, lots of people. I've had, Sherry messaged me privately. There's a few people messaged me about the chat, saying how awesome you guys are. I thought they were talking about the wrong chat there for a minute, but no, it's this chat. It's good, isn't it? I will in a little bit now, Viv. Anthony, yes, no worries, sir. That goes in my head every time I see Scott now. I can't look at Scott seriously anymore. Thank you as well, lovely Sarah P. She takes a lot of abuse off me. But if you get abuse from me, that means I love you. And she knows I love her, so it's fine. I don't really, but let her think that though. Hello, Christine. How are you doing, Fortunato? How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. I just saw that comment too. It's so nice, isn't it? I like that. Normally it's like, oh, I'm leaving the channel. Well, fuck off. Don't tell us. Just go. Aww. Aww. Look at that. That's so sweet. It is sweet, isn't it? Look at that. That was nice. Look at that. Did you write that by yourself? Sounds to me like you did. Look, you see all the beeps I get. I get a nice message and then she spoils it all. Do you know what I mean? There were Dana's here, Sherry Berries. So now she must not know you yet. I know she must be new to the stream. I know, I saw this. I had to ask Scott yesterday about what he was wearing in these clothes. He paused for a second, he looked down, he goes, oh, fucking dollar. It's funny. It's great. It's great. And I saw the pictures and everything. Everybody look. I saw the picture. Hang on, where's this picture? Let me find this picture. Stream is about. Let me just refresh this stream because sometimes you know what I do. There we go. You know what I'm like. I miss it. Let me find this picture I got yesterday of the two heroes here. I can just say Dina was fantastic on your channel as well. Dina, she was great. Scott messaged me that. Lisa Reed, not seen Lisa Reed today. Hang on. If you know, you know, yes. Hang on, Brenda sent me a picture yesterday of two heroes. Two heroes of mine. Where are they? Brenda. There's loads of pictures she sent me. I'm waiting to put these into a monologue. So monologue in the intro thing. So we can put it in the intro. Oh no, where's it gone? Hang on, people. Let me try and find it. Bing bong, a bing bong bay, bing bong, a bing bong bay, bing bong, a bing bong bay. Here we go. Right, hang on. Where is the picture? Two heroes together. Here they go. I got it. I got it. Don't chili. Hey, calm me tits, everybody. I got it. Okay. Don't calm me tits. Hey, Josie. Josie's back. Guess who's back? Josie's back. Sorry, I gotta do this. I gotta download it. Let me just download it again. Then we'll have it. Bing bong, a bing bong baby. Look at these heroes here. Hang on. Look at these two heroes here. I mean, the better halves are much better. Stacey, I won't peek. Promise. I promise. I got my fingers crossed, but I promise. Here they are. Look at the two heroes here. Oh, look at them. Love it. Look at that. Look at that. Two heroes together. Together forever. Dana and Dennis, what? Speedo Kings. Look at them. Love that picture. Look at them. Be even better when they're in the speedos one day. Do you know what I mean? And I think we'd all agree that obviously these two are heroes, obviously, and the heroes are mine. But I would say that the other halves are much better. Do you know what I mean? I think no one will disagree. I think they both agree as well. So there you go. I love that. The Speedo Boys. It is a great picture. Thank you to Brenda for sending me that picture. I loved it. I love this one. Love it. I know. Well, you're both heroes to me, Dana. Obviously, you're both heroes to me. Dana wears his backwards. Yeah, no. Lisa Reed sent it. It's in Discord. I sort of saw that one as well. Yeah, I sent it to Scott this morning. So there you go. That's that picture. I've got. I can show it to you. I sent Scott it this morning. He wanted it. I won't download it, but you can see the gist of it. Present, share. There you go. There you go. I can't zoom in, but you get the gist of it. That's a nice picture. Scott loves that picture. Thanks to Lisa Reed for sending it to me. That guy on the right is the greatest guy in the world. We're not heroes, Karen is. Yes, I agree, but you're still a hero to me, Dennis. He's still one of my heroes. I agree with you, but he's still one of my heroes. This lady here is one of my heroes. Well, Brenda loves it. What's up, Buttercup? Oh, 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 oh. Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long. Josie and Murph Turf, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Such a bitch, unbelievable. You see, this is what I get. People think that I'm not nice to the mods. Look at the shit I get. What's a record for the trials covered in 1 week? Did you break it? I know. But in my defense, this trial was really good. In my defense, this trial, well, not really good, but it was good. It was good. So I'm finishing today. It's finishing today. So, I think we did the right choice. So I think so anyway. But no, I've enjoyed this one. I enjoyed this one. The other two, I was not. I was bored shitless in the other two. One, he's slam dunk guilty. But both of them slam dunk guilty. So it was like, no point. This one turns out she's going to be found guilty anyway. But still. Hang on, I need to find you. I need to find you. I need to find you, baby. Oh, baby, baby. That's what we do, baby, baby. Oh, 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 baby, baby. I love you, baby, baby. Oh, oh, oh. Anyway, right, here we go. I've got this sorted. Let me put these on in case I can't hear. I can't hear otherwise. Yes, we've seen you there. People keep coming back telling me Erin Hack's in with voices. Erin Hack's. I was like, she's a cheating bitch. So don't worry about it. It's fine. She's a cheating bitch. I'm used to it. No, you did. Look, I think it's healthy when you take a break from stuff. Do you know what I mean? I think that you were in line for a break, Erin. I think because I think trials were getting to you too much in the end. It is Dave. It is Dave. Looney Tunes. How you doing, hamburger? Don't be sorry. I'm joking. Don't be sorry. Not my cup of tea, but everyone is different. We ain't got no quit, Dennis. You're right. So, just a reminder this morning, we're doing closing statements. One of the attorneys has another something on, a different hearing on first thing, so they might be a little bit late started, but they're aiming for about 1:45 to start. So, yeah, it is good. I mean, yeah, it's good to go on and watch different people. Do you know what I mean? Not to have to tell you girls, you fucking straight off. As we now call everybody who leaves the channel El Slutty, and everyone here is El Chatty. So, no, it's good. I'm not sure what other trial we're going to do after this next week. I might just do on Monday a Wade Wilson day because there's so much to catch up on Monday. So I might do that. You going donkeys? Do you know what? I can't wait to get a donkeys. I've not had donkeys since 2018, I think it was. 2018. Who's the quarterback for you? Who's starting quarterback? So yeah, I might do that Monday. And the reason I might do that is because if there is a trial next week, here they go.
All right,
We'll
everybody,
jump into
be
that.
seated. All right.
Oh, these are all guilty verdicts. Eric, I can tell you now, all three trials that we cover this week, they're all guilty. There's not even close. The first two, the guy admitted to it in court. So what I'm trying to do, like, I don't know what's coming up next week. Oh, hang on. I like being surprised. You cover good trials. I try to, but some of these are out of my hands. And I love when you make us laugh. Going in fresh like a juror is my favorite. Yeah, I always try and do that. Yes. Now these are out of my hands. Whatever law and crime show is what we play. Do you know what I mean? So I don't have much choice on these ones. But I like to plan ahead. We got Boone starting. She's starting. Well, they think it's going to be 2 to 3 days for jury selection. So that's like probably going to be the 9th or 10th. So, we'll see. But Bill said she was innocent. I thought he was always right. I just love the line he used. Can't we just, leave her be? Can we just let her free? She's admitted she's innocent. She's admitted she's guilty. Let's just let her free. She admitted to it. I love it. Hell no, Dave. 3-0, baby. Well, Biv, you'd be disappointed. I think Monday we'll be doing Wade, baby. 3-1. No. How many games have you had so far? How many games? Is there 2 games? 3 games? I don't remember. How many games have been? Go, Puck, go. She said she was... Yeah, she said she was sorry. So just let her free. She said she was sorry. That was funny. No, Puck, go. No, Puck, no. Right. Let's get back to this then. See where we are. I'm not sure if there's a limit to the closing statements. Yeah, but I know, but you said 3-0, so you meant 4-0, yeah? You meant 4-0, Erin. Oh, here she is, yeah. Danielle was asking about yesterday. There you go, Danielle. She is here. Basically, what happened yesterday, Danielle, was this, right? She got on the bus and it broke down. Erin Hattree drives the bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hattree drives the bus all day long. Shit, do you know what? I haven't. I'll text him now. Do you know what? I hadn't even thought about it, Dana. Fuck. What a prick I am. Let me just text Sean now. I've just texted him, so we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Mark. You are now, but after the game, I meant. Hi, Danielle. I think Dumpster Juice was the only one that liked the way Baby go. No, Heather loves them. And to be quite honest with you, I enjoy them. They're a little bit cringe, some of them are, but the way I look at them is this. You get in a front row seat into seeing the mind of a psycho and how he works and how manipulative he is and stuff like that. So I enjoy it. I enjoy it. But yeah, I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. I do understand. You. What kind of? I will, Bev. I just can't do 2 things at once, Bev. That's my problem. I can't look at that and then keep a stream going. That's my problem. You're confusing. No, you confused me because you said 3-0. I thought, what? Have they only played 2 games then? You should have said 4-0. Yeah, Robin G likes them. And I thought Dana likes them. What kind of friend are you? Such a bitch. I know. I do feel bad. Carol's okay. Talked to her early this morning. We are flooding high. There you go. I saw that she's okay. Dumpster Juice messaged last night. Dumpster Juice did message last night, saying she's got something on today. If she can, she will be popping in today. If not, hopefully soon. So she did. She said to me that she came into stream yesterday, but I'd already shut it down. So maybe Sunday in Wales, right? No, I mean he's saying you're going to be 3-1. I thought you would have said you'd be going to be 4-0 because that's where you want to be after Sunday. Let's get the like and sub song. Like and sub song just for you. No problems, Mark. Let me get it for you. Let me get it for you, sir. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Wait, what? We got so much to catch up on. And it's not all calls. It's the interrogations and stuff like that. There's so much going on with Wade Wilson. We're so behind. It's unbelievable. So I need to catch us up. And I think it's only like 2 calls. The rest are other stuff. The rest are other stuff. Stay safe. I know. I have got your stuff, but I have other stuff as well. I know you've got stuff, but there's always days we can use stuff. I've got so much lined up today without even your stuff. So yes, I have got lots because there's lots going on. Lots going on. There you go. Thank you, Dana. No, it's not just most of it's like it's lots of calls, yes, but I mean his interrogation and stuff as well. So, no, it's fine. It's fine. I understand as well. Don't get me wrong. If people don't want to watch it, I do appreciate that it's not for everybody, but I also appreciate it is for some people as well. So I just want to bash it all out and get it out the way and to get us up to speed. I'm not sure how many videos there are, 2 or 3, I think, and the rest are like interrogations and his arrest and stuff like that. So I think we've watched the arrest one. I think 3 people died. Fuck. Well, thoughts and prayers to the people that died in Florida during the storm. Sorry to hear that. And thoughts and prayers with Robin G's niece's other half as well, fiance, during his, brain operation. I hope he's okay, Robin. Right. All right, we'll talk about Sean then. Let's see what he's got to say. Hang on.
Is Kimmy? You know something, Kimmy? I think you're right because Kimmy says I have early onset dementia. I maybe do, because I'm starting to redo my what do you call it? My shows, and I said, I have that diction. I have those words. Why can't I remember these damn words? I probably do. You guys are probably seeing my decline here, my early decline.
No, never.
Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. Here's the rant. There's the rant for the girl. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. All right. How you like that? How you like that for dementia, you little fuck? Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, Dylan. I got you struck, but fuck it. How you like that? Where's Alexa? Where's the birthday girl? That's right, Kimmy. Go fuck yourself. Early dementia.
I don't even know what's going on, but I'll catch up, I'm sure.
She's in there.
Do you know her?
No.
Oh, she's trolling.
Early onset of dementia. And I don't think she was kidding either.
Oh, if you're not kidding, fuck off, Kimmy. Lucas, not on the other side.
Right.
Derek says, me dog, Scooby, is barking again. Rot.
Right. I like that. That is good.
Oh, good boy, Scoob. Oh, Derek. What? I needed that.
What?
Thank you, Derek.
What, Wilty? Right, Paris? Where are you, Paris?
Oh, fuck. Oh,
Look at the kitties. Look at the kitties. Oh, God.
What the fuck is that?
Look at the kitties. Oh, my God. Forget about the bad guy. I don't care about our grade. Look at the kitties.
Oh.
My partners are saying, oh, my God, this is our future. Oh, God. Oh, well. Anyways.
Right, fuck. Right, stop. I've got to stop it. I've got to stop it there. Hey, Amy. How we doing, my darling? Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. Boobies. How was your operation yesterday? People keep asking how you got on yesterday. Hope it all went well for you, my darling. I don't know everything about it, but I know Lisa Reed did message somebody yesterday asking.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I hope you're okay, my
Okay.
darling.
All right. What we'll do is we'll be in recess, and then hopefully Mr. Barnes will be here in the next few minutes, and we will get started. And I'll step off and just let me know when he gets here.
Please rise for the judge.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Well, hope you're okay, Amy. That's the main thing. Hope you're okay. Hope you're okay. We play that for Shari D. Shari D loves the boom, boom, boom. Everybody say Amy. For that. So. No, Nick Knack, he was. So Nick Knack, Paddy Watt, give a dog a bone. That's who Lisa Reed messaged. And then she said that she would get in touch, send you the message. No worries, we were all, to be fair, Lisa Reed was on it. She was like, Amy's in hospital, remember, she got an operation. I was like, fuck, yes, I remember now. So we're all on it. Hey, Ryan, there was one, her brother, and that's it, my friend, that's it. Because she didn't testify, it meant that they couldn't call the expert. In order to call the expert, the judge ruled that she had to testify, and she decided not to. Hello, Gary. How you doing, my friend? Hope you're well. Good to see you. Everything went well. That's all you can ask for. As long as everything went well, that's the main thing. As long as these bad boys have not been reduced, Amy, it's fine. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. Boobies. Hey, Greg, how are you? Nice to see you, Greg. Well, I mean, 100% now. Looking at it now, yes, 100%. 100% should have testified. Happy days, Gary. Right. We are here. Ooh. If you are one of the 40-odd people here, we were at 55, but don't drop out. Just jump in chat. Say hello. If you're new to the channel, or if you're not all new and you've been lurking for a while, just say hello in chat. Most people are lovely in chat, so feel free to come and say hello. It'd be good. Oops. Okay. So yeah, feel free to say hello, especially if you're new. But even if you're not new and you're old or whatever, and even if you're here, I don't know, whatever, just say hello. It's all good. Or if you don't want to, that's all good as well. I don't blame you. It's fine. You might be working, you might be busy, you might not like Sarah P. I don't blame you. It's fine. I know you can say hello, Viv. We don't bite unless you want us to. You see, this is how Loo started. All innocent. Then all of a sudden, she started pounding Terry. And then after Terry, she started going to the gym. Then she's starting to do a treadmill now. Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. There is, Ryan. Not like you do it. Sometimes there are people who do garage sales. There's actually a neighbour of mine actually doing a garage sale right now. But it's slightly different to what you do it. We also have what do you call it? Oh, I don't remember the word of it. You do like sales and stuff. Basically, there's a big field and everyone brings their stuff they want to sell, and everyone's got like a patch. You could sell your stuff around there. There's lots of those that go on. So not necessarily like a tag sale. Yes, Danielle. Yeah, like a sale. But they normally do it in an organized way every Sunday normally, and like flea festival, whatever you call it. I don't know, flea market. Yeah, flea market and car boots. That's the one. This is the one. She got it. This is the one I was looking for. Car boot sales. That's what we call it. Car boot sales. There's a flea market, but it's mostly car boot sales. Carwin got it as well. Yeah. And Viv got it then, but. So that's what normally happens every Sunday, different locations. Car boot says people bring their own tables and stuff like that. And sell that way. It's very popular. Chat doesn't bite. No, the chat doesn't bite. But Josie and Murph Turf, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. So there you go. It's not the chat you have to be worried about, people. It's the mods. Hey. So I can't get comfortable today. I don't know why. Oh, I think it's Lisa Reed's fault. Oh, Sarah Peace. I'm not sure which one yet. Oh, Josie and Mustafa. Sometimes it's better not with your teeth in, they say. Viv, they say it's better when you don't have your teeth in. That's what they say. Not that I'm an expert. I don't know, but some guys prefer it when you don't wear teeth. Bites for Lyndon Kimmy. Yeah, Lyndon Kimmy. Linda, go fuck yourself. I know, Josie. You're a bit hungry today. Oh, wow. Hello, Heather. How are you, my darling? How's Bree? No, I don't believe so, Ryan. I don't believe so, no. I don't officially know, but I don't think so, no. There you go, Lou. We're all struggling today. It's a Friday, though. A gummer, yes. Hey, nothing wrong with a gummer. Nothing wrong with them. Not that I've ever tried it, people, but people say it's the best way. That's why I always say, when people say, what's your ideal woman? I'm like, as long as they got a pulse. And they go, yeah, but their own teeth. Well, that's optional. If they've got their own teeth, that's optional. Yes, Viv. Okay, Kate, chat at your own risk. Unless I missed the joke there, I'm not sure. Hey, Scott, how are you doing, fella? I might have missed your joke. I don't know if I said something I wasn't supposed to say, maybe.
Looking like you're looking at this point in time.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Can my officer go in your apartment and just grab your pants?
Yeah, go with me or...
No, I don't want you going in. I mean, are there clothing like as soon as he walks in, you can grab her pants and be good? Or are we...
Bing bong, a bing bombay, bing bong, a bing bombay, bing bong, a bing bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. We literally, years must have been burning, Scott, because we were all talking about you. And I was talking about how much of a good sport you were with Dana yesterday. When he asked you, Scott, what have you got underneath your clothes? And you looked down, and you're like, oh, fucking done that. That was hilarious. Thank you, Scott, for being such a great sport. Yeah, Ruka's broken her arm. I don't know. She did update in Discord this morning, Robin, but I've not heard how she is. Hello, Kim. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well, as always. She said she'd update Discord when she knows more. She's going to the hospital about an hour ago this morning to see. So... I love the fact you're such a good sport. I love the fact you're such a good sport, Scott. That is literally, honestly, not everybody has that sense of humor, can just go with the flow, Scott. So I love it. Here she is, lazy bitch. Hello, Dylan. Good morning, Chad. I've been listening. Just a busy morning. Fucking lazy as fuck. Can't believe it. This is why I'm off my game. Lisa Reed's not here. So, Lisa, thank you for the photo. I have sent it to Scott. Scott says thank you. So we're all good. So I've done my duties in between you both. Oh, here we go. Shit.
All right,
Here we go.
everybody be seated. We'll get Ms. Kuhn in here. Okay.
Sorry, Judge.
Couple of things. Mr. Alderman has requested that that I read the jury instructions first before closings. And I've done it both ways. I assume that y'all will be referencing the jury instructions.
To save you time, Judge, I always ask that it be read before.
Okay. All right. Then I'll go ahead and read the instructions before the closings. So let me give a copy to the court reporter. Copy to, I'll give this one after I read it. And then I believe I've already given counsel copies of it. Yes, sir. And usually do y'all want me to, I think I normally, when I do this, I stop at 3.12 and then I do 3.13 after the closings. Is that okay?
That's
fine, Judge.
absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Anything we need to put on the record?
Not from the state judge.
Not from the defense here.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
I've complained to you.
I don't know if there's going to be any time limit on this at all. I don't know. Oh, Deb, I remember close to you. I don't know if there's 5 minutes or so. I presume not.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay, everybody can be seated. Okay, members of the jury, both the state and the defendant have now rested their cases. In a few moments, they will give you their closing arguments. But before they do that, I'm going to go ahead and read you your jury instructions. Now, each of you will receive a copy of these instructions when you go back to deliberate. So don't feel that you have to take everything down in writing of what I'm going to say, but I want to go ahead and give you your jury instructions beforehand, and then the attorneys will do their closing, and then I will give you some final instructions. So members of the jury, Bree Kristen Kuhn, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of first-degree premeditated murder. Bree Kristen Kuhn is accused of first-degree premeditated murder in count 1. First-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of second-degree murder and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Colin Turner was killed by Bree Kristen Kuhn, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder or second-degree murder or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Bree Kristen Kuhn may be found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Colin Turner is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Bree Kristen Kuhn. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Colin Turner. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree premeditated murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Colin Turner is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Bree Kristen Kuhn. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Colin Turner by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and two, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and three, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. One, Colin Turner is dead. Two, Bree Kristen Kuhn intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Colin Turner. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict a manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. If you find that Bree Kristen Kuhn committed second-degree murder or manslaughter, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she personally carried, displayed, or used a firearm, you should find her guilty of second-degree murder or manslaughter with a firearm. A firearm is defined as any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive, the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. If you find that Bree Kristen Kuhn committed second-degree murder or manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that she personally carried, displayed, or used a firearm, then you should find her guilty only of second-degree murder or manslaughter. If you find that Bree Kristen Kuhn committed second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she discharged a firearm, and in doing so caused the death of Colin Turner, you should find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder with discharge of a firearm causing death. If you find that Bree Kristen Kuhn committed second-degree murder, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she discharged a firearm, you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder with discharge of a firearm. If you find that Bree Kristen Kuhn committed second-degree murder, you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she actually possessed a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder with actual possession of a firearm. A firearm is legally defined as any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive, the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant carried a firearm on her person. It is a defense to the crimes of first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, and manslaughter if the actions of Bree Kristen Kuhn constituted the justifiable use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Bree Kristen Kuhn does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. The law on justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. Bree Kristen Kuhn was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another. Bree Kristen Kuhn had no duty to retreat before using deadly force. If Bree Kristen Kuhn was in a residence in which she had a right to be, she had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another. In deciding whether Bree Kristen Kuhn was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. If you find that Bree Kristen Kuhn, who because of prior threats or difficulties with Colin Turner had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Colin Turner, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Bree Kristen Kuhn were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter, Bree Kristen Kuhn knew that Colin Turner had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Bree Kristen Kuhn reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. In considering the issue of self-defense or defense of another, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Bree Kristen Kuhn and Colin Turner. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it's been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusions about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to: 1, whether when the defendant made the statement, she had been threatened in order to get her to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised her anything in order to get her to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. I know it's going to be hard for everybody to see this up here, but I want to give you an outline of the verdict form. It'll have the caption of the case, and then it'll say, "We, the jury, find as follows as to the offense charged in the indictment." You have the choice of guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as charged. You have the choice of guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. If that is your choice, there are questions that you have to answer. The first question is, if you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, do you further find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, the defendant did personally carry, display, or use a firearm? There's a place to check yes or no. The second question, if you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, do you further find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, the defendant actually possessed a firearm? And there's a place for yes or no. The third question is, if you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, do you further find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, the defendant discharged a firearm? A place for yes or no. And then the question of, if you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, do you further find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, the defendant discharged a firearm and that such discharge caused death to Colin Turner? You also have the choice of guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. If that is your decision, then you will need to answer this question. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter, do you further find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime that did personally use, carry, or display a firearm? And there's a place for you to check yes or no. And then you have the choice of not guilty. And there's a place for the foreperson to sign and date the verdict form. And I will give you further instructions on that. I will have some closing instructions for you. But at this time, The attorneys will now present their final arguments to you. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. So you have the state go first, then the defense, and then the state will have rebuttal argument. All right, Mr. Alderman, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so before we go into our arguments, I've got a young lady here who it's her birthday, so I'm gonna get her picture up here. So indulge me for a second. Here she is. Her name is Emily, and it's her birthday today. So I'll sing a happy birthday. So Pemblwydd hapus I ti, Pemblwydd hapus I ti, Pemblwydd hapus I Emily, Pemblwydd hapus I ti. Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. So for those that you don't know, this is Scott McGuinness's daughter, Emily. So yes, a very beautiful daughter you got there, Scott, and happy birthday to you, Emily, from all of us at the Alternate Corner. So thank you, Scott, for sending me that. And yeah, I'm glad we sang to Emily. She's the chat says she's gorgeous, she's beautiful. Some people might be wondering, how did Scott McGuinness have a daughter like that? I had no idea. We don't have to get DNA to test it. I had no idea. But congratulations. Happy birthday to you, Emily. There you go. Right, we'll get back to it now. There she goes. I can't believe that Scott produced a beautiful daughter like that myself either. So we might have to go and get some DNA testing. I'm joking, Scott. I'm joking. Right. Here you go. Scott. Yes, Scott McGuinness. Yes. Scott McGuinness's daughter. She's a very beautiful daughter. You got there, Scott. Beautiful family you got anyway. Right, let's put this in here. Oh, Kelly Eggleston's in the house. Hey, Kelly. Right, the poll is here. So I've just posted the poll, and now we know what the full charges are. Guilty of first-degree murder, guilty second-degree murder, guilty of manslaughter, or justifiable murder / not guilty. I am in the camp of, I just said it, Josie. I am second-degree murder personally for myself. So second degree I would vote for. I could not vote for first degree. But anyway, there we go. Let's listen to opening statements. I will play at 1.5 just for a couple of seconds whilst we catch up.
Opening arguments or opening statements. And we talked about the evidence that we anticipated that you would hear and see during the week. Now, I always think that a trial is a sort of like a living, breathing organism. No matter how much work and plan you put into it, things change. Usually it's nobody's fault. That's the way it is. So what's important at this stage is, as the judge just told you, what the attorneys say is not evidence. What I told you in opening statements, what Mr. Etheridge told you in opening statements, is not evidence. Your verdict should be based on evidence that you heard from the witness stand and in the form of the exhibits. So if you heard something in opening that you didn't hear during the trial, you should disregard it. Now, I do want to talk to you about the jury instructions. The judge just read them to you. Each of you will have a copy that you get to take back with you into the jury room. And it is my job, the judge has explained the law to you. It is now my job to explain how that law pertains to the facts of the case. So what is Ms. Kuhn charged with? It is one count, first-degree premeditated murder. The judge read the three elements of the charge. Firstly, that Mr. Colin Turner is dead. The judge read you a stipulation on Tuesday. Both sides agree. Obviously, Mr. Colin Turner is dead. Second element, that his death was caused by the criminal act of Ms. Kuhn. Third, that there was a premeditated killing of Colin Turner. The judge just read to you the definition of premeditation. I talked about it briefly on Monday. It requires a conscious decision to kill. It means that somebody is not trying to wound, they're not trying to maim, they're not trying to injure. They make a conscious decision to take another human life. After that decision, there must be enough time for reflection. And the law doesn't tell you how long that must be. Seconds, minutes, days. There must be enough time for reflection between the decision to kill and the act itself. Again, so it is up to you to decide, is this enough time for reflection? Now, the example I often use for first-degree murder is, let's say I'm in an argument with somebody here in the courthouse. I walk out to my car, get my gun, come back and kill the person. That would very likely be premeditated murder. I've had time for reflection. I walk out, get my gun, I walk back. It's a short time frame, seconds, a couple of minutes. There is time for reflection. It's not an instantaneous decision, but there is time for reflection. Now, what's also key about that is it's time for reflection, not time for meditation or to, go to your happy place and cool down and make a calm, rational, logical decision. That is not what premeditation is. Someone can still be aggravated, mad, and it's still premeditated murder. I get my gun from my car and I'm coming back up here. I'm still mad. Otherwise, I wouldn't kill the person. But that is premeditation. So it's important to know what is required. An intent to kill, time for reflection. As it pertains to this case, look at the actions of Ms. Kuhn. And obviously, when it comes to premeditation, we're not mind readers. Right? We don't know exactly what was in our mind. That's why the instruction tells you, you look at the circumstances of the killing. You look at the physical evidence that indicates what the person's intent was. What was the person intending to do? So ask yourself, when Ms. Kuhn approaches the door of the garage, what was her intent? Her intent was to kill her husband. How long did she premeditate? We'll never know. A couple of minutes, 10 minutes, no way to know. But there was enough time for reflection. She intended to kill him as she's walking to that door. That is premeditated murder. Judge read you the lesser included crimes, second-degree murder and manslaughter. I do want to touch on them briefly just to explain the differences. So second-degree murder also has 3 elements. You'll notice that the first 2 are the same as first-degree murder. Colin is dead, and his death was caused by Bree Kuhn's criminal act. It's the third element there is a difference. Third element for second degree is that there was an unlawful killing of Mr. Turner by an act eminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind. Second-degree murder does not require an intent to kill. It's an intent to do an act that is eminently dangerous to another, but not necessarily to kill. It may seem like a small distinction, but it's a very large difference. Example I often use is if I shoot somebody in the leg, they bleed out and they die. Shooting somebody in the leg is eminently dangerous. It's certain to cause great bodily harm. Was I intending to kill them? Maybe, maybe not. These are the definitions that the judge just read to you of eminently dangerous. Has to be reasonably certain to cause bodily injury. It's done from ill will, hatred, or spite, and indicates an indifference to human life. Now, it's important to note, as you're looking at this definition of second-degree murder, you may be thinking to yourself, well, she did all of these things. Right? She did an act that was eminently dangerous to another. That act showed an indifference to human life.
Pemble Happy City, Pemble Happy City, Pemble Happy City, Paul. Pemble Happy City, hip hooray, hip hooray, hip hooray. There you go, Tuts.
Life. So as you're looking at these, you may think this fits what she did. But it's important to remember that, yes, she did all of this, but she did more than that. Because second-degree murder, there's no intent to kill, there's no premeditation. So when you look at those elements of second-degree murder, yes, she did all that, but she did more. That's why it's a lesser charge. The other lesser charge is manslaughter. There are 2 elements. Again, first, Colin is dead. Second, that it was an intentional act that caused his death. Now, with manslaughter, the act has to be intentional, but not the death, not the result. So the example I usually use is if I intentionally punch someone, that's an intentional act. They fall, hit their head, and die. That's an intentional act that has resulted in death. I did not intend to kill the person. I did not intend the person to suffer great bodily harm. My intent was to punch them. That's manslaughter. Intentional act results in death. Again, that is not what Bree Kuhn did. Well, she did do that, but again, she did much, much more. So it's a lesser charge. So again, just remember when you're looking at those, yes, she did those, but more. So that's the difference between the three charges. Judge read you the definition of justifiable use of deadly force. I touched on this briefly on Monday. And you
Does I have an objection? Can we approach?
Okay.
Oh, objections already. Oops. You look like 29. There you go. You look like 29, Toots. There you go. They do grow up fast, Kim. They do. Scott, sorry. Yeah, Carly's in the same place, I believe. It's the same prison, I believe. 40th, big 4-0. It's a big day for him. Big day for Paul. Big day for Paul. He is 40 today. Tootsie had him when she was 19 today. Tootsie wootsy, tootsie bitsy, tootsie tootsie wootsy, toots. Oh shit! Why did I pause it? Fuck. Sorry, people. There she is. Whatever he's saying there, I don't. For me, I think this is slam dunk for me. Second degree murder, slam dunk. Now I understand some people will go first degree. If I was on the jury, I don't think I would go for first degree. I think, but I would 100% agree on second degree murder. That's where I would lie. You'd have to persuade me a lot to get me to first degree. But who's to say? Do you know what I mean? Everyone's different. No offense at all. Another arsehole for you. Not that she looks like an arsehole, but she is an arsehole. Mexi Texi! This is why I have arseholes for mods. Hee. That's why I picked was with Ego.
All right, Mr. Alderman.
Thanks, sir.
I'll see.
So Monday we talked about, I'm sure everybody has their own definitions of what self-defense is. You all agree with me, you would apply the legal definition of self-defense. And this is what the legal definition of self-defense is. The person is justified if they reasonably believe the force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or another. Now, several keywords in that are there has to be a reasonable belief. So if somebody, gives me an odd look and I think they're about to kill me and I use deadly force, that would not be self-defense because it has to be a reasonable belief. It's not just what I believe. It has to be a reasonable belief. Another important word in that sentence is prevent, i.e. it's something that's about to take place. It's not something that's already happened. There's a difference between revenge and self-defense. Self-defense has to be to prevent a future event. It also requires that it's imminent. In other words, if I tell somebody I'm going to stab you in 2 weeks, that is not an imminent threat. It has to be about to take place. The person is a threat, an imminent threat. It also has to involve death or great bodily harm. So if somebody pokes me in the chest, do I have the right to defend myself? Absolutely. Do I have the right to use deadly force, kill the person? No, because there's no imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So self-defense is not a blank check. If somebody, threatens you or does something, does not mean you just have the right to do whatever you think is necessary. There has to be an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm for you to be justified in using deadly force. Another thing I want to touch on is that there is no duty to retreat. In Florida, if you're in a place you have a right to be, whether it's your home, the gym, on the street, you're in a place you have a right to be, you're not breaking the law, you have no duty to retreat. Commonly, people refer to it as a stand your ground. You get to stand your ground. So, for example, if I'm standing next to my running car and somebody is 50 yards away walking towards me and they're threatening, they're yelling at me, and I can get away safely, I don't have to. I can stand there, stand my ground, wait for that person to approach me. And then as soon as they pose an imminent threat, maybe they're a few feet away, I get to defend myself. But what does that not entail? Right? It's a duty, no duty to retreat. But if that person is yelling at me from 50 yards away, I approach them to initiate a physical confrontation, that would not be self-defense. You don't have a duty to retreat, but you can't advance. There's a big difference between standing your ground and advancing to seek a physical confrontation. It also requires that the danger must be so real that the person thinks that such force is necessary. And it's not, again, it's the last sentence talks about a reasonably cautious and prudent person must believe that the actions are necessary. So it's not what some nervous, trigger-happy person thinks. A reasonably cautious and prudent person must believe these actions are necessary to defend myself or another from what's about to take place. This is the verdict form the judge just read to you, so I'm not going to read through all of it. It looks convoluted. It's really not. Ultimately, you have 4 options: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, not guilty. As the judge read, if you come back second-degree murder or manslaughter, you have to answer the questions about whether this case involved a firearm, which obviously it did. So if you were to find Ms. Kuhn guilty of second-degree murder or manslaughter, you would answer yes, she used a firearm. If you find that Ms. Kuhn guilty of first-degree murder, check that box at the top, you're done. Judge read to you the reasonable doubt. I'm not going to read it to you. This is the standard that you're to apply, that you're to hold the state to. Not all doubt, not every doubt. You know, I gave you the example on Monday about the rain example, and what is the reasonable conclusion from the evidence. And this standard applies to those three elements of first-degree murder. You believe the state has proven those three elements, first-degree murder? Find it guilty. Another important thing to note is you can have reasonable doubt about things outside the elements. The state does not have to prove every little aspect of the case beyond all reasonable doubt. If you're not sure what color Colin's truck was, I can't, I'm not sure if it was red, if it was blue. That's fine. That's not an element the state has to prove. So always go back to that I believe it's the second page. What are the three elements the state has to prove? That's it for your verdict to be guilty. Weighing the evidence. Ultimately, your job as the jury is to decide what is credible, what is believable, what is reliable. The attorneys, myself, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Etheridge, we can introduce evidence, but what we think about the evidence doesn't matter. It's your decision. You get to decide what to believe, who to believe, how much to believe. That is your job. And just use your common sense. That's a lot of times what these cases come down to. Use your common sense in evaluating what somebody is telling you. Does it make sense? You can believe or disbelieve any part, any testimony or any evidence. I always think of it sort of like a buffet. You can pick and choose whatever you want to believe, how much to believe. That is entirely your province. 3.9 also indicates all the factors you can use to evaluate the testimony of a witness, which again is a very important job. And you should use these criteria in evaluating every witness that you heard from, both from the state and from the defense. Now you see that many of the state witnesses, a great deal of what they testified to, what they saw, what they heard, what they did, was on camera. That's one of the great things about the body cams, is that we're not reliant on somebody's interpretation or their memory. For example, Deputy Lynn, he had contact with both Colin and Bree right before the murder, about 45 minutes. I think he left about 45 minutes before the shooting. Now we're here 3 years later. We don't have to rely on what he thought they said or what he believed their attitude was. You got to see it and hear it for yourself. So no disrespect to him, but if his memory isn't that great about what happened, you've seen and heard it. You know what happened. Now, when you apply these criteria to the testimony of Eric Kuhn, you're going to see that his testimony should not be relied upon. I do want to talk about it briefly. So, Mr. Kuhn's testimony, you heard from him about what he heard, and his testimony was all over the place. I mean, right from the get-go, he tells you this call was several minutes, and then seconds later, he says the call was 45 minutes. And granted, he probably didn't have a stopwatch on him, but that's a huge difference. He said Colin was dragging Laney by the arm. 30 seconds later, he turns around and said, I never said dragging. You literally just said it 30 seconds ago. We went back and went round and round in circles about the statements early in the day about whether Colin was refusing to watch the kids or whether he was kidnapping the kids. And he said both. And he even said on the stand, how can it be both? I said, I don't know. I don't know. There was all the things that he was convinced that he told the police before they started recording about dragging Laney by the arm, about Colin or Bree saying that Colin's threatening to kill the kids. He's throwing her down. And he believed that he said all these things. He told the police before they started recording, or he must have said it while Zoom was glitched. And I recalled Deputy Kelly, but I hope you understand that that's not how murder investigations proceed. These detectives don't have a full-on interview and then say, hey, now let's start the recording. I asked Detective Kelly or Sergeant Kelly now, did you do that in this case? No. Have you ever done that in your career? No. Would you ever do that? Of course not. Although even then, when they're talking to him, they say, tell us everything. And he sat there and told you, oh, I didn't mention all the things I mentioned before because I didn't want to be redundant. He also talked about how them showing up, and he was so taken aback, and how unprofessional they were to just simply show up. And he was shell-shocked these detectives show up to talk to him. He's saying that he is the only witness in a murder case. He's on the phone. He hears the entire thing. He hears his sister being attacked, the only witness to a murder case, and then he is shell-shocked that homicide detectives turn up to talk to him. He should have welcomed them with open arms. Instead, he sat here and seemed to have absolutely no clue what he told them. You're going to rely on his memory and his version of events? No, you shouldn't. Ultimately, it was, I'm not sure exactly what his end testimony was, but the takeaway was that he hears this scuffle, altercation, fight. He hears Bree being hit. She's reporting, Al, that hurts. Colin, you're hitting me. Things that she's saying that Colin's doing. He hears kids screaming. Then he hears gunshots. All part of one sequence. He tried to sort of equivocate between immediately, right after. He said it was all one sequence. This fight, gunshots. It sounds good, right? It sounds like somebody defending themselves. She's being attacked. He's threatening the kids. She's got to defend herself. You've heard the 911 recording. Right? Colin was not in a physical altercation. He was not attacking anybody. He was not dragging anybody. The kids weren't screaming. He's out on the phone having a calm, rational conversation. None of that was taking place. Two conclusions come to mind. Either Mr. Kuhn is mistaken about what he thought he heard, or perhaps he did hear, and he is right about some of the things he heard. I asked him, can you tell between someone hitting themselves, someone being hit by somebody else? No, of course not, on the phone. Because he's relaying, hearing this ruckus, this fight, right before the shooting. Right? Logically, that did not take place in Colin's vicinity. Otherwise, we would have heard it. He's locked outside in the garage. She's inside with the kids. What he's hearing could not have taken place near Colin. So if he's hearing somebody being hit, ow, that hurts, Colin, stop. She's doing that inside the house. Walks to the door, shoots Colin in the back. She now has a witness and an alibi for murder. Is that what happened? We don't know. What we do know is that Colin was not attacking her. So if what Eric Kuhn is reporting is accurate about this fight, it didn't involve Colin. And Deputy Hartberger told her earlier that morning, or early in the afternoon, when he did not arrest Colin, was there another witness? Now, he wasn't suggesting to her to sort of find a witness, but she knew something would happen. She didn't need another witness. Now, Hey, presto, she has a witness. At the end of the day, you just got to use your common sense. And you get to decide what to make of his testimony, what to believe, how much to believe. I would urge you just to disregard the whole thing. You can do that. You know, just because there are conflicts in the evidence doesn't mean that you have to believe one side. If somebody gets on the stand and insists that 2 + 2 = 17, you can go back to the jury room and say, I don't believe it. Because his statements not only were inconsistent in and of itself, it was also completely different than the version his sister gave. It's also contradicted by the physical evidence and any degree of common sense or rationality. Anyway, I'm not going to spend any more time on that. I hope you evaluate his testimony as you should. And at the end of the day, he's our brother. He told you about she was my protector growing up. Now she's on trial. And it's his turn to be the protector. So let's talk about the state's case. So that day, things got started, 12:54. Ms. Kuhn calls 911 and reports that Colin is pushed her and thrown her down. And then another interesting aspect of that 911 call is that the operator then tells her, do not interact with him. Right? Makes sense. She's reporting a physical altercation. Don't interact with him. So what does she do? Goes and grabs her phone and starts recording him, trying to provoke him into an argument. And I'm not going to play that whole thing. You have it in evidence. Those last couple of minutes, I think give you a good insight. If she goes out there and is trying to talk to him, and he says, I tried to talk to you. No, you didn't. He says, I tried to talk to you last night. And again, she is surreptitiously recording. She's got the phone held down by the side of her leg. Common sense would tell you when someone's recording their partner, they're on their best behavior. Right? So when she's having this, I don't know if you call it an argument, this discussion with him, she's on her best behavior. Colin isn't. Clearly, he doesn't know he's being recorded because the phone's down by her leg. So that is Colin as he is. And she kind of talks over him, and so it's hard to hear, but you can definitely hear it. When she's sort of going after him, he says, if you talk, I will listen. Depending on what you say, I may or may not respond. That is a very calm and rational response in an even tone. Like I said, and that was Colin in this discussion. And then they kind of go back and forth. I don't trust you with the kids. I don't trust you with the kids. I think what you get from that is she wanted an argument and was frustrated that he just did not seem to want to argue with her. Then she starts picking at him. Oh, you're on disability for this. And, because she's talking about he's emotionally unstable. Given her position and the things she's been through, the old saying about if you live in a glass house, you shouldn't throw stones, because he could have come back and said, well, yeah, you've been Baker acted and you attempted to commit suicide. He didn't say any of that because it just seemed like he just didn't want to argue about it. So, but that is a good insight into sort of their relationship. And at that time, she's reporting, he's just throwing me down. She wanted him to say or do something stupid to the cops. So when they arrive, what did you tell them right off the bat?
What's going on today, ma'am?
So my husband is trying to take the kids. He threw me on the floor and pushed me against the wall.
And this all happened.
So even here, and every time after, the first thing out of her mouth every time is, he's trying to take my kids. And then she relates, he pushed me down. And then a few minutes later is when she talks about, she makes the comment to Deputy Hartberger that he either didn't catch or didn't acknowledge, about he raped me over the weekend. But then she also made an interesting comment to her dad.
We had such a good weekend. He's my best friend.
Hold on, speak clearly.
We had such a good weekend together. That's what she's telling her dad later. Now, what does Colin say about what's been going on this day?
She called you right now because she figured out that I want to take my kids to my parents' house in Georgia for her and I to have more for me. I guess me to have a break from her.
He wants to go to Georgia for a break.
This morning? Yeah, this is probably right around 2 a.m. at this point.
Okay. So what happened today causing her to pick the phone up and call? I guess she called 911. I didn't look.
She found out I was packing my car.
That's what the upset was?
Yes.
That you're going to Georgia to see their grandparents?
Yep.
And your parent?
Yeah, they're my parents.
Okay. And your kid's grandparent.
So Colin is not just talking about leaving. He's actively packing his truck. This isn't just sort of a idle speculation. He's packing his truck. He's getting ready to leave. And she knows that. This is from her interview later on later.
He was threatening to take the kids.
Okay.
He said that since I had tried to kill myself a couple months ago, that no judge in the world would give me custody of children. And he was packing.
So she says he's trying to take the kids. He's packing the truck. And she said, no judge in the world would give me custody because of her recent psychiatric issues. So she knows he's leaving. He's about to leave. He's going to take those kids. She knows she's not going to win this custody battle. So she has to stop him from leaving one way or another. Now, I wish I could stand here and say that nobody would ever accuse anybody of something falsely to gain custody of their kids, but that's not the world we live in. She had to stop him from leaving. He's packing his truck. He is leaving. She's got to stop him from leaving. And so conveniently, right before he's leaving to Georgia, she says he pushes me down. She wanted him taken to jail. And I think you can see that through her interaction with Hartbarger. Because when she realizes that's not happening, she doesn't fill out the witness statement he gives her because she's not getting what she wanted. Take him to jail, and then I get custody of the kids. So I think that should give you some insight as to her mindset as to how this all transpired. Now, obviously all the body cams you have, and you can watch any of them as you want. I try to be cognizant of your valued time. So you saw the interactions between them, and Colin's out there with the the little kid, and they're looking at the truck, and they leave. And shortly thereafter, she locks Colin outside in the driveway. Why does she do that?
So I closed the garage doors and I locked the door and took the batteries out of the lock so that he could come in and take the kids.
So she locks him outside so that he can't come in. That's why she's locking him out. And then he's outside in the driveway in a hot summer Florida day. And he later on said, I was fine with being out there basically because I was away from her. And he calls her command. You heard from Mr. Forehand. And he's saying, she's cut off my access to finances. She's taking my credit cards. And he's looking for help. I mean, he's multiple places he's turning to for help. And unfortunately, he didn't get it that day. So he's out there for a while in the heat by himself, probably happy to be out there in the peace and quiet by himself. So at some point, Lainey wakes up, the 3-year-old little girl. She's crying. And so Bree Kuhn takes her, the 3-year-old, outside to Colin so that Colin can help calm her down.
So I took her out front. And he was still there. So I asked her if she wanted Patty. I gave her to him. And he wouldn't talk to me.
So, and I hope you can hear that. Again, at this point, they still have that space heater running, so it's hard to hear. And in here, unfortunately, the louder you turn it up, it gets kind of echoey or staticky. So again, you can listen to that. But what she says there is, Lainey was crying. I took her outside. I gave Lainey to Colin. And then she says he wouldn't talk to me. She brings him the child so he can calm her down, and he wouldn't talk to me. Shortly thereafter, Colin calls 911. He's now locked outside with Lainey, and you heard her on the 911 call. She's crying, she's upset, she's hot, she's bothered. So he's calling, saying, "Look, now I care because we're both locked out, and I want to go back inside with my daughter." Deputy Jameson Lynn arrives and talks to both of them.
Took my photo ID, all my access to money and everything.
Okay.
And then took the kids inside and locked me out. So they're locked outside in my driveway.
Okay.
For the last couple hours.
Do you live here?
What's that?
Do you live here?
Yeah, we're
okay.
co-owners for both.
Okay.
Again, I'm locked outside of my driveway. She's taking my stuff. I just want to go in my house.
Something about kids going to Georgia.
Yeah, that was the most closest alligator to the boat.
Okay.
But she was mad that I turned off the Wi-Fi last night, so she washed my laptop and dishwasher.
Okay.
And that's kind of like the last straw.
Are you guys still married?
I mean, for now, yeah.
It's still legal and it's common property.
Yep.
What's yours is hers and hers is yours, unfortunately.
Yeah, so she's not allowed to stop me from entering my house.
If it's your house and you still live here, by all means, you got to enter your home. However, you got to enter your home.
So a couple of interesting things there. When Deputy Lynn asked him if you're still married, you saw Colin sort of involuntarily glance down at his wedding ring and said, for now. And I think you can see he's just, he doesn't want to talk to her. Deputy also tells him it's your house. Whatever you need to do, kicking the door, breaking a window, it's your house. You can get in whoever you want. The other interesting thing about this interaction is you see Ms. Kuhn there in the background. And she is just staring him down while he's standing there. I mean, look at her body language. Look at what she's doing. She is staring him down. This is less than an hour before she murders him. And she seems very aggravated. And he's just calmly holding his daughter, talking about what's going on. That is a very powerful visual of what is about to happen and what her state of mind is. So then Deputy Lynn talks to her.
What's going on today?
Well, you guys were out here earlier.
Federal
He was trying to take my kids.
I'm 10-4, thank you.
He was trying to take my kids to Georgia.
Okay.
I
Are they your kids or are they yours and his?
these two. Well,
Again, first thing she complains, he's trying to take my kids.
out here because she's used to him and I, so I brought her out here.
Okay.
So he can help calm her down. He snatched her from me and then started trying to use her to.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
He said, she doesn't want to come in the house unless Daddy's there.
Okay.
Being manipulative.
Okay.
It's not a
So-
good environment.
So there, she's telling the deputy, he snatched Laney from me. You just heard her say she went out there and handed it to him. And then she accuses him of, he's being so manipulative. Well, make up your own minds about that. She continues.
Okay. All right. And same thing, if you change the locks, he's got every right to get in the house. However, he's got to get in the house. Okay. If he lives here, he's got property here. For the betterment of your daughter, whatever you guys got going on, you got to put aside for the kids. You see what I'm saying?
I agree, but he told me not to talk to him. So
Okay.
I'm not going to.
Again, she's complaining, he won't talk to me. That's what she keeps complaining about. He won't talk to me.
we can't say, well, you got to stay out in the front yard for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I just
at the risk of, of a potential argument. No, I get it. But like I said, I'm letting you know.
Okay.
At some point, you know, we got to put our differences aside for the kids, and we got to say, hey, look, you got a guest bedroom, I got my room, or vice versa, whatever it is. I mean, if y'all sleep in separate rooms, or maybe somebody, you know, take a chill pill and sleep on the couch tonight.
Right, yeah,
you know,
which won't do that. He told me not to talk to him.
All right,
So
well,
I want to get my daughter out of the bugs and heat, if that's okay. And I have a.
I'm perfectly fine with that, but I mean, like I said, it's just something that we got to, you know, I mean, if bringing your daughter inside means he gets to come inside too, that might be something where we got to say, look, let's make a compromise. If you want to come inside with her, that's fine. I'm gonna go to the room and I'm gonna close the door and I'm gonna stay in here. But at least you know your daughter's safe and she's not, you know, out here in the road or whatever, or in the heat, you know, getting bug bites or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I'm gonna grab her.
Okay. Let me just get some information from you real quick. What's the kids' names?
Kylie.
Is it KY?
KYLIE is my 12-year-old.
KYLIE. Okay.
Kuhn. I'm sorry. I really have to go back in because my 4-year-old. Can I just?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Well, if he's gonna wait out here for just a second with her, I'll go inside if you want with you. And
I don't want them alone with her.
okay. Well, then we can all walk back inside.
Okay.
All right.
I don't want that either.
Okay. Well, I mean that's what I'm saying. Okay, so but we need to check on the 4-year-old. We want to make sure the 4-year-old.
No, that's fine. My 12-year-old's in there. So.
Okay. All right. So so what's Kylie's last name?
Kuhn. Kuhn.
Kuhn. What's the middle name?
Shouldn't have one.
You shouldn't have one. Okay. What's her date of birth?
May 22nd.
Okay.
You know, he called you, so can you get the information from him?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, are you not wanting to, I'm just trying to get the names of the kids.
Yeah, no, I gave them to the people earlier.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I'm.
So I wanted you to see that longer clip because it's indicative of her state of mind and attitude during this whole thing. Again, she's complaining about that he won't talk to her. And then Deputy Lynn, bless him, is trying to propose solutions, compromises, ways to resolve the situation for the betterment of the children. And she is just not interested in any of that. She has no interest in that. And her entire demeanor is just sort of argumentative and combative. Now, if she's that way with a deputy standing there in uniform, what's she going to be like with her husband? I mean, are you surprised that he keeps telling her, I don't want to talk to you? Can you blame the guy? She is just clearly increasingly frustrated with the whole thing because she's not getting her way. I said, she's not interested in a compromise. She wants her way. She wants those kids. She wants him gone. And she's going to see to that. Meanwhile, in the background, you've got Colin just walking around laughing and playing with Laney. Does he seem aggravated or frustrated? I mean, he literally said, I'm happy out that I'm locked out here in the driveway because I'm away from her. This is the situation 45 minutes for the murder. This is what's building and what's leading up to it. Ultimately, Deputy Lynn gets her to agree to let him inside with the child. She then locks him out in the garage. And Colin texts Hardy at 6:13 that he is locked in the garage. And you saw the text messages between Mr. Joyner and Mr. Turner. And Colin's saying, she's crazy as hell. And at 6:13, he says, she locked me in the garage. Why? Why does he say? He says, she just locked me in the garage because I wouldn't talk to her. Which, as you've seen, is the thing she keeps complaining about. He won't talk to me. He won't talk to me. He won't talk to me. So then she locks him out in the garage. That's 9 minutes before he calls 911. 6:22, Colin calls 911. You've heard that call? He, on that phone call, is the same way he is at all of the times during that day. Whether he's on with 911, whether he's talking to the deputies, whether he's being secretly recorded, he's calm, he's rational, he's explaining what's going on. I mean, if anything, he just sounds a little disheartened. And he's relaying to them what's happened. She's locked me out in the garage. You guys have been out here twice today already. And she comes out there and shoots him. And it's so out of place and so shocking and with no context that you heard the surprise of the 911 operator who asks, what was that? Because there was absolutely no context. You know, I mean, she works for 911. She probably hears a lot on 911 calls. You know, people fighting, screaming, yelling, gunshots. But here there was nothing, absolutely nothing, until he got shot in the back. This is State's Exhibit 12. You can see that door to the garage leading out. And you can see the little Yeti cooler, probably, I don't know, 8 feet from the door, and where Colin was found. Not in the doorway, not by the door. He's well into the garage. What does Ms. Kuhn say about it?
This for right now, okay?
Just for your sake and for ours, okay?
I'm a murderer.
So you listen, listen to me. You're not under arrest right now. You're being detained, okay? While we investigate.
No, you should arrest me. I killed my husband. Hopefully I just shot him. Maybe he's not dead. He should not be dead.
She says 2 things there that are supported by the physical, by all the evidence. 1, a murder. 2, he should not be dead. Absolutely. So let's talk about the injuries that Colin suffered. Gunshot wound to the upper back, comes out of his neck, ends up lodged in his wrist. Breaks his ribs, but this one goes through the trapezius muscles, the cervical vertebrae. Now, obviously we weren't there, we didn't see it. Logical conclusion is that he's either holding the phone or is like this as the bullet comes in the back, out the neck, and ends up into his wrist. Shot in the back, back to front. Second gunshot, again in the upper back, goes through his ring, ribs, lungs, back to front, comes out through the chest. Third gunshot in the right of his back, again goes through his right ribs, lung, sternum, exits his chest. Fourth gunshot, then the left lower back, goes through his spleen, goes through his heart, and is ultimately recovered. You heard Dr. Oleski's testimony about these injuries, about how each one, likely in and of itself, would have been a fatal gunshot wound. And what does that tell you? These were kill shots. You know, we talked about premeditation, the circumstances of the killing. What was her intent? How do we know what her intent was? These gunshots tell you her intent. 4 kill shots right to the back. Her intent was very clear. Now you have the pictures, of the autopsy pictures, which I'm not going to put up here, but if you have questions or want to look at them, they're all in evidence. You will see those wounds on his back that the doctor described. They are perfect little circles. I always think sometimes they almost look like cigarette burns, just perfect little circles, look almost harmless sometimes. Those are entrance wounds. Exit wounds he has on his chest, much larger, much more ragged as the bullet comes out. Those are very, very clear. I said, if you have any questions or as to what that evidence shows you, I would urge you to look at those autopsy photos. You would clearly see the difference between entrance wounds and exit wounds. It's night and day. Plus the fact that he's got 4 holes in his back and 2 in his chest. He was shot 4 times in the back. That's what that physical evidence shows. It's very clear. So Ms. Kuhn is taken to the station, interviewed by Detectives Rao and Kelly. Again, that's a fairly long interview. If you want to watch it again, you can. But I did want to just highlight some of the things that she talked about.
After they left, when I know I called my mom. he was in the garage again, and I locked him out. I locked it for some reason. I think to talk to him.
You locked him out for some reason, and that was
Oh,
the time.
I locked him out. He was in the garage. I locked him out.
Okay.
But he didn't. He's still in the garage. So open the door to talk to him. And he tried coming in, so I blocked the door, and he kicked my foot. And was trying to push to go to the door. And I was trying to keep him out. I don't. And then I shot him.
So her version is she locked him out. She went to the door to talk to him, and he tried coming inside and then was kicking her foot, so she shot him. Now, again, you should be thinking to yourself, I've seen the physical evidence. I've heard the 911 call. That is not what happened. That's clear. But also, even if her version there is true, right, let's ignore the physical evidence for a minute. Let's ignore the 911 call. Let's just say that version is true. She opens the door. He kicks her foot. She's trying to block him as he comes in. That's still murder. I read to you the self-defense instruction. Imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. Kicking somebody in the foot doesn't mean you get to shoot them 4 times. That's it. Let's just pretend for a moment all of that was accurate. Still not self-defense. That's her story. Now, you may ask yourself, why is she telling this story? And the logical conclusion that comes to mind is that she never realized he was on the phone with 911. Right? She opens that door, fires that first shot, and ultimately the phone was found sort of underneath him. She didn't know he was on the phone with 911. And she never realized the difference when he said, she just shot me. He didn't say you just shot me. It didn't occur to her the difference. She didn't know he was on the phone with 911. So she's telling the detectives this, thinking, hey, there's no other witness besides my brother. And this is what happened. She continues.
He was still coming towards me. I don't think I shut the door, and I went. To get my kids, and I took them out of the house.
She is insisting after she shot him, he is still coming towards her. That's just not what the physical evidence shows. But that's her version. He's still coming towards me, even after I shot him, so I had to shut the door and get in the house to get away from him. That's not what the evidence shows. She continues.
Sure. So just to kind of...
I didn't mean to shoot him. It was at least twice I didn't mean to shoot him, but I did. And he said something, and just the look on his face.
What was the look on his face?
He was going to kill me. And that's how I shot him.
Okay.
So, good bit to unpack in that statement there. She says, I didn't mean to shoot him. Okay. She wasn't cleaning the gun and it went off. Okay. She went to the door, shot him 4 times in the back. She's telling the police, I didn't mean to shoot him. You absolutely meant to shoot him and kill him. No matter how you try and describe it, That is crystal clear. I didn't mean to shoot him. Yeah, you did. And then she says, he said something and had this look on his face. He was going to kill me. That sounds good. Right? It sounds like self-defense. He was going to kill me. Well, you know what he was saying because you've heard it. He was speaking calmly in a rational manner. She is setting the challenge. He was going to kill me. No, he wasn't. But again, she doesn't know he was on the phone. So in her mind, how would you disprove? And you think about this for a moment. And again, she may have not been aware of, forensic pathology, and I don't know how well that's commonly known. So let's ignore forensic pathology for a moment and consider her version here if Colin was not on the phone with 911. Could this version be disproved? Right? She's saying he's coming at me. He's gonna kill me. He's kicking me. Right? This is probably what we'd be left with. Luckily, Colin called 911. Unfortunately, Colin did not call 911 in time to save his own life. But him calling 911 hopefully will ensure that his murderer does not get away with it. She didn't know all that.
Why did you have the gun when you went to the garage door? Do you know?
I just wanted them to go.
Detective Rell asks you, why did you go to the door with the gun? The answer is because she wanted to kill her husband. That's clear. She tells him, I just wanted to go. He's locked outside. You're in the house. Okay, that's the opposite of I just wanted to go. That's I'm going to go kill my husband. But she is sitting there saying, I just wanted to go. This is what she's telling the police. No, she had plenty of options. Now, again, she doesn't have a duty to retreat. She's not legally obligated to leave the house. But she's saying, I just wanted to go. No, you just wanted to go kill your husband. That's what she wanted.
I couldn't get in the front door because I had taken out the batteries from earlier.
Front door was locked. Colin couldn't get in the house. He was locked out. She couldn't even get back in the front door.
The jail, they don't.
Hey, Bree, where were your babies at when this went down?
They were in my room.
They were in your room? Okay. Do they normally hang out in there, or did you tell them to go to your room? You're not sure? Okay. You've got 2 small ones, and then you have a 12-year-old girl. Okay. Where was your 12-year-old at?
With them.
They were with them in your room?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he on the...
All the children are in her room. And again, we're talking about premeditation, talk about the circumstances behind the killing. All the children are in her room. Her gun is kept in her closet. So again, whether it's 1 minute, 10 minutes, kids are in her room. Clearly, she goes to her room, retrieves the firearm, goes back to the door to kill Colin. That is premeditation. Judge, if you could blank the screen. Now that interview continues, and again, I'm not going to sit here and play the whole thing. You can watch it if you want, because the detectives continue, and they keep asking her very pertinent questions. What was he doing when you opened the door? Where was he standing? Did he have anything in his hands? And every time, she simply avoided the question. I mean, they must have asked her 5 times. Every time, she answers, but says something like, oh, I just tried to help him, or there was so much blood. She does not want to answer those questions. And again, we know why. because we know what Colin was doing when she opened the door. She doesn't want to answer those questions. She doesn't have an answer for those questions. Your job now is to evaluate all the evidence you've seen and heard. And I hope you'll see that it's very clear what happened. She's getting increasingly frustrated throughout the course of the day. She's not getting her way. Colin's just, he doesn't want to talk to her. She knows he wants to take those kids. She knows he's going to win the custody battle. Now, again, premeditation does not mean a logical, calm decision, because obviously killing your husband to gain custody of your children is not a good plan. So premeditation is not planning or a calm, logical decision. It's just intent with time for reflection. The evidence shows, again, we'll never know exactly how much time. She locked him out, went and got her gun, went to the door, came back and shot him in the back 4 times. That's the evidence. And that is premeditated murder. Thank you.
If the attorneys will approach.
There you go. He painted a good picture. I'm glad he finished there, because it's like, come on, you know, I think he did a good job, but just finish.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a brief recess. We'll try to be back here in court in about 10 minutes. Please not discuss the case among yourselves. Leave your notepads and papers underneath your seats, and we'll be back with you momentarily. All right, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Okay, so here we go. Let's watch this then. Thank you to Joe for sending it. This is one of 2 videos.
Hello.
Good to see you here.
Yes, sir. Indeed. What can I do for you? I'm Deputy Glenn with Nurse County Sheriff's Office.
Hey, my wife won't let me in my house.
Okay, is this
Okay, we've watched that one. We've all watched that one. That one. There's another one. I think it's the other one. Was that one watched? Hang on then. There's 2 videos.
This is going to begin its case after their lunch break there in that courthouse in the murder trial for Bree Kuhn. The state just rested its case in chief.
So we could find out if she takes the stand. Prosecutors say that she killed her husband while he was actually on the phone with 911. Joining us now, Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft. Kelly, good afternoon to you. The jury heard some key testimony today, or yesterday, I guess it was, involving that 911 call.
Well, hi there, Ted and Julia. Yes, so while they're on a lunch break there in Florida, it gives us an opportunity to revisit some of that compelling evidence that the state put forth yesterday, which includes that 911 call. And boy, you certainly usually do not have a 911 call like this. So kind of taking you a little back. So that day of the incident, 3 911 calls had been made. Bree had called, and then her husband had called 2 times later. The police at the time didn't do anything. They were talking with them, trying to understand exactly what took place, got statements from everyone. And then it's that 3rd 911 call where you hear Colin say that she shot me. Let's go ahead and play that.
Sheriff's Office emergency.
Hi, you guys have been out to my house twice today, and then most recently, the deputy talked my wife into letting me in the house, and then she locked me in the garage, and I tried to break my arm when I was trying to get back inside.
What's your address, sir?
6184 Kenks, Kenks Drive. accidentally got me locked in the garage because earlier she broke both of the big doors, and then when I came out here to fix it after getting in the house earlier, she locked the door behind me. And when I tried to
What was that?
You just shot me.
Oh, I'm shooting somebody. She's driving. She just shot him. I just heard 4 shots. Sir, are you there? Sir, we need to get somebody there. He's not answering.
Wow. And then we do have some body camera footage.
Earlier, she broke both of the big doors, and then when I came out here to fix it after getting in the house earlier, she locked the door behind me. And when I tried to
What was that?
You just shot me.
Oh, I'm shooting somebody. She's driving. She just shot him. I just heard 4 shots. Sir, are you there?
Wow. Thank you to Robin as well. Robin sent me a clip as well. But Joe had already sent it to me, Robin. But thank you, my darling. Oh, so we'll see what the defense have got to say now. I know some people saying leaning more towards first now against second. I still say second for now. Because I'd have to delve into it. Not to say I wouldn't move from there. I think the prosecution did a very good job, to be quite honest with you. But obviously, there's 2 sides to every story, so we hear what the defense have to say. I don't know. I'd have to understand a little bit more about what premeditation means. Because I still don't believe it's premeditated. But I mean, I want to look at the definition of it. It's not to say I wouldn't. Anyway, at a minimum, it's murder 2. At a minimum, it's murder 2. So let's get that off. Let's get this one. But Spacey Stacey said earlier on that she's leaning more towards murder 1, which, you know, I'm not quite there, but yeah, I'm definitely more leaning towards murder 1 now than I was earlier, 100%. So let me just get this back up here. Here we go. Get that up there. Close that down there. So yeah, we'll be sure to see now anyway. That the poll says 60% first degree, 25 second degree, 8% manslaughter, 6% not guilty. So yeah. So I think if I was voting right this second, I'd probably still second degree. But I think I could probably move more now than earlier. So, but again, we got a defense to come. So I'm not gonna change my mind on all that until I hear everything. And I probably want to read up a bit more about what premeditated means as well. So, right, there's that. Hang on, let me get this back up here. Robert G says we all have our own opinions. Absolutely, we do. Everyone has their opinions. That's the beauty of trials. Everyone has their own opinions. And there's even somebody, I'm not sure they're trolling or not, who believes that it's not guilty. So that I would love to hear from that person, but because I don't know how she is not guilty. However, it could have been a slip up. So maybe that's what that is. So I don't know. We'll see. Oh. Who's this? Right. You that are not allowed to have to have an opinion. Probably Bill did that. Greg says 4 reasons for guilty, first degree, done, bang, bang, bang. But it's not that. It's not the bang, 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 Greg. It's the whether it's premeditated or not. That's all. It's whether it's premeditated. Did she plan all this not well in advance? How long is premeditated? They said seconds, but that doesn't sit well with me. I think you have to have it more than that. But I might be wrong. So there's no doubt she's guilty, but that's why I'm on second degree, because of the pow pow pow. But we'll see. Oh, also, I've got a question for people here. Bill is not guilty. So, because you ladies, you probably know better than me. Right, antiperspirant, right? For men. Like vegan, natural ones. So I bought this one, right? Flex. In the UK, Flex Wood. Now, normally you can't flex wood, but these guys say you can. It's natural antiperspirant deodorant. And I want natural, but is there any better one? No, I'm not. What definition? Greg, this is the beauty of it. We're allowed to have different opinions, Greg. That's the beauty of it. As I say, I'm not there yet. I'm not there. I could do. It needs to be Florida. I'm more interested in antiperspirant at the minute. More interested in antiperspirant. Mando, what's that? Mando, no. Never heard of Mando before. We got Lush, but not got. When are you not trolling, Dave? Die boy. When are you not trolling? She's booked. No, Mando. I'll have to Google Mando. I've never heard of Mando before. No, it doesn't have to be vegan. It's natural. I was just wanting it to be natural. Lush is good. Yeah, Lush. So I got everything from Lush except for antiperspirant. By fully conscious, willful intent. A measure of forethought and planning. Yeah, that's where I get stuck, because I don't think it was forethought. Lush is good, right? Spread stick. Hang on, let me look at that. Spread stick. Oh shit! Wrong tab. Spread your legs. Stick. Antiperspirant. No, we don't have it. We do not have it. Mando. Let me look at Mando there. I've never heard of Mando before. Mando. I want. Yeah, I sort of want the organic. Yes. Because I got all other organic stuff except for that one. Need to. Native or Toms. Hello, Ashley. McNamara. Ashley McNamara. I've never heard of Native or Toms. Thank you, Ashley. Love it here. Thank you, Ashley. Appreciate you for saying that. Speed stick. What the fuck is speed stick? Oh, speed stick. Right, hang on. I want the speed stick because I spread your legs. Speed stick. Is it natural though? Unscented, aluminium free, anti-schuppen. Okay. Mixed opinions. Oh, it says full of harsh chemicals. It says it's got chemicals in it. I don't want anything with chemicals in it. I'm trying to do it without chemicals. Native. Well, we look native then. I've never heard of native. Hang on, native. Let me put it into Amazon then. Native. Oops. No woman, no cry. Oh. Native. When I say native, the one I just bought is the first one that comes up, but it's not native, so I don't understand that. There's one here which I really, really like. Coconut and vanilla. Ooh. Aluminium free. Paraben free. It is vegan and it's cruelty free. Scent is coconut. Oh my days. This sounds delicious. It's for women though, but I don't give a fuck. This sounds really nice. Can men do it? Can men use it? No one would know anyway, would they? It's for women, but how do you smell like a woman? Like it doesn't make a difference, surely. Ooh, it does look nice. Okay. I know it's for women only, so don't judge me, but I think there you go. But it sounds incredibly gay. I know, Di. I'm trying to be like you. Di. Shut the fuck up. Oh no. My son-in-law used it. Fine. For your bits and pits. Do you put on your bits then? I don't put on my bits. McNamara. Ashley McNamara. I love it. Where you from, Ashley? Right, I'm gonna buy it. It's expensive. That's a hard job to be like me. Do you know what, Gary? I was gonna go Dr. Squatch, right? But then my expert in all these things said do not because they don't advertise the ingredients. So that's why I don't go with Dr. Squatch. They don't put the ingredients on the website, so I don't know what's in them. That's the only reason I don't go. But I did actually look at that. That was my number one go-to. So do you use it? Do you, Gary? If you do, that's good to know. What about the coconut and vanilla one? Because that's two of my favorite smells. Oh shit, courts. Is court back? No, it's not. Is it? Oh fuck, hang on, court's back. But before we go to court, hang on, people, indulge me, right? Court are back, but let's indulge me for a second, yeah? It's really pricey. It's like $30 for one. You love them. Yeah, but would that mean I'm like would that make me smell like I'm a woman? Not that it matters. Right, what did you say? I need to put this. Even though she cheats on me, I like Spacey Stacey. Gary, talk to me a bit more about Dr. Squatch as well if he was here. There you go. It's only because the ingredients I was told don't get it. Love the coconut vanilla. I get that. Shut the front door. I'm not joking you. I'm not joking you. Oh, actually, I got one here, right? £18, £18.20 on discount. It's £25, which is about $30 odd for one. It's a 75-gram one. Right, I got citrus and herbal musk, coconut vanilla, cucumber and mint, lavender and rose, and eucalyptus and mint. Right, Spacey Stacey, you're in Boston, yeah? You're in Boston, yeah? Hang on, let me show you what it is then. Stacey, no joking. I want you to bring me some, and I'll pay you. But hang on then. Fuck the closing statements for a second, people. I am sorry. We will catch up. I promise you. So, oh, look at her. She looks good. So you see here, £18.20. So it's down from $22. So it's about not far from $30. Oh, okay. I'll have to look at that then. I'll have to look at that. So I got citrus. So citrus is more expensive. Citrus is about $32, $33. Coconut vanilla is $80, so about $23. Cucumber and mint is about $23. Lavender and rose is about $23. And whatever that is, what's that? Parpum free, no. Eucalyptus and mint is about $25. I'll go coconut. Yeah, the problem is. Yeah, do that because I when I looked at it, it wasn't there, Gary. So maybe it's a different one. Please, thank you. 30. Yeah, but America, isn't it? Peach is 12. So yeah, I'll have to get someone in America. Yeah, they charge you for shipping. That's what it is. So okay, so I might order some then to go to the Sweeney house then for me. I'll buy this one now, and then we'll go from there. Fine. I will use this one. Would have it for 6 Marshalls. I don't know what Marshalls is. Anyway, that's fine. Robert G, thank you, Dan. It's the shipping it is, Robin. That's what it is. Shipping to the UK. That's what it is. But it's fine. I will just get that one. Try that one out. Let me buy it now. Place your order. Order right by tomorrow. Place your order. There you go. I've ordered that. It's okay. Dove for men. No, I don't like that one, Anthony. To be honest with you, your mailbox might be full of deodorant. There you go. It's fine. I've sent for one for me by tomorrow. So there you go. Got that one. So because I bought one, I'm not really keen on it. And also I bought my exfoliator, is it? And my thing. And this is my perfume. And I got another one coming tomorrow. This is my perfume. My spray. Gift set. That's that. And I got my vanilla coconut body. I'm trying it, so I'm doing a bar now for my hair as well. So it's gonna be like vanilla bar for my hair as well and body. I'm trying to get away from. I got sensitive skin, so try to get away from it. So I got Lush delivery tomorrow, and then I got that stuff, and I got another spray coming as well. I want to try what I like. I will stock up when I'm in Boston, people. I will stock up. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate my friend. Right, let's go back to the trial. But thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. There you go. Thank you, Elsie. I will stock up on this stuff. I will. I promise you. I do need to do it. Right, hang on. Let me get back to the trial. Thank you. You've all been very helpful there. Spacey Stacey, still think you're a bit of a bitch. Force cheated on me, but I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you. Crystal, you're way behind, my darling, but it's all good. We still love you, Crystal. Walmart, fine. Walmart, hey, ladies, we're going shopping, okay? We're going shopping when we're in Boston. When we're in Boston, people, we're going shopping, ladies. Or what I might do is I'll give you $200 and say, fucking just go and buy me some shit. That's what I'll do. Right, here we go. Let me present this now. Love shopping. I know. I need to find a cowboy store, a proper one. Right, here we go there. New Hampshire, there you go. Well, we'll have a shopping day in Boston on the Friday, I think it is. So I'm sure we'll do it. Field trip to New Hampshire, no tax. Hang on. What? What's this? Where's New Hampshire? New Hampshire. How far from Boston is New Hampshire if there's no taxes? Dennis Sweeney, I need chauffeur. We might be going to New Hampshire. Oh, we're going to New Hampshire then. Thank you, Elsie, as well. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, sir. How far is it from Peabody then? Because it might go there. Hour, okay. Because I'm going to Peabody on one day. Oh. Di loves it. Di acts all hard. He's like, oh, stop the gayness. He's like, hello, lovely. Can you do my nails? Can you do my nails, lovely? I know, Di. If your wife was here now, Di, you'd shut the fuck up, wouldn't you? Close from Peabody. Happy days. Well, have to look into that. Good morning. Hello, David. How are you, sir? Happy days. Thank you, Gary. There we go. Okay, that's on the list then. That's on the list. My hubby uses Mando. He's outside running our construction crew this summer with our than his. Oh, I've never heard of Mando. I don't think we got it in the UK. So I'll look at Mando as well, Donna. You're a star, you are, Donna. I need to look at that as well. So the reason I bought it here, people say don't buy it here, but I have to try it. I mean, so that's why I bought one. But thank you, everybody. Denise G lives in, and so does Chrissy the Crone, and Jody, Mitchell. So does Greg. So there's a few people. So we might do a couple trips. Oh, this is we're doing a shopping trip. I'll put it on the list. Liz would give you a dry slap for implying her manly husband is gay, like you said. Get some when you were out. I will. It's above mass. There you go. Right, let me get back to trial. Fuck. Your missus is hot and tough. She's definitely hot. I don't know how tough she is, but definitely hot. I just got to screw loose to be married to you, Di. Right, let's get back to trial. I'm so sorry. Let me put it at 1.25 then. We'll catch up. 1.25. How are the people still here? I don't know. Right. I'll shut up.
All rise for the jury. Mr. Etheridge came on the case later, but they picked me. And we all know that the woods are full of lawyers. And, as you work up to this event, I go back to, what I told them, what my promise was. And my promise was that I would follow my oath, that I would do everything I could for her. And, you worry you worry that when you get here, sometimes the closings come out the way you want them, sometimes they don't. They're a little bit like snowflakes. They're all different. But then, when I was thinking about my oath, I realized that, well, this buggy has a lot of seats in it. Because you guys took an oath. And you're going to follow your oath. You know, it's interesting. You come in on Monday to jury selection, and ask you to stand up, and you take the oath. And I'm sure there's not much, reflection about that. It's like, now I stand up, and then you come in here and you take the oath when they swear you in, when the judge swears you in. But you took an oath. You took an oath. You probably didn't even know the words in that oath. But you took an oath to try this case fairly, and to keep an open mind, and to look at all the evidence, and to try this case against the backdrop of reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence. All criminal cases throughout the country are about one thing. People will say, what's this case about? My wife will say, tell me what's this case about that you have? It's all about the same thing. It's all about whether or not the state can prove the allegations. Now, as it turned out, the last witness that we heard in this case was Mr. Alderman. He, and I'll get into this later, but he took some liberties, looked at the evidence, made some statements. They're not facts. They're not facts. It's you guys that I care about. Okay, it's you guys. The other thing in this case that had me concerned, more nervous probably than I usually am, is that we started the case with a bang. I guess pun intended. Very, very powerful stuff, right? You agreed, keep an open mind, presumption of innocence, reasonable doubt. And then you hear the 911 call. And, I've listened to it, I don't know, a dozen times or so probably over the last 3 years. And that first shot, it gets you. I kind of jump every time. And I looked over at everybody. People's look, well, ranges, of course, but it was like, wow. It was like almost, what are we doing here, right? What are we doing here? And I realized at that point in time that presumption of innocence and reasonable doubt, they had left the courtroom. Those two were somewhere else. And that's okay. That's okay. Because when you hear that as a human being, and you've never heard anything like that before, it's okay. But you have to come back to reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence ultimately. And I'm confident, again, when I reflected on your oath, and we picked you guys, right? It was a vetting, right? Took a while. And I said, okay. There's going to be, the sympathy factor, and the judge is going to tell you that there's no place for that here. There's no place for that here. We ask you to bring in your common sense, but we tell you to leave your emotions at the door. It's kind of a strange parlor trick, I suppose. The thing with this case, to me, was always the why, right? Why did it happen? Why did it happen? And Mr. Alderman, I can hear him now. He's going to say, I don't have to prove why did this happen. I guess he has a version of that, including tales of Bree Kuhn hitting herself, all sorts of things that we'll get into here, in a little bit. You're going to hear a lot about reasonable doubt. As I go through, and ultimately as you go through the evidence, you look for the three areas, right? You know what they are. Where does reasonable doubt come from? It comes from a lack of evidence. I'll give you an example. I mean, there's a lot of lack of evidence, but how about the camera, the body cam that the guys had when they went up to Pennsylvania?
You want to maybe object and approach? Or I'm going to object and maybe approach?
You may.
American Eagle Outfitters. That's what I'm going to look at now. American Eagle Outfitters. I never shop. I only shop online. But I'm like, do you know what? Might as well, whilst in Rome, might as well shop. So I want to go to Gillette Stadium and get all my Patriots gear with the Sweeneys. Then why not? Why not go shopping a little bit? So I presume that you all that's coming to Boston want to shop a little bit. So I'll just wait until you guys come and we'll spend a day shopping or something. Just means transportation. We'll have to think about transportation to get there. So it looks like about 40 miles from Boston. So a little bit longer. It's about probably an hour to get there from where we are. Oh, jeans. Okay. Oh, I like jeans. I need to buy some jeans. Fine. Yeah, I've just got to maybe speak to Dana and everybody how we get up there, and Dennis. I presume you want to go shopping, yeah?
Here's the thing. Lack of evidence, and we're going to go through some of this, okay? Conflict in the evidence itself. That's where you get the reasonable doubt from. All right. The state must prove this case a couple of keys. Premeditation. There is no witness or no evidence of premeditation. None. He's got a great tale, I suppose. But Bree Kuhn is supposed to put her kids here, and I'm going to get my gun, and I'm going to walk into the garage, and I don't know that he's on with 911, but what difference would it make who he's on with? It makes it a little interesting, obviously, that he's on with 911, but if he's on the phone, that's a witness anyway. I mean, if it's premeditated, wouldn't she wait? I mean, you do it a different way. You just don't go in and I'm going to do it this way, right? If that's this is her scheme, right? This is her, her plan. It makes no sense. There isn't any evidence of that. You can tell afterwards. She's in shock. Everyone says she's in shock. Anybody that came in touch with her, she's in shock. You can tell she's in shock. You're not in shock if you deliberately, intentionally, and more importantly, planned to kill somebody. You're in shock if you run somebody over in the road and you're surprised. That's the shock. Man, she must be the greatest actor in the world because, sorry, I'm battling a cold too. 1 minute, she's this, I'm going to plan it out. I'm going to put the kids here. I'm going to go get my gun. I'm just going to go in and shoot them. And then the next minute, she's saying, why isn't somebody, an ambulance? Is he dead? It's kind of what happened. And then, it's flashing out, if he's dead, I'm a murderer. And it's all haywire up there, right? If this is premeditated, she's going to shoot him. She's going to have a different demeanor. What happened after the shots? What did she do? She gets her kids. This is all about her kids. You know how many times she said kids in this trial? In this, trial through the evidence, if you listen to all the body cams and so forth. 70 times. 70 times. This entire case is about her protection of her children. The number one instinct that human beings have, mother protecting kids. Number one. Okay. Sorry, I've got some notes here, obviously. All right, let's kind of walk through it all. Right? Walk through it all. Let's get to know these two. First, let's take us to Key Largo. The couple goes to Key Largo. Now, it's interesting that the brother has to come along. He said, yeah, they kind of wanted me there to temper anything. All right. So there's, friction. And what do we learn from that? We learn that Colin says we're both psychopaths and narcissists. Right? So keep that in the back of your mind. Additionally, he has 100% disability from brain injury. Keep that in the back of your mind. Now, let's move then to get to know Colin a little better with this suicide attempt. There's no contradiction to this evidence. Eric Kuhn realizes that his sister has taken a bottle full of pills, drank a significant amount of wine. He calls down to Colin. Right? This is how much Colin cares for this woman. What in the world is he doing? He knows she's upstairs, had just taken the pills and the wine. And Eric says, hey, you called EMS, right? No. What? And then we're supposed to believe that this guy is a good husband and it's all her. That's crazy. If that call didn't exist between those guys, and if this suicide didn't happen and it's all just made up, Mr. Alderman would be giving you proof of that. Now let's talk about Eric Kuhn. Do you think for a minute, if his testimony, because we're going to talk about his testimony here in a little bit coming up, and I've already referenced him a couple times, and some of you might be thinking, well, how's he such a great historian? Do you think for a minute, if he was going to fly in here, right, and we brought him here, state didn't, kind of important. He's the only, I guess, other than the 911 caller, but he's the only other witness. You would think that if it's all orchestrated, man, we'd have had it down, right? We'd have had it tight. He's doing the best he can. Do you think that he would have said, no, that, I realized then that, my sister kind of laughed and said she was a psychopath too, right? It would have been, we would have gotten a lot more out of that, but it was important for him to talk to you because clearly when you go back and you listen, there's a struggle going on there. The guy's doing the best he can. His sister ends up getting arrested. And we want to browbeat him over some choice of words that really, okay. The point of all of that is he heard what he heard and he did his best to describe it. He's not watching it. He's not seeing it. So no, you don't just reject his testimony because he gets some words wrong that really. No one's in here. We're not in here saying that Colin was trying to kidnap, his kids or kidnap, his stepdaughter. So what is that? What does any of that matter, right? What does any of that matter? All right. We've got apparently a woman who diabolically, right, planned this, this crime, right? She's got suicide attempts, 2 Baker Acts, hospitalizations. She's doing the best she can, but she's got some issues. She's not scheming this whole thing, right? She's not, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to first call the police and then this is going to happen and that's going to happen. And ultimately, I'm just going to go in and shoot him. That makes no sense. Obviously, the white elephant in the room, and why we're here to a large degree in terms of the why, the police. Okay, the police. She cries out for help to them. She's relying on them. She's raped. And for anybody that thinks a husband can't rape his own wife, well, you can go back to about 1950, right? Those kinds of thoughts. Obviously, that can happen. And she calls the police. She's had enough. She gets thrown around, thrown on the ground, and she makes the call. They get there, and it's really kind of just a checklist deal that they go through. And while you got the kids running everywhere too, which is odd, right? She's giving her, she's telling the cop that she was battered, and he's saying, you have to have signs of the injury, and this is Hartbarger, obviously. You have to have signs of the injury. Can't do anything about that. She says, while her kids are there, right? So she can't really get into too much detail. But so she says, was also raped. I don't know. Had he already made up his mind? Was it just going to come in here, I'm going to checklist thing, and I'm going to head out? If he had heard that, well, there'd be a rape. Okay, there'd be action taken. At least the two would have been separated. No, nothing. And conveniently, well, I didn't hear her. All right, well, that's too bad, right? That's too bad, because we rely on the police. She was relying on the police. They turned her back on her right from the jump. Now, in terms of the sequence, we didn't see the body cam of Quick until yesterday, and that's fine. But that one is interesting, and they say the devil is in the details. When Quick is talking to Colin, he's explaining to him why people can't go to jail. They're not going to take anybody to jail. You have to have marks and so on. And he says, one of you is going to have to snap first. Wow. Okay. One of you is going to have to snap first. Is that what? Meanwhile, we've got Bree inside saying, I guess he's just going to have to, I'm going to have to let him punch me in the face, I suppose. I'm going to have to give in to his aggressions. Do you think that this situation where the police go, the testimony of the evidence is 5 times in total, do you think that this situation is harmony? It's pretty reasonable to think that there's some physical going on, right? Anyway, back to Quick and Colin. Someone's going to have to snap. But you know what is interesting, and I didn't catch this until, I don't know, believe it or not, a couple days ago. So you've had this thing for 3 years. You prepare in earnest when you get closer to a trial, obviously. When Colin is, again, talking to Quick, Quick says, again, we're going to have to see some objective sign of injury, kind of the same thing that's going on with Hartbarger inside. Look for it. Watch it again. Colin pauses, and you can see the wheels turning. He's like, maybe. Actually says, maybe it's worth doing that. Maybe it's worth doing that. And so now, what does he have? He's got someone's going to have to snap, and His wheels are spinning. Okay, I see now how I've got to play this thing out. Now, another key points is when the police get there, Colin's sitting out front. I mean, he's waiting for this. Thank you for showing up so quickly. My man, she called the police on you. Quick says to him, tell me what's up. Well, first he says, you want like he had two versions, right? Do you want my line by line, or do you want my summary? I mean, he's ready to go. He starts off with, she's tried to commit suicide. She's crazy. She's been Baker acted. And I don't know, there's a minute or two where Quick is like, all right, man, I get it. But, tell me what happened to cause, her to call today. Colin wants to deliver that. That's not the most interesting part of all this. The most interesting part of all this is I've never heard of this. Colin realizes the police are coming, right? So he's poised, he's ready to go, he's going to report all the problems. She's the mental health victim. He changes his clothes. All right. Odd in and of itself. But when he talks about it, he says, yeah, I got into some shorts that don't have any pockets. And right after that, I put my gun in my car. What does that tell us? What's that tell you? He walks around the house strapped, man. He walks around the house armed.
I'm going to object.
Overruled for now.
Go back and watch it. Go back and watch it. Pockets. Now, I don't have any pockets. Put my gun. Why would you be? If your gun is in a safe place where it should be, why in the world would you be putting it in your car? Where? We'll add that the kids end up in. Right? This whole thing is about her trying to protect her kids. And we've got him taking his gun, putting it on the dashboard. And the kids end up in there. What? But we're supposed to just believe everything, that we can through Cohn. Which, by the way, I'll make it back into this later. When he calls the police, the final time, he says, she tried to break my arm. Okay. There's zero evidence of that, number one. Number two, if Bree has made this whole thing, up, I guess at one point she's hitting herself. But you don't see any marks on her. I mean, she's going to hit herself. She's going to go to that much trouble. And it just, it doesn't add up, right? She's going to go to that much trouble of hitting herself, but then shoot him. It's a train wreck, man. It's a train wreck. I'm going to get back into that. I'm going to get back into that later on. But where I am now is, why is he calling 911? Because he's locked in his garage? This guy's a Marine. Dude, you're locked in your own garage? I guess, the other Marines would probably have some fun with that. You can't get through the door in your house? And by the way, locked in the garage, devil's in the details. When you listen to this, he's locked in the garage, it always turns into he's locked out of the house. She takes the batteries out of the front door, but it's a modern home. You push the button, you get out. And she opened the door. All right, back to why is Colin calling the police? Well, she tried to break my arm. where along the line did that happen? I guess Bree's hitting herself, but she's not physical with Colin. We have no idea. We have no idea what in the world is going on moments before this call that apparently she conveniently doesn't know that he's on the phone. We have no idea, right? We've got the brother trying to do the best he can. Obviously, you can hear. But what's he said, right? What's he said? Now, if you go back to, he's thinking, I see now what I have to do. If we're gonna talk about, take some liberties, the whole scheme that Mr. Alderman went through, that whole scheme. How about he's calling 911? Why? Because he wants to call 911, be the guy that made the call, because it's about to go down. It's about to go down. What other reason is he calling 911? For this arm that there's zero evidence of? Bree knows it's about to go down. She says later he gives a look. Yeah, she's seen that look before. She knows that look. What do you think's going to happen after he hangs up that phone? Well, she knew. I mean, it's on now. Look, he's got it set up, right? He called 911. Something goes down. She's the mental patient. There's evidence that he calls 911. It works, right? It's not. You got to get past this whole thing. To convict her, you got to answer that question. Why is he calling? Why is he calling?
I don't object. This is a misstatement of the law.
I'll say the objection as phrased.
Here's the thing. Again, Mr. Alderman's going to say, all I have to do is hit these points, right? It's real simple, right? The example was the cake, I think. I'm sure he said. The egg, the flour, the milk, that's what you need to make a cake. It's 3 things. And these are just the things that I need. Well, can we please ask if the egg's really an egg? If the milk's expired? I mean, can we get behind the evidence a little bit? All right. I know I'm jumping around. I don't mean to be necessarily doing that. Okay. Obviously, I've said some things. All right. What do we know about the night before? It all matters. Colin is so concerned that Bree is going to hurt the kids, or Colin doesn't. He's going to take these kids. And by the way, this is why I'm jumping around, because I digress. Shouldn't do that. But by the way, is it lost on anybody that what the Marines do? They extract people. Bad guys. Right? We all know this. If he wants to take the kids, take the darn kids. Take the kids. No, he's not interested in that. Let's hang out, man. Let's hang out in this harmonious situation. Cop said, you want to take him, take him. The Marine who's locked in his own garage and he can't seem to extract a couple little kids. Anyway, the night before, Bree is asleep, snoring. Now, Colin, again, where do we get all this from? We get it from Colin talking to Quick. And you go back and look at it, but at first, Colin says, yeah, it was physical last night. It got physical. I went in to the bed Bree is snoring. I think it's around 2 a.m. She has her arm around one of the kids. And he's so concerned, I guess, that this snoring person with her arm around her child is going to hurt the child. Takes the kid, come with me, you're going to sleep on the couch. Also, they get into this major fight because the volume's too high. I mean, what the world's going on? Just go in another room. Go read a book. I mean, she had the volume too high. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut off the Wi-Fi. You see, you get the theme. You get the theme. It's continued torment, indominance. I try to commit suicide. You didn't even call EMS. It's this cycle. This cycle. The battered wife. She.
You want to maybe approach?
Okay. Okay.
Yep. Quickly.
And by the way, Sean said he's fine as well, in case people didn't know. He did message me back and say he was fine.
Withdraw the objection.
Okay. I think you get the idea. Building. And until, somebody snaps. It's like that director, I forget his name. Shows you bits and pieces of the movie and moves around. Not the best way to deliver it, but. Well, now let's get back to the failure of the police to protect this one. We have Deputy Lynn, who comes back, and he's the, let me just cast my hand over these troubled waters. You two really just need to get along. You'd think that in today's society, computerized and all, that before going to this place, he would, he'd look and see, have we been here before? And he'd pull it up, and he would have some knowledge of it. It'd be, it'd be comprehensive, right? No, he shows up. He doesn't know what happened. Doesn't know what happened before. Now this time, Colin's the one who calls. Why does he call? He wants to get another call in, right? Ultimately, this is going to come to a head, man, and he wants his calls in. And his call this time, oddly enough, I'm out here in the street. Can she keep me locked out of my own home? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Imagine if the answer is, well, yeah, if you're out and she's in there, the law is that you're done, man. It could be a day, it could be a week. Game over. What? Who does that? Well, people that want to kind of give a blow by blow what's going on, right? So we got Lynn there. He's talking to Colin. Possession's 9. It's actually 9 points of the law. I don't think most people know that, but it's not 9 cents, but we're going to say 9. He's telling him, take the kids. Take the kids. It's not, not possession's 9 cents. You can break the window and go in. At the same time, he's like, listen. We just gotta get along. Well, he goes to talk to Bree, and he delivers the same kind of spirit of everybody just got to get along. I mean, wouldn't that be great, right? We're gonna call the police. We didn't call for a priest or a counselor. Anyhow, he goes to Bree and he says, man, you just need to talk. Man. You get along. Well, then she keeps saying he won't talk to me. I mean, is that the motive here for this whole deal? That she's so worked up that he won't talk to her. And I kind of lost track in the beginning of Mr. Alderman's deal. I don't know if he was trying to say that that Colin was willing to talk or not willing to talk, but you can hear on the video where she's saying, hey, can we talk? Can we talk? I mean, that's a woman who the next day is going to premeditated murder. Anyway, I'm a jumper, right? I'm a jumper. But Lynn's talking to her, and you just need to work it out. Why in the world can you work it out? You know, he won't talk to me. But somehow, in this murder trial, that's where the state is. And for those who think that, and this is easy, what are we doing here? We listen to the bangs. She shot him. She said she shot him. She said she was a murderer. So it's over, right? What are we doing here? No, man. No. You're going to follow your oath. You're going to go behind the evidence. You're going to wonder, why are we talking about this? I guess it's a motive. What? And again, small detail, but an interesting one, under the theme of the police don't do anything to help her, right? I get the argument, right? I get the argument. Well, the police didn't shoot him. No, man. It's all this torment leads her to call. Who in the world is going to say they were raped? If it's just all, just I get them out of here kind of thing. It's all building up. And Lynn, this is a good one. This is a good one. Lynn says, if you need anything, just call us. She gives a little bit of a laugh. And I do too. Oh, I'll be sure to do that. Hell, I've called you. I've told you. You haven't done anything. Came down and you let my kid go look at your car. That's a nice enough thing to do. Nice guy. Nice guy. But do your job, man. Before I forget. Of course, Lynn comes back after the shooting, right? And, it's his body cam that we're seeing, when Bree's like catatonic. Bravo, bravo, good job. We're going to win this case, we're going to send you to Hollywood. And, talk about Florida. Lynn says to her, okay, Rebecca. He didn't even get her name right. I can hear Mark now. Come on. What is that? I'll tell you. Because it shows an absolute and utter indifference in the way she was treated. Rebecca. He didn't even call her Brenda, right? Bonnie. He didn't even get the B right. I don't know. Here's the thing. As a lawyer, you're defending somebody in a murder case. You may say, man, what does that have to do with anything? I mean, you're just nitpicky, man. You're just nitpicky. That's part of my oath to bring that up. So I apologize to anybody who just, kind of wants to get out of here. And I pray that you're not there. All right. With Lynn, she says, I locked him out because I didn't want to have this argument in front of the kids. Now, for anybody that thinks that, Bree is at a point where she thinks that Colin's going to hurt the kids, well, then, I think it'd be fair game to say, well, then you got to take the kids out, right? She's not quite there. Because she brings your daughter out to him. So if anybody thinks that's like an aha, I mean, she's trying to function, right? She's trying to function. She's trying to some interaction with her father. I mean, it hasn't reached quite the boiling point yet. All right. A lot of this I've covered, and I apologize to be so note bound. Normally I'm not. All right, a lot's been made about, what Bree said afterwards. If any among you don't.
I'm sorry to say, but this is a shit closing. This is a shit closing. Oh, Greg says the same time. It sucks. He does suck. This guy sucks. He just needs to sit down now. Fuck it out.
I don't think that this woman's in shock, then I got a lot of work to do. She's clearly in shock.
No, I realized within the first 5 minutes. I'm just saying it now because I was like, I've had enough already. Do you know what I mean? So no, I realized quite quickly. Don't you worry.
She gathers her kids afterwards. She goes and stands. Remember, this is premeditated. She goes and stands, huddles up, I guess, with the kids. Jumper. After she checks on her husband, that she intentionally reflected is what the element is. Time of reflection. Anyway, after that, she gets the kids, goes over to the neighbor's house. And again, under the heading of she's not quite right. She's in shock because why is that important? Because so much that she said in the interview is now, this beacon of information. And she's standing out there huddled up with the kids at a neighbor's house that she doesn't really even know. They never said they knocked on the door or anything. And she's just standing there. She's white as a ghost. I'll talk about objective signs. Right?
No, Elsie, you're all good. You're all good, my darling. No, I knew you'd be sarcastic. It's all good. It's all good.
It's an objective sign of shock, obviously. And what is her concern? What's the theme? The theme is torment. The theme is all she really cares about is her children and their safety. So she says to the different neighbor, I'm not as good with the names as Randy is. Like that old guy that calls his kids by different names. Will you take care of my kids? Will you take care of my kids? What's going on there, man? What's going on there? She's the abusive relationship. I mean, so why didn't she just, divorce him? No. Well, he gets. I mean, all right. What? She's not going to get custody, and she said something about, he said to her, "No one's going to believe you. You're a crazy bitch, and I'm not going to get custody and stuff." Well, she sure got custody from Special Agent Hardy, right? And the theme is the torment. The theme is that this woman really just cares about her kids. This diabolical killer who says 70 times, kids, kids, kids. And then, she's at the car, and what she says there is being used against her. She's, I mean, can you imagine? Right? Can you imagine? Whoa, why isn't there an ambulance here? Why don't you guys get the check out? This person that intentionally killed her husband. But she says she's a murderer. There you go. That's an admission. Let's wrap it up. Let's go. I don't know which officer it was. If I probably would forget her name anyway. She says, look, don't say anything right now. Don't say anything right now. Why? Why? Well, maybe she hasn't read her Miranda rights by then, but man, police love when suspect. When people talk, right? I love it. But finally, there's a drip of compassion in the female officer. Female, kind of fits. There's no saying it. Haven't seen it in 35 years. Good for you. A little late, but good for you. And where are we, right? We're in the area now of reason shock. So when she goes to the interview, I don't know, maybe it's me, but get this, it's not, I hate to tell people that they didn't do a good job in their profession that I'm not even in, but really, you're going to let this fan blaze the whole time? That's not interviewing 101, right? But what has happened in this case is that everything that she has said there is now being, dissected, looked at under a microscope. She said that, so it fits back here, and but the source is what she said. Again, she's in shock, right? If somebody took the witness stand and they were in shock, the judge wouldn't even let them. I mean, people, this is a murder case, right? Somebody came in and they were not of the right mind, they're whatever was going on, they wouldn't be able to testify. But we're looking back at Bree in his interview and we're picking everything apart. I get it. He's got a hard job. He's a great lawyer. But don't let the fact that he's a great lawyer turn into and result that she's this diabolical, murder. It just doesn't make any sense, right? So you gotta see, that's the thing as a jury. You gotta. He's trying to sell you car A. I'm trying to sell you car B. Obviously, you have to make the choice, but you gotta look at everything, step behind everything, examine everything. Don't just say, well, she said in the interview. There's a time in the interview where you can kind of tell she's in her own world. Yeah, they're asking questions. She's not even addressing the question. Where's her head most of the time? Is he dead? And I guess that's orchestrated. Sure, all will tell us. But you got a genuine concern of where her kids are. Which dovetails back into the whole theory that the concern is the safety of the children. And this guy's, I'm going to suggest to you, I get an objection, walking around, with a pistol. And
yes, Your Honor, I am going to object for speculation, or that isn't there facts not in evidence.
Well, you want to?
I'll overrule.
I mean, I don't know. Go back and if he gets to put the video up and say, look, I do too. Go back and watch that. All right. What else? Well, at least in the video, you can say she's fully cooperative, right? And you would I think if a person is going to plan a murder like this, while he's out with 911, come on. Anyhow, if this person is going to plan that, I don't think they're going to be all, open to talk. But she's doing the best she can. She tells him where the gun is, too, right? This isn't. I don't know. Look, if she planned this, man, it's a train wreck. And again, I can hear. And so, she doesn't have to have long to plan it. There's no evidence of any premeditation. None. That you will be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about. Let's bring Mr. Reasonable Doubt back in. Somebody can't maybe be guilty, probably is guilty. Well, I don't know, I think 51 before. No. While I'm on it, reasonable doubt instruction says you have to have an abiding conviction of guilt. When Mr. Alderman flashed that up there, he didn't talk about that, did he? Twice in that instruction, an abiding conviction of guilt. We're talking about ultimately a huge decision. Big time in your life. You've made them. Career, marriage, kids. This isn't a, which soup spoon should I use? There's zero evidence in this case, zero evidence that could convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that this is premeditated. First degree murder? Come on, man. You know better.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Sustain as to, you know better. I'll strike that.
All right, again. If you get to a place where you want to find value in the interview, well, I mean, I'll spend some time there with you. She says, I tried to block the door. And again, it gets back to, you saw the size of this guy. You see his arms? Try to block the door. Listen to that audio, man. What the world's going on? The whole thing's reaching a tipping point. And she's blocking the door, doing the best she can. I guess that's his arm. I don't. No proof of that either. Anyway, I can't repeat myself too much here. All right, so she mentioned try to block the door. Said he was coming towards me. All right. Well, let me tell you how all that works. Mr. Alderman is not a reconstructionist. He's not an expert witness in this area. He's got it all laid out. And what I would challenge him on is he flashes up here. First bullet here, second bullet here, third bullet here, fourth bullet here. Oh, really? How do you know which one was the first one? You know where that one went. So that's a flaw. Additionally, he's looked at the entry wounds, and he knows what those are. He knows how it all happened in there. He's your video, and we've got the audio, and let's wrap it up and go. The evidence is, and you don't need to be a reconstructionist for this, that there's a shot. How about being turned, right? Being turned. I mean, it's not like, excuse me, to turn my back. It's not like, there's no evidence he's just here and it's just, right? The state would want you to believe that, he's locked in the garage, grabs a gun, bursts in. So, no evidence of that. No evidence of that. All right. I'm going to have to bring this in for a landing at some point, obviously. The justifiable use of homicide. self-defense. So stand your ground. It's Mr. Alderman spent some time on. It has to be an imminent threat. An imminent threat. Well, that's existed for a while, right? I mean, if he's batters, makes a call, he's battered me, he's raped me. I mean, it's fairly eminent. Even in her, look, this is back to if you believe, take any value whatsoever, because it's either you do or you don't with the interview. And if you do, he was coming towards me. That's relevant to the self-defense. The struggle, relevant to the self-defense. Defense of others, right? Also includes, the children. She's gotten to a point there that look, again, it's not going to surprise anybody that her concern, is the kids. Let's talk about, I'm going to spend a little bit of time with you on Eric Kuhn again. It's just the dichotomy, that the police, I don't believe you. Good luck. Yeah, just talk to them. It'll be fine. And then you have the sophistication of, we're going to send 2 guys to Pennsylvania. We're not going to let them know. Oh, really? Why is that? Because we want to get a little bit off guard. But then, the defense isn't running around with a, little James Bond camera and talking to witnesses, catching them off guard. They talk about, fair trial. I mean, that's some trickery, man. That's some subterfuge. Where was any of that when they were called to Bree's house? It just, look, he's just not right, not fair. Now, I was on the phone. I'm not a witness in this case. I hate to say I in front of a jury, particularly in a case like this. I was on the phone. I said, just walk it through. Just walk it through. Those officers didn't ask him a single question. Not a single question. Fly all the way up there. We're gonna do a little, little tactic, a little trick. We're gonna show up at 6 a.m. unannounced. I mean, I don't know. I didn't start the whole thing off by, hey, just walking through them. They had no questions. And then the guy comes down here. Oh, how was it? She saved him. He's now saving her. He's going to be saved. And then he's really, this is kind of baffling. He's ridiculed ultimately. You didn't say this, you didn't say that. I wasn't asked. I was told to walk through it. Was it 3 days after he listens to an event? Probably an event that he's not going to have anything like that the rest of his life. We're going to use this stuff, man. We're going to use this stuff to convict your sister of first-degree murder. I don't know. I guess I should have spent more time with him. he said, 7 minutes, and then about this phone call. And then I said 45 minutes. And if you go back to the exchange, it's really on me. He was called all day long, right? That's the other thing here. Why is she calling her brother all day long? Again, it's not what you see when the police are there. I mean, this is a day. This is a day. Because he's being called all day long. Anyhow, I just wanted to mention, that was probably more my fault. Okay, let's get to, I think, let me just look. The problem sometimes is, as a lawyer, you come into these and you say, I'm not going to chase rabbits. What that means for lawyers is that when the state goes first, and anything they say, you go after, you take the bait. Sometimes it can look like you're adding credibility to it, but it's hard, right? It's hard. All right, let's get to the jury instructions. And I apologize. I'm almost out of water, so that's good for you. That'll get me to sit down and shut up. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. All right. The decision must be present in mind. Present in mind. There's no evidence. There's no evidence of that. Now, fair enough. Fair enough. How can you get into somebody's mind? Well, the way that, the way it's done is if you want to know what was on someone's mind at the time, anytime, what do? What's the only thing you can do? Is you go back before and see if the before is consistent with what you are trying to allege or find out in terms of their mind, and then you go afterwards. I mean, clearly, the law wouldn't be the way it is if there was no way to prove it, right? I guess ultimately, Mr. Alderman's like, well, there's no way to prove that. All right, fine. We'll go on, right? The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. No, I mean, there's no evidence of any of this. All right, we get to second degree, right? First degree is the low-hanging fruit. No evidence, okay? There's no evidence of premeditation. The second degree, is number 2, and you'll have these. Not a PowerPoint guy, I guess I should be, but be stumbling around with that probably. Is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. back to the cycle that these two were on. What did she say in the interview room? And I don't care if she
Tits
was
and
a try or
clams,
not,
tits
frankly.
and clams, that's a
She said
charity.
about this.
Tits and clams, tits and clams,
This is my best friend.
that's a
She tells her father, we had a
charity.
good weekend. And while I'm on that, I don't know what weekend they're talking about, right? There's good, there's bad. Where's the ill will, hatred, spite, evil intent? I mean, it's got to be pretty obvious and pretty paramount to get us there. All right, now, this is always tough for lawyers. Where you're going to end up, in my opinion. And look, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. The jury room, it's like, I don't want to get too weird, but I am a lawyer. Doesn't mean I'm weird by definition. That place it's a place where you can say what you want to say, you can exchange things, and nobody is going to question it. People may have obviously they're going to be, interested, disappointed, or happy, or what have you, but there's not going to be any investigation. You're not going to show any math to anybody. You decide this case on all the evidence, and you apply your common sense. And you're going to get down to manslaughter. Colin Turner is dead. Bree intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Colin Turner. Well, that one doesn't fly either. And again, what are we talking about here? We're talking about, what am I going to say? Beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt, abiding conviction. Well, this love of her life, and I get you, I can hear you. Really? The love of her life? Yeah. Yeah. But it's a cycle, right? It's a cycle. And then, why no ambulance for him? Why no ambulance? So I'm not conceding manslaughter, but I would expect that's where you're going to, where you're ultimately going to end up. And if you do, well, you do, but it's absolutely not first-degree murder. Absolutely. It's not second-degree murder. I've already talked about justifiable, use of deadly force. There was a struggle, right? There was a struggle. And again, we don't know. We don't know what's going on in that garage, man. We don't know. All right, there's a couple little ones, and then we're gonna bring it in for a landing. We give you rules of the road in terms of how to evaluate witnesses. And one of those is, did the witness seem to have an interest in the outcome of the case? Well, we've got investigator Rowell, who's still here. He has an interest in this case. So when the government comes up and says, well, the only witness really that would have, a paramount interest is going to be Eric Kuhn. Well, I mean, he's sitting back there. I'm not picking on him. God bless him. It's an open courtroom. But he's interested. So this whole, they're just doing their job. However you decided, they just, okay. No, he's interested. And I'll kind of close. My son, I spoke at his wedding and Dad, are you prepared to speak at my wedding? You ought to ask if I'm prepared to stop speaking at your wedding. So I do apologize to some degree for being repetitive, for weaving it through. It's a passionate affair. I get back to my oath and back to the responsibility. At any rate, sympathy, feelings of prejudice, there's no place, right? There's no place. There can't be. There just can't be. In your deliberations in terms of how you get there. I was so in shock from listening to the bullets. I mean, I feel sympathy. No. And listen, this is no celebration of Colin's death, okay? The tragedy, under any circumstances. Right? This isn't necessarily Bree versus Colin. We're just going through the facts to determine what? To determine if the state can prove its case beyond and to the exclusion of any reasonable doubt. Now, like it or not, I think I've given, I think I've given it to Bree's family. I think I've given it to Randy, and most importantly, I think I've given it to Bree and ultimately to you. Wasn't the greatest closing of my life. But it really kind of comes down to, is this woman here a murderer? Or was she a person that was protecting her children and got zero help from the police? And of course, ultimately, she was protecting herself, right? Try the case on the facts, the evidence, and you'll get there. You'll get there. If there was any logic to any of this, the not guilty on this verdict form, it should really say not proven. So that's what it's about. Can the state prove their case? And those are some pretty, those are some pretty lofty elements, again, against reasonable doubt, again, with the presumption of innocence. So when you get there, it's all right. Just say, look, man, there wasn't enough evidence for this element or this element. It just wasn't, this wasn't enough to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. When you look at the whole picture, the whole totality of circumstances, and, in a minute, I'm going to be done, I promise. And Mr. Alderman's going to get up here and he's going to say some bad things about me. Not like bad guy, but he's going to tell you that I was trying to sell you a bill of goods. He's going to say some bad things about Bree. And, all I can say is, as I sit there and I hear what he's going to say, and I can't get back up, but you know what? I would if I could. And you know that. This case, it's not an easy case. It's not a she shot him. Let's go home. It's got it all figured out. No. On behalf of Mr. Etheridge, and everybody's excited. You can tell the landing.
Fuck us on mute. Shari, thank you for the coffees. She says, love you. In the backwards Yankees hat. Hope you're feeling better today compared to yesterday. Thank you, Shari, and I am. Thank you, my darling. Not 100%, but get in there. Thank you, Shari, for the coffees, as always. Thank you, darling. This guy's still going on. Shut the fuck up, dude. Oh, my God. He doesn't shut the fuck up, like... I'm promising you he's still going, but hang on. Let me get... Oh, he sat down. He sat down. Hang on. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I realize the last thing you want.
Next time Dylan puts up one of my comments, you all can see it better. It doesn't, but it depends on the screen. But people could screenshot it and zoom in if they want to do and stuff like that. So tell us more, like does she have a car? Tits and clams, that's a charity. Tits and clams, that's a charity. No, he didn't miss the thing. He just drew up and was like, I am closing, I'm gonna sit down. Oh, yeah, shut the fuck up, dude.
What I probably want to do right now is listen to another attorney. I promise you I'll keep this brief.
Please do, dude.
Mr. Barnes talked about
Fucking hell.
that Colin was walking around strapped. There was zero evidence of that. Okay, this case has nothing to do with Colin's gun. Nobody ever mentioned anything about that. He mentioned several times about shock. She's in shock. She's in shock. Okay, there's physical shock and emotional shock. Emotional shock is somebody threw me a surprise birthday party. I'm shocked. Physical shock is a response to something that has happened. She is not shocked of what happened. She is in physical shock about what has happened. He kept talking about a plan. I hope that every time he said that in your mind, you said, that is not required. Premeditation does not require a plan. The evidence shows this was a premeditated act. Physically, she had to go get her gun, come back, walk to the door with the intent of killing her husband. That's not a plan. but that is premeditation. She went to that door for one purpose, not to talk, not to argue, not to confront him, to kill him. That was her sole intent. Your decision should be based on the evidence. If you have any lingering doubts or questions about what happened to Colin or what took place in that garage, there's a very clear answer.
2 and 45 seconds.
Your false emergency.
Hi, you guys have been out to my house twice today, and then most recently the deputy talked my wife into letting me in the house, and then she locked me in the garage, and I tried to break my arm. I'm trying to get back inside.
What's your address, sir?
6184 Jenks, Jenks Drive. She's currently got me locked in the garage because earlier she broke both of the big doors, and then when I came out here to fix it after getting in the house earlier, she locked the door behind me. And then when I said,
What was that?
He just shot me.
She just shot him.
Thank you, Judge. Bree Kuhn murdered her husband, Colin. Now it's time for you to make that official. Found her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
Good closing. Very good, sir.
Members of the jury.
Very
in a
good.
few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on. To have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as an email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Now, if you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. Now, during the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. All of the exhibits, with the exception of the firearm, the magazine, and the ammunition, will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see the firearm, the magazine, or the ammunition, please request that in writing. Now, in closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Now I have to do what is one of my more unpleasant tasks to do as a judge, and that is to let you know who the alternates are, because the alternates will not be able to go back and participate in deliberations. The alternates in this case are juror number 94 with the initials of CB and juror number 58 with the initials of LB. For the alternate jurors, what I'm going to have you do is go back to the jury room and retrieve any personal belongings. I'm going to have you come back in here. I have a few closing comments to say to you at that time. So if y'all will go with the court deputy, and the court deputy will bring you back in here in just a minute. All the remaining jurors, please remain in your seats. All right, if the attorneys will approach.
I think they could be done in like in less than half an hour, but I think they will do the right thing and just go. Let's just make sure. Let's just go through some of these and stuff like that. So the verdict might take an hour and a half to 2 hours to come out to us, but they'll have done their mind. They'll once they take they'll vote for a four person. They will then say who's for. You might have one holdout for first degree, so there might be a little bit of discussion. But I think they will need to discuss stuff and go back and forward. So I think in their minds they will only need half an hour, but they probably will want to go through some of the other stuff. With the Matt Moore one, it took 25 minutes, but they still came back the next day for 3.5 hours just to do their due diligence. Even with Matt, they said we all found you not guilty within 25 minutes of us leaving our chairs to the deliberation rooms. However, we wanted to make sure, so we went through everything again for 3.5 hours. So they might do that, but I think the verdict's done in less than half an hour. However, they might want to go through stuff. So. I mean, if you look at Alex Murdoch, he was 45 minutes, door to door. Do you know what I mean? So I don't see it being. And there's only 6 of them, I believe. If there's no death penalty, there's only 6 of them. So I mean, it will take them a little bit of time to get all the evidence behind them, maybe. And as I say, they might want to do their due diligence to go through some of the wording on the jury instructions. We just don't know what they're like. However, they could just come in and go, right, done.
Okay. The alternate jurors are back in the courtroom. At this time, the remaining members of the jury, you may now take your notes and pens back with you, and you may begin your deliberations. We should have lunch there for you in the jury room now, and it is 12:23 p.m. So you now may begin your deliberations.
Please rise for the jury. Y'all will follow me.
Okay, everybody can be seated. Okay, for the alternate jurors, I want to thank you so much for participating in this case. I don't know whether you're glad, mad, frustrated, angry, disappointed that you don't go back to be a part of the deliberations. But I want to express to you my sincere thanks, the attorney's thanks for being part of this. Having alternates for jury service is vital to our justice system operating. That's because in a case like this, we have to have 12 people. If you get less than 12, then we have to declare a mistrial and the entire process would have to start over. So that's why we have alternates, because we never want a situation where we do not have enough jurors in a particular case. And in fact, when we started the trial, we actually had 3 alternate jurors. And so we had an issue come up with a juror, but because we had an alternate, then that juror could be excused, and then the alternate takes their place. Now, you may say, well, we were all here. Why did you make me go all week when you had enough people? That's because you never know what may happen during a trial, especially one that goes all week. You may have a juror get sick. You may have a juror have a family member get sick out of town. Somebody has car problems. There can be a whole host of things that might occur, and we just don't want to take that chance. In fact, in my own experience, I've had situations where I've had a juror get sick just before the closing arguments. And had we not had the alternate, then we would have had to start the whole thing over again. I've had another case where after the last witness testified, one of the jurors informed us they had had previous experience and interaction with that witness. It was one of those situations where the witness's name was called at jury selection. They didn't recognize the name, but then when the witness took the witness stand, they recognized the face. And it was the last witness in the case. So again, if we had not had the alternates, we would have wasted an entire day. So I hope you understand why we do these things. But you being an alternate, even being an alternate, I hope this has been a learning experience for you. And I want to thank you so much for your attention. As the judge, not only am I paying attention to what's coming out on the witness stand, I'm paying attention to the attorneys, but I'm also paying attention to the jurors to make sure they are paying attention. I know both of you were. So I want to thank you so much again for your time and attention to this case. So at this time, you do enjoy some special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors, and that is you cannot be compelled to talk about the case whatsoever, and you're not required to talk about discussions that about the case. We have recognized for many centuries our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases, and that anything having to do with this case can remain your private affair. You are now at liberty to speak to anyone about the case, but you are also at liberty not to speak to anyone about this case. That is left up to you individually as jurors. So I also think we do have their lunches. So if you want to grab your lunch, you can do that. You are certainly welcome to stay here at the courthouse and wait for the jury's verdict. Obviously, we don't know when that will be, but you certainly have the right to come back in the courtroom and see what the jury's verdict is. Or you, if you wish, you can leave now. So that's, again, I'm going to leave that up to you. So again, thank you so much for your time and attention to this case. This does count as jury service, so you shouldn't get another summons for at least a year. And with that, make sure you grab all your belongings, and I hope y'all have a great weekend. Thank you so much. Oh, I meant to ask, do y'all have any questions at this time? Okay, all right, thank you.
I can't compose.
Okay, everybody can be seated. Anything else we need to put on the record before we recess?
I know
No, sir.
you,
All right,
you hate
we'll
my
be in
voice and
recess
my songs,
until
so I
jury
made
comes back.
this just for you. Compose, better known compose. Thank you to Robin G for making the name compose for thee. fuck's sake. As muted. Cherie, there's nothing. No verdict yet. They've just gone back. I did not know this, Joe, so thank you for sharing that. I did not know that. I thought it was 6 for everything except for TP, so thank you for sharing that. I did not know that. This is a cornetto. This is a crunchy cornetto. Right. Let's get the first thing first. I did not watch this yesterday because I want to replace some of these things today. So here we go, people.
All rise. District Court is now in session. Honorable Judge Cliff presiding.
Be seated. All right. Good afternoon. This is State v. Koberger. I want to go over the appearances this afternoon on behalf of the state. Would state attorneys please represent themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. This is Ashley Jennings. She's my senior deputy. And then we have Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty from the Attorney General's office. And then we have victim support staff with us.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Defense?
Ann Taylor, attorney for Brian Koberger, Elisa Massa, and Jay Logston, counsel for Mr. Koberger as well.
Thank you. All right. Like to tell you I'm happy to be here, but why start with an untruth? I am accepting of my responsibility to be here. I want to go over with you some expectations of mine, given that I don't think any of you, other than Ms. Massoth, have appeared in front of me before. When you file memorandums of law, briefs, etc., please provide a Word copy by email to my staff attorney. After today's hearing, you may get that from the staff here today. Today, I know there was an issue that was brought up with respect to Mr. Koberger's attire for today. I did issue an order yesterday permitting him to appear in civilian clothes for this hearing only. That is a matter in terms of future hearings that we will take up in a closed hearing the day of, but in advance of whatever our next hearing date will be. My intention will be that Mr. Koberger will not be present for that hearing because part of what we will be discussing are security measures. And I expect to hear from the transport deputies and the bailiffs regarding security issues that they want to address or that I have questions for them about so that I can make an appropriate ruling in terms of his appearance here, but weighing that not just against, of course, his rights, but also against the needs of security in this case. I do expect, as it probably will come to no surprise to you, for you all to get along. I understand the stakes in this case are as high as they can possibly be in any case, but you are professionals. You have taken oaths, both as of officers within your jurisdictions, but also as attorneys before this bar. So I expect at all times for you to remain civil to one another, that you not engage in personal attacks, ad hominem attacks, that you not engage in theatrics, not misstate the facts or the law to the court, and that when you cite arguments in your briefs, if there is contradictory precedent, I expect to see that. I appreciate in advance what should go without saying that I've just said in terms of your responsibilities. But again, I just want to highlight that because I understand when the stakes are high, sometimes victory seems to be the objective when our first objective is to conform to the oaths that we've taken as members of the bar, as officers of this court. All right.
I love that. I love the fact that you just said that. Sometimes it gets lost, the fact that, you know, victory is what people, there's so many attorneys, all they care about is victory, not their oath. They don't give a shit about their oath. They just want a victory. That, what a great line that was by the judge. I wish more judges did that and said, fuck your victories. This is about getting to the truth. That's what it should be. But there's so many attorneys out there that it's all about victory. All about victory. I love that. I love that. I've never heard him say that before. Unless any judge say that before. So I love that already. Put him in the place. Say it's not about victory. It's about the truth, as it should be. But we see time and time and time and time and time again where it's not about the truth. It's about, because once the prosecution bring a case forward, it's all about the win. They've decided they're guilty. We're going for the win. That's all we give a shit about. Wow, that's really good. Hope he sticks with that as well. Hope he sticks with that because that's really, really good. More people need to understand that.
I do have some matters with respect to scheduling that I want to go over today, but before I do that, I'd like to hear from you with respect to the matters that you either need to make me aware of or want to make me aware of. The other thing before I do that, though, I do know that Judge had entered a non-dissemination order. That still remains in place. And unless I, for some reason, remove that order, it will stay in place. And I expect it to be religiously adhered to by all parties, counsel, victims, counsel for the victims. And I will not tolerate violations of that. Likewise, I know that much of the evidence in this case has been subject to orders sealing under that dissemination order or otherwise have been sealed by the court. I likewise expect everyone that has access to that information, whether it's sealed documents or information in sealed hearings or the information itself in the documents, to adhere to the confidentiality expected as it relates to those. Okay, that's my one and only lecture for you for the remainder of this case. With that, let me hear from you. We'll start with counsel for the state.
Your Honor, I don't know that we have specific questions we want to propose today. We're looking forward to hearing the scheduling. I think that's going to drive, for us, particularly the distance involved, any questions that we may have. I appreciate what you've already mentioned to us, and we will certainly honor all of that. Thank you, sir.
Taylor?
Thank you, Your Honor. There are a few issues that I wanted to make the court aware of as the court decides on the scheduling order. We want the court to know that our team has been working towards the June of 2025 trial date that had been issued by Judge in the case. But in candor to the court, I need to let the court know some issues that have come up that we face that causes me concern. First, I think the court's probably aware of the vast amount of discovery that's been exchanged in the case by reviewing the record. But since August, we have received about 398 gigabytes of new information, and I can tell the court that nobody on the team has read every bit of that yet. So there's a vast amount of discovery to continue to go through, and I wanted the court to be aware of that. The second thing is that during the course of this case, we had an expert that we were working with, and that expert passed away. We have been able to refill that role to have a new expert to do the work that that expert was hired to do. but we are not progressed to the point that I'd hope to be through no fault of the new expert. The court should be aware of that as well. And last, as the court is very well aware, the system of delivering public defense is changing next week. As appointed counsel in the case, I do not have a contract yet. Nobody on my team is under contract for this case. I'm concerned about what that means, and I thought the court should be aware. Further, we have been able to access funding to help us prepare this case through Idaho Criminal Rule 12.2. At the current time, we're working with about 25 experts and investigators to prepare the case. I don't know if 12.2 will continue to be the way to get funding for those experts and investigators, or if that's changing. And I thought the court should know those things. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am hopeful that Mr. Fredrickson will ensure that the contract is available for you and your team next week. I have no control over that, of course, other than to, as it relates to who I permit to withdraw from this case or not withdraw from this case. As to 12.2 funding, my understanding is, and I've had a discussion with Judge Munson, who has been serving, as I understand it, as what we refer to as the money judge. I've asked him to remain in that capacity at least through the transition to the state public defense system in next week on October 1. My understanding is, and perhaps I will come to find out something different, but that once it goes to that system, 12.2, as it relates to public defense funded attorneys on contract seeking 12.2 funding, that's no longer a thing, that would come through the state public defense budget, essentially. I guess we'll find out if that becomes a problem down the road, but that's my understanding, because that whole system that 12.2 is based upon is coming to an end. So given your statement about the trial date, my proposal to move this case forward into May is probably not going to land well with you, but that's what I wanted to talk about, is the timing of the trial. I'm concerned with a trial as currently set for a number of reasons, but first I want to find out from you, as you sit here today, what that trial looks like in terms of the number of weeks of trial, starting from after a jury is selected through the end of the evidence and before any potential sentencing phase. So what are your estimates of that?
Your Honor, I think it would be a fair estimate based on what we know at this point to have a month and a half or perhaps a bit more just for the evidence for the guilt phase of the trial. I say that knowing.
But is that just your evidence, or does that include defense evidence?
Well, I was just getting ready to say, I say that understanding or acknowledging that Ms. Taylor has estimated 2 to 3 months total. I do not know. We do not know what the defense has in mind for their case right now. So all I can speak to is what we anticipate for ourselves. But I would think the state's evidence in chief should be able to come in a month and a half or so.
Okay. Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, we estimate 4 weeks for the defense portion of the trial case.
Of the guilt phase?
Yes, Your Honor.
So 10 weeks. In terms of if there is a penalty phase, should the defendant be convicted of one of the statutory qualifying offenses, how long do we estimate the penalty phase being?
Your Honor, from the state's perspective, I believe we're going to be relying heavily on the evidence that's introduced during the guilt phase, and the additional evidence that would be brought in, unless there's something we learned from the defense about their experts, it is probably take no more than a week.
Taylor?
Your Honor, I would estimate 2 weeks for that part of any trial.
That's
for our evidence.
For your evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So my concern, because this trial is currently set to begin June 2nd and end approximately August 31st, is having it set to run the entire course of the summer. I think we will find to be difficult on jurors in particular. Jurors who may have children who are out of school in terms of being able to spend time, go on vacations with them, et cetera. That's one concern. The second concern is with school that typically starts in mid to late August, and jurors or parents who may have kids going off to school, the timing of that through August. And that's my primary concern about that time frame. I had two proposals. One was to start the trial in the evidence portion of the trial the first week of May. And the other would be to start the evidence in early September. And I'd like your thoughts on this. I'm not saying or necessarily will vacate the June trial date, but I want to look at alternatives here because I am concerned about that spread that takes the entirety of the summer.
And we hear you, Your Honor. By way of history, the summer, we advocated for that in Latah County because the courthouse is right across from the high school and the summer would have the students gone. If we were looking at the other two choices, we would propose May.
Taylor?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would have to advocate for September at this point, based on the 3 reasons that I gave the court before.
So I'm not going to worry about the public defense change because I think that will take care of itself. The one thing that you brought up the most, I mean, I understand there's a lot of evidence, but May is not tomorrow. May is many months away. So the one that concerns me that you brought up is your expert. And I'm not asking you necessarily to give away any secrets prematurely that you may have in terms of defense strategy, but can you help me understand this expert if you're able to, and what their role is and what the prospects are?
Your Honor, it's really difficult to tell you much about the expert without giving away a lot. I can tell you that this is a very necessary expert for us to have on board. We've been able to find somebody to fill the role. I'm confident in the person that will fill the role. There just hasn't been enough time to get the work accomplished yet. I know that that doesn't tell the court a whole lot more than what I said before, but I really feel that that would disclose too much for me to say more. I could do so on an ex parte basis or with Judge Monson, our resource judge, but not in a public setting.
I understand. Do you anticipate being able to fulfill your obligations for your current expert disclosure deadline that was set by Judge?
No, not with a lot of confidence. I think that the work is going to take longer than to meet that deadline. I think if we met that deadline, I would have additional information that I would want to be able to present, and maybe I would have been stopped from that with that deadline.
So I don't have a motion to extend that date, obviously, and with the changes that occurred, I understand why you didn't file one out of the box, but the deadline, I think, is January 6th, something like that, if I'm not mistaken, for experts on the defense side.
That's one of our deadlines, Your Honor, yes.
I guess does the state have anything to say in response?
Not knowing the details of the challenges Ms. Taylor and her team are facing, I don't really know how to respond further, Your Honor.
What do you think is a realistic deadline for you to be able to disclose your experts for everything? I'm assuming it was January, all save that one expert. But with respect to the expert you had to replace, when do you think you could disclose consistent with the scheduling order?
Other than the expert that had to be replaced, Your Honor, there were two separate deadlines. One was for trial experts and one was for mitigation experts. And I believe that I can make that deadline other than that one expert.
Can you tell me if the one expert is a mitigation or a trial expert?
A mitigation expert, Your Honor.
And what do you think you need for that mitigation expert in terms of a deadline? Compared to that mitigation deadline was,
I believe it was March. I don't recall the exact date.
yeah, so that's a long time from now. So I have a lot of questions, but I'm hesitant to ask you the questions because I'm sure you're not in a position to answer them currently, given the forum. So, but March is a long time from now.
Your Honor, the time passes very rapidly, and I appreciate the court not asking questions I can't answer. I think if I had an end of April deadline for that one witness, I think we could make that deadline.
I think he's been in prison, in jail since December 2022, I believe, just before Christmas 2022. So 23, 24, it would have been 2 years and 9 months by next September.
So understanding this is a mitigation expert, Thompson, how concerned are you about getting that disclosure closer to trial?
Closer to trial is somewhat relative. The end of April sounds like it would be on the eve of trial from the date the court is proposing. I think that would be, I'm not sure that would be realistic. And again, I'm not in a position to second guess what Ms. Taylor and her team are representing to the court. She had told us some time back that one of her experts had some health issues, and I think that she did tell us that that person had passed away and they were working on a replacement. If we're looking at a mitigation disclosure at the end of April, I don't know that we could be ready with all the final trial preparation for a May trial. I hate to say that. I feel like I'm cutting my own throat in a sense, but that's realistic.
Well, I can do one of two things. I can set a separate hearing ex parte to explore this further, but I frankly don't know how far that's going to get me. I mean, I can set a date, and my experience tells me that date will be complied with regardless, right? Yeah. 24 hours in a day, but if you use enough of those hours, enough days in a row, you get it done if you have to. At the same time, I don't want to put unrealistic deadlines. And so I can do that. I can have an ex parte hearing, or we can go ahead and reserve September. I will throw it to you, Mr. Thompson, is what you want, what you would advocate for.
Your Honor, could I have just a moment? Your Honor, we trust the court to do the ex parte hearing, see what's there and make the best decision and tell us what the expectations are.
Well, do you want to do that later today or you want to do it tomorrow? You need more time? You want to come back next week?
Your Honor, I had planned to leave town today. I have other case-related obligations tomorrow. I could do it as soon as this hearing's over if the court has time, or I can come back next week at the court's convenience.
I think we'll probably be finished in here by 3 if we were to do it immediately after. Are you comfortable with that? Does that give you enough time to get to the airport?
Yes, I believe it will, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we'll give that a shot. All right. If I move this one way or the other, I will adjust the various deadlines that are in here. I won't adjust the next deadline that you have, understanding that you may be already committed to it, which I think is the motions related to the defense's motion regarding the death penalty, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the next set of hearings that we have?
Those are now scheduled.
I believe that our briefs are due the 10th of next month, with a hearing later this fall and a reply brief deadline for the defense. And we are on track to meet those deadlines, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, you were saying, counsel?
Your Honor, I'm guessing the court has received our motions already. I believe we were set for November the 7th.
I think the state's deadline for discovery has passed. Has the state complied with its discovery obligations, including those outlined in judge's last order and other orders?
We have, Your Honor, and in fact, Ms. Jennings prepared a lengthy summary of all the discovery that was filed with the Latah County Court when our discovery deadline hit. It is lengthy, but there's a lot of discovery.
Sure.
We recognize that.
How much of the, would you say 300 gigabytes?
398 since August 13th.
How much of that is new information?
Ms. Jennings could speak to that.
Ms. Jennings, can you speak to that?
Your Honor, the defense was given, and I'm not sure if this is what they're referencing, but they were given a copy of the OneDrive from the FBI. Most of that was cumulative discovery that they had already received in another fashion. I'm sure there were portions of it that was new information. Okay. I've not calculated how much of that was new. So I can only rely on Ms. Taylor's, what she's represented to the court on that.
Well, I don't think she knows because it doesn't sound like she's looked at it yet.
Not all of it, Judge.
Okay. All right. Well, I will talk when we're finished here with Ms. Taylor without the state present in a closed hearing. What else do we need to talk about today, or do you want to talk about today?
Nothing comes to mind right now, Judge. I know that there will be plenty of opportunity for other discussions. As far as your meeting with defense ex parte, do you want the state for any reason to stay around, or would you like us to get on the road back to Moscow?
Are you flying or driving?
Driving.
Okay. Well, why don't you hang around just in case we need to, if I'm able to make a decision based on that, I can inform you what that is at least.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anything further, other than your your motions regarding the death penalty? Do you have any outstanding motions and the motion as it relates to Mr. Koberger's attire?
Your Honor, there's no outstanding motions right now. I do anticipate filing several motions in the motion to compel deadline. As far as discovery goes, I anticipate there may be some follow-up motions. I, of course, will first try to speak with the prosecutor to resolve those.
Right. I think you will find I'm probably more inclined to hear things more quickly than you're perhaps accustomed to in this case. So just be aware of that. It'd probably be more along the usual, 14-day timeline with respect to motions. If there's a lot that needs to be done with respect to them, we can talk about that. But okay.
On that point, Your Honor, as you can see, they're a multifaceted team. And on motions, we try to assign them to specific attorneys. On various motions, would it be acceptable to the court for those attorneys who are not actively arguing the motions to be able to participate remotely? Or would you like us to be present? We're happy to do either.
I'm fine with that. I just prefer those that are going to be arguing to be here just because it makes it easier to have that dialogue. So,
okay, thank you.
The others, if they want to appear remotely, that's fine.
Thank you.
And same for defense as well, depending on what defense wants to do. Okay.
Fuck's sakes, every fucking time I do that. There's no decision being made though, is it? About there's no decision being made about whether the date's been moved or not. We've not announced it. Because this mofo, I hope it's not me. Selfishly, I hope it's not me. Because obviously I'm in Boston in May. Last 2 weeks of trial I'll miss. Fuck. Can you imagine miss? No, more than that. Oh no, 2 weeks, yeah. 2 weeks I'd miss. Probably a little bit more than 2 weeks traveling and everything. More like 3 weeks maybe. Fuck. Fuck a duck. Fuck a duck. If that's the case. No, I thought that was good. I like this judge. I think by the next hearing, once we get into the actual hearings, I think he's gonna be very strict. I like that. I don't mind that. I like that. The only thing I didn't like now is not knowing what the date's gonna be. We know it's gonna be May or something. Yeah, I know. So bollocks. I hope it's not May. As I say, June's fine. Or September's fine. In some ways, I prefer September. It does make sense what he's saying, though. Do you know what I mean? Because holidays and stuff like that. I do get it. It's just on a selfish note. It's Corn Pop, what you said. I've not heard any of that, Corn Pop, about the DNA on the. And I don't trust it. I don't even trust the Gonzalez or any the family people. I don't trust anybody until it goes into court. So I'm not gonna. I appreciate it though, but they keep saying stuff all the time. I'm just like, shut up. Don't say anything, because you don't know you get in trouble. So we'll see. So 96% of people on law and crime think it will be a guilty verdict. 1% thinks not guilty, and 2% thinks it could be hung jury. Yeah, they worry. they're worried because it's the holidays and the kids won't be there, so people will be with out of school more than in school. So because kids will be out of school, they want to go on trips. The weather's nice and stuff like that. So that's what they consider. Which it makes sense. I do get it. If you got children, they want to go on holidays and stuff. It's not fair on them to be stuck. Won't they will be in the summer or something? No idea. I'm not. Oh, I like the leaks. Yes. Everything being on seal. It should be on seal for my entertainment. No, I get it. I just don't believe anything. I like the leaks. Don't get me wrong. I like the fact that you said all that, but I don't. I take everything with a pinch of salt. That's the only thing. I don't mind the leaks. Don't get me wrong, but most of them are that. Well, you strike them from the jury. They're people like us with no life. Yeah, there are people like us with no lives. You're right. Who want to be on there. We'll see. We'll see. And he's going to make a decision on the clothing aspect as well to see if he's going to be, if Kohlberg is going to be in his jailhouse stuff or whether he's going to be in his suit again. Normally, if this wasn't normally 99% of the time, I would say he should be in his everyone in court should be in their jail attire, no bearings, no questions asked. The only problem I have with this case is because it's so high profile and the media taking pictures of him and stuff like that. Any high profile case, I think they should be in their home way, whatever. Either that or you don't have media, because I think you might get influenced if you know he's in prison already. Just for the sake, more than anything, just for the sake of not giving the defendant. So if he's found guilty, I don't want to give him an out beforehand. I don't want to say, well, he was prejudiced because everyone knew he was in prison already, blah, blah, blah. So anything that's media related, I think they should be in the civvies. Everything non-media related, I think they should be in the jail attire. Just my tuppence. Because if you're taking photos of people, you're already prejudicing them a little bit. So, and I think you can easily give a defendant an out for appeal. Potentially, that's all. Right. What we doing now? Oh, what we doing now? What we doing? Right. I'm trying to keep an eye on every time I play a video. Right. It's every time I play a video, my law crime stream stops. So I can't keep a tabs on it. So it's now or never. You do it to me. Right, this one is the I'm gonna play this because we got Massachusetts people here. Let us play this. Let us play this. Let us play this. You're gonna lay down. That's fine. Yeah, I'm surprising you. This is a mass. I think this is New Hampshire. New Hampshire, Massachusetts. This one is. I would put a trigger warning on this though. I don't think it's. If you think Wade Wilson's bad, then yeah, you better leave because I don't think you're going to enjoy this either. So. Share screen. This happened yesterday. So. This is Lady Di in a nude. Here we go. Right. It's about a murder of a little boy, I think it is. Yeah, Lil G, I would go if I were you. I don't think it's nice. There's a lot of not nice details here, I believe. Yeah, if you don't like murder of children and stuff, you will not like this. Right. Hey Terry, how are the? How was the hurricanes and stuff for you? Hope it wasn't too bad. Look at the amount of. Look at that. Look at this, people. Fucking look at the police, and I think these are police as well. Huge amount of police. Dee 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 dee. All right, then let me find a spot. Not Robin's spot, but just the spot. Ba da 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 da. Here we go.
Counsel, are you all set for the judge? Oh, just a moment. No problem. Just let me know when you're ready. Judge, we are on the record, the state versus Danielle Daphne. We are here for a plea this morning. We're going to start by having counsel identify yourselves for the record, please, starting with counsel for the state. Bethany Rand, please join in the office. Good morning, Megan. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Benjamin Faulkner for Danielle Daphne.
Good morning, Your Honor. Be with your receipt for Danielle Daphne. Okay. Ms. Daphne is present. Good morning. So, Ms. Daphne, we're going to start.
Sorry, I should say this is a plea deal. So she's admitted to killing her son. So this is a plea deal in Massachusetts. So there you go.
By having you stand, and I'm going to ask that you state your name for the record. Thank you. If you could raise your right hand the best that you can. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. You can put your hand down. I just have some paperwork to review with you. Your attorney has submitted an acknowledgement, a waiver of rights, and also a waiver of sentence review. Did you go through that paperwork with your attorneys? I did. Great. On those forms, there is a signature line above where it says defendant. Your attorney has electronically added your signature. Has that been done with your permission? Thank you very much.
Okay, I understand that you intend to plead guilty today. And this is a capped plea, correct? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the state to explain what it is that they will be seeking, and I'm going to come back to you and ask if that's what you expected to hear, okay?
I'm sorry. We do need to be seen.
Please approach. My apologies.
The defendant is pleading guilty today to 2 counts of tampering with a witness. Each of those has a penalty of 3.5 to 7 years incarceration. The tampering with witness charges would run concurrently to one another, but the defendant has agreed that the 3.5 to 7 year sentence for those together
would run consecutively to any sentence imposed on the second-degree murder charge. So the state at sentencing will be seeking a total sentence of 58 and a half years to life incarceration. Okay. Of course.
I don't know. I just saw this and thought it was interesting. So hopefully they will cover it. I have no idea. I just know she killed her son. That's all I know. Sorry, Corn Pop. And she's pleading guilty to it.
Okay, I'll ask that you stand. I have a couple of questions for you for the moment. Are those the terms that you were expecting to hear? Do you understand that a separate sentencing hearing has been scheduled for after your plea of guilty? And at that hearing, the court will listen to arguments and hear evidence from both your attorney and from the state as to what sentence should be imposed. And then after considering all of the evidence and arguments, the judge presiding over that hearing will make a decision as to what the appropriate sentence will be. Do you understand that under the terms of the capped plea, the court will be able to impose any sentence up to the cap? Do you further understand that if it turns out that the judge agrees with the state and imposes the maximum allowed under the terms of the cap, you will not be able to withdraw your plea even if you disagree with the court's decision? All right, you may be seated for the moment, and I'll turn to the state. If this had proceeded to trial, what facts would the state have been able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt? If this case had proceeded to trial, the state would rely on the following evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the crimes sought here, which is second-degree murder knowing and 2 counts of tampering with witnesses. Because this is a bifurcated plea and sentencing hearing, there will be additional facts of guilt the state would rely on at the sentencing phase, but we will not present them all here today. On May the 26th of 2020, 4-year-old Elijah Lewis was moved from Arizona to New Hampshire by his father, Timothy Lewis. That evening, Elijah's mother, the defendant, Danielle Dauphiné, seated to my left at trial table, met Timothy Lewis in the parking lot at the Pheasant Lane Mall in Nashua. Timothy Lewis at that time left Elijah with the defendant and her boyfriend, Joseph Staff. Elijah was carrying a single backpack containing a few of his belongings, and the defendant had not seen Elijah in over 3 years. Your State's Exhibit 1, which has been agreed on as a full exhibit, shows how Elijah appeared shortly after he arrived in the state of New Hampshire. This is Elijah as he arrived in May of 2020, looking healthy, looking happy. Timothy Lewis, after he dropped Elijah off with the defendant, returned to Arizona, and Elijah began living at 7 Sunset Drive in Merrimack with the defendant, with her boyfriend, Joseph Staff, with their 2-year-old child, a female daughter named J.S. Joseph Staff's mother, Joanne Staff, owned the home that they lived in, and she resided on the 1st floor, while Ms. Dauphiné, the defendant, Mr. Staff, and the children lived in the basement. The defendant was the primary caretaker for both Elijah and J.S. She stayed home most of the time, and Mr. Staff primarily worked outside of the home. The investigation in this case revealed that at least between September 27, 2020 and September 21st, 2021, the charged period of conduct with respect to the homicide, Elijah was assaulted, starved, isolated, and neglected. He was tortured. If called to testify at trial, Dr. Cindy Christian of the Children's Hospital of Pennsylvania
would have testified that child torture refers to a child who endures an extended period of time characterized by at least 2 physical assaults or 1 extended assault, 2 or more forms of psychological maltreatment, and neglect, which results in prolonged suffering, permanent disfigurement, or death. Dr. Christian reviewed the case file for this case, and she concluded that Elijah suffered from torture, repeated physical assaults, ongoing psychological maltreatment, including emotional rejection, denigration, isolation, and denial of care. She found severe physical neglect, all of these things resulting in Elijah Lewis's death. Your Honor, before we turn our attention to the death of Elijah Lewis here today, it's important that the court understands some of his background while he was in New Hampshire and how investigators in New Hampshire even became involved in this case. On January 15th of 2020, before Elijah was dropped off in New Hampshire, at a well child visit with his pediatrician in Arizona, Elijah was measured to be 3 feet, 1.25 inches tall, and he was found to weigh 30 pounds, 2 ounces. Elijah's birthday, the day he was born, January 7th, 2016, means that at that time he had just turned 4 years old. Moving forward to after he arrived in New Hampshire, in early October of 2020, Timothy Lewis filed a complaint with the New Hampshire Division of Children, Youth, and Families about concerns he had that Elijah wasn't receiving proper medical care. That complaint opened a DCYF assessment and documented that Elijah was living in New Hampshire with the defendant at 7 Sunset Drive in Merrimack. Text message communications recovered during the investigation show that on October 14th of 2020, the same month where that complaint was filed, the defendant sent an image of Elijah to Joseph's staff via text messaging, saying, "Look at this fucking kid's face." In the photo, Elijah has an apparent bruise on his forehead. His eyes appear swollen and partially closed. The next day, October 15th, the defendant sent a message to Joseph's staff saying that she had just received a call from their DCYF worker and that her heart had dropped because she thought maybe someone called on us. On October 28th, 2020, the day before the scheduled DCYF assessment meeting, the defendant sent a text message to Joseph's staff saying, "I had to be easy on Elijah today because of what's going on, so I gave him a bubble bath with toys." And even staff agreed, yes, we have to be careful. From records obtained during the investigation, it's apparent that Elijah was taken for medical treatment only one time while he resided in the state of New Hampshire with the defendant. That visit occurred on November 22nd of 2020. The records from that visit give us 3 important pieces of information. First, at the time of that visit, Elijah weighed 32 pounds, 3 ounces. Second, the defendant told the doctors that Elijah was leaving New Hampshire the next week and would be moving back to Arizona, an event that was not planned to occur and did not happen. 3, doctors noted bruises on Elijah's face, his left eye, and his right arm. These bruises prompted doctors to report observations to DCYF, which opened a second case about Elijah. Moving forward to January of 2021. On January the 8th of 2021, the defendant, in a phone call with her DCYF worker, reported to DCYF that Elijah no longer lived with her. She stated that Elijah had been sent to live with her sister, Tracy Dauphiné, in California. This option had been discussed with DCYF, with Tracy Dauphiné, and indeed with Timothy Lewis over the course of the open investigations. In fact, Timothy Lewis signed over custody of Elijah to Tracy Dauphiné, the defendant's sister, but the defendant never completed the paperwork to do that. Because of the defendant's lie to DCYF, the investigations were closed. Moving forward much further, October the 7th of 2021. On that date, the defendant gave birth to an infant boy during a home birth inside of 7 Sunset Drive in Merrimack. On October 10th of 2021, 3 days later, Joseph's staff dropped that infant at the Catholic Medical Center in Manchester. This began a DCYF investigation into Joseph's staff, Danielle Dauphiné, and the residents of 7 Sunset Drive. On October 10th, officers with the Merrimack Police Department went to that home where they met with the defendant and Joseph's staff, as well as with Joseph's staff's mother, Joanne. If called to testify at trial, Officer Dudash of the Merrimack Police Department would state that the defendant and Joseph's staff told him that they had originally lived in the basement, but had moved to the first floor because of renovations happening. But when he went to look in the basement, they stopped him from doing so. Officer Dudash would testify that as he looked around the first floor of the home, there were no signs that a little boy had lived there. 4 days later, on October 14th, the Child Protective Services worker was assigned to the infant's case and reviewed the history of family assessments with respect to the defendant, Ms. Dauphiné. At 8:07 in the morning, according to phone records, that worker called the defendant and asked her where Elijah was. The defendant told the worker that Elijah was gone, that he had left. The worker asked her what that meant, and the defendant said, he's gone. The worker confronted her again and said, a 5-year-old doesn't just walk away. The defendant then said that Elijah was with her sister, Tracy Dauphiné, in California. The defendant then began sending messages to and calling Tracy Dauphiné. The defendant's phone records, in fact, show 87 contacts, messages, and phone calls between the defendant and Tracy Dauphiné on October 14th between 8:25 a.m. and 12:47 p.m. At 12:45 p.m., the DCYF worker would testify she called Tracy Dauphiné in California and asked her about Elijah. Tracy Dauphiné reported to that worker that she did not have Elijah, had never had Elijah, and that she hadn't seen him over video calls in months. She expressed her continued desire to have Elijah. Tracy told the worker and later told investigators with the New Hampshire State Police and Merrimack Police that the defendant had contacted her earlier the day of the October 14th, 2021, and that in those contacts, the defendant asked Tracy to lie. She asked Tracy to tell investigators that Elijah was with her when he was not, and Tracy refused to do so. At 1:03 p.m. and again at 1:18 p.m., again on October the 14th of 2021, according to cell phone records, the defendant was again confronted by DCYF workers about Elijah. She asked why. The worker told her that Elijah wasn't in California with her sister, at which point the defendant told the worker that she had sent Elijah to her brother's house. In bits and pieces, question by question, she told DCYF that her brother's name was Bruce Rowland. He was later identified by investigators as Bruce Scherzer. She told investigators that Bruce lived in Texas and eventually provided a phone number for him, but could not give an address. The defendant told the worker that Elijah had been in Texas since September sometime. And looking at her phone records, investigators found that there were 17 contacts, messages, and calls between the defendant and Bruce Scherzer on October 14th, 2021, between 1:12 p.m. and 8:36 p.m. At 1:45 p.m. on October the 14th of 2021, according to DCYF records, the worker called Bruce Scherzer, and he said he did have custody of Elijah. Notably, Mr. Scherzer could not provide any information about Elijah. No school, no location. He said he'd had Elijah in Texas since September. Because he couldn't provide workers with information they were asking for, he was told to call them back. And he never did. Shortly thereafter, DCYF responded to the lobby of the Merrimack Police Department and reported that Elijah Lewis was missing. After several hours, and with the assistance of officers from the Merrimack Police Department and the Fort Worth, Texas Police Department, investigators were able to find out that Bruce Scherzer did not have Elijah Lewis with him in Texas, and that he never had. Bruce Scherzer spoke with officers and advised that he last knew Elijah to be in the custody of the defendant in New Hampshire. He told officers she had contacted him on October 14th of 2021 and asked him to lie to investigators and say that he had Elijah. He agreed to lie. Further, Mr. Scherzer sent investigators during this case copies of text messages that were sent to him by the defendant in which she asked him to lie. Your Honor, States Exhibits 2A and 2B, which are admitted as full exhibits here, show Bruce Scherzer's exchange of messages with the defendant concerning Elijah. The first message was received by Bruce at approximately 1:26 p.m. New Hampshire time. You'll see on the screen at the top of each message that it says 12:26. New Hampshire time is actually 1 hour ahead. And stated in that message, the defendant wrote, September 10th, Friday, you came and got him. You drove up and got him. In States Exhibit 2B, Your Honor, which is attached there, you can see the moment where Bruce Scherzer starts to go back on his lie. In fact, he's confronting the defendant and asking her what she got him into and telling her to get him out of it. He didn't know that it was more than just a wellness check, and she needed to have people stop blowing up his phone. Your Honor, officers with the Merrimack Police Department contacted the defendant at 3:16 p.m., so 2 hours after she had provided Mr. Scherzer with information about saying, you have Elijah. During that phone call at 3:16 p.m., the defendant and Joseph's staff agreed that they would respond to the Merrimack Police Department by 4:30 p.m. in order to sign paperwork related to their infant child. They did not respond to the Merrimack Police Department. In fact, Your Honor, records recovered during this investigation show that at approximately 3:16 p.m., as shown in States Exhibit 3, which is as a full exhibit, shows that the defendant and Joseph's staff, while the defendant was on the phone with the Merrimack Police Department, were at the Digital Federal Credit Union in Nashville, New Hampshire, where Joseph's staff used Joanne's staff's credit card to take $1,000 out of her bank account. The defendant and Mr. Staff did not respond again to the Merrimack Police Department after this withdrawal, but they went to the Target store in Burlington, Massachusetts, States Exhibit 4, Your Honor, where they purchased new cellular phones to replace the devices that they were currently using. At the Target store, they purchased clothing and toiletries. They were in the Target for approximately 1 hour. And Your Honor, based on the investigation to date, at this time, the body of Elijah Lewis was in the back of Joseph's staff's truck, parked in the Target parking lot. Your Honor, investigators were able to trace the defendant and Mr. Staff's whereabouts through their phones and through their social media accounts, and this is through their original phones that were known to investigators. Records showed that they had gone to this Target location, and investigators were able to find information about these new phones. So investigators were then able to use their new phones to follow their movements further. The records from their phones show that the defendant and Mr. Staff traveled through Boston and then arrived at the area of Ames Knoll State Park in Abingdon, Massachusetts by approximately 11:15 p.m. on October 14th of 2021. This is almost 14 hours, Your Honor, after investigators first began asking about Elijah Lewis. At this location, Your Honor, Elijah Lewis's body would later be located by Trooper David Lyon and Canine Amos, a cadaver dog of the New Hampshire State Police Canine Unit. The defendant and Mr. Staff remained at the location in Ames Knoll State Park for over an hour, close to 2. They didn't leave until about 12:52 in the morning on October the 15th of 2021. Recovered from their phones were messages that they exchanged while they were at that location. These communications are related to Elijah Lewis's body. From Ms. Dauphiné, you okay? Back to Mr. Staff, have to get through a swamp, FML. From Ms. by Trooper David Lyon and Canine Amos, a cadaver dog of the New Hampshire State Police Canine Unit. The defendant and Mr. Staff remained at the location in Ames Knoll State Park for over an hour, close to 2. They didn't leave until about 12:52 in the morning on October the 15th of 2021. Recovered from their phones were messages that they exchanged while they were at that location. These communications are related to Elijah Lewis's body. From Miss Dauphiné, you okay? Back to Mr. Staff, have to get through a swamp, FML. From Miss Dauphiné, are you serious? Keep me posted. From Mr. Staff, this is tough, big roots, let me try. I have to get it done. Ugh. From Dauphiné, okay. Mr. Staff, getting there. Dauphiné, we've got to figure out where we're going to go next. From Ms. Dauphiné's phone at 11:48 p.m. that evening, doesn't have to be fake. Almost ready? Mr. Staff, no. I thought I heard something. From Ms. Dauphiné, you're good, babe, don't worry. I just don't want to sit here for much longer. For Mr. Staff, I'm getting there, baby. I'm getting there. Using hands a lot. For Ms. Dauphiné, how much longer you think? It doesn't have to be far down, you know. Miss you already, babe. I love you more than anything. Your Honor, Mr. Staff was burying Elijah Lewis's body in those moments and during those texts. Once Elijah's body was discarded, the defendant and Joseph Staff continued their flight from the state of New Hampshire. They traveled through Littleton, Massachusetts, where on October 15th at about 11 in the morning, the defendant withdrew $200 from an ATM. They then drove through Air, Massachusetts, where the defendant threw their old cellular phones out of the window. The defendant later admitting in a recorded jail call that she chucked her phone in the river because she didn't want to be tracked. Members of the Air Mass Police Department recovered Joseph Staff's old cellular phone from a pond where it was found by 2 boys who were out fishing. The defendant's old phone was never found. The defendant and Joseph Staff then traveled to the Mohegan Sun Casino in Uncasville, Connecticut, arriving there on October 15th at about 7:43 p.m. Once they parked in the garage, the defendant and Mr. Staff entered the casino. They purchased food. They spent approximately 45 minutes at a country music concert inside of the Wolf Den, and then they returned to the parking garage, sleeping inside of their vehicle. At about 11:30 the next morning, October the 16th of 2021, the defendant and Mr. Staff gathered their belongings, abandoned their vehicle, left the parking garage, and boarded a bus on their way to New York. On October 17th, the next day, both the defendant and Mr. Staff were arrested inside of a subway station in the Bronx, New York. Following her arrest, the defendant was read Miranda rights, waived them, and agreed to speak with members of the New Hampshire State Police. The defendant told those officers that in September, Elijah had wandered away from their home. She said they looked for him, but hadn't found him, and had never reported him missing. Joseph Staff told officers the exact same story, and later told investigators that that was the lie they agreed to tell if they got caught. On October the 18th of 2021, investigators from the Mohegan Tribal Police Department and the Connecticut State Police conducted a search of the vehicle that the defendant and staff were using. This is Mr. Staff's Toyota Tundra. Showing Your Honor State's Exhibit 3, I apologize. I think I'm on 4. 6. I apologize. I skipped one, Your Honor, so I want to make sure I get the right one. Showing the court State's Exhibit 6A, which is a full exhibit. This shows Mr. Staff's Tundra at the Connecticut State Police garage. During this search of Mr. Staff's Tundra, they recovered an envelope on which was written a story about Elijah leaving the house in September. In addition to that envelope, investigators found several trash bags in the bed of the vehicle, states 6B. Investigators searched each of those trash bags, states 6C, and they recovered several items of property that belonged to Elijah in among the household trash. Looking at States Exhibit 6D, these items included books, coloring books. States Exhibit 6E, some of those coloring books had Elijah's name written on them in crayon and block childlike writing. It also included in States Exhibit 6E a backpack with cars and trucks on it and a Spider-Man doll. On October the 22nd of 2021, based on data that had been received from the defendant's cellular phones, investigators from the Massachusetts State Police and the New Hampshire State Police began searching in the area of Ames Knoll State Park. Looking at States Exhibit 7, if called to testify at trial, Your Honor, Trooper David Lyon would testify that he, when he was in this area near where the red mark is on this map, could smell an odor of decay, and that his canine dog Amos was showing indications that he too detected the odor of human remains, but they could not immediately locate the source. At approximately 6 o'clock that evening, the search was called off because of the dark. Trooper Lyon marked the location inside of the park in order to return it to it in the daylight. On October 23rd of 2021, Trooper Lyon began searching the same area of the park. He identified shovel marks in this area of the park, showing States Exhibit 8A. Your Honor, with that arrow pointing out what David Lyon would have testified indicated to him that the soil had been disturbed and those dark markings were shovel marks. Inside of this area, marked by that black circle on States Exhibit 8A, we move into States Exhibit 8B, which marks the burial location of Elijah Lewis. In States Exhibit 8B, Trooper Lyon would testify that he could tell in this area that the soil had been disturbed and that the white birch tree up at the top of the exhibit was not in a normal place where it would have been. There was no stump where it had fallen from and no other reason that it was landed in that direction. Where Elijah Lewis's body was found in this dirt, it was a shallow hole and he was found face down in the fetal position. States Exhibits 9A through 9B, I can provide to the court.
Yes, please.
So States Exhibits 9A and 9B, which the court has in front of it now, show how Elijah's body was positioned in the burial site and his appearance once his body was recovered. Dr. Richard Atkinson of the Massachusetts Office of the Chief Medical Examiner was present at the burial site and helped remove Elijah's body. He also conducted an autopsy of Elijah. During autopsy, Dr. Atkinson found that Elijah was just 36 inches tall and that he weighed only 19 pounds. Reminding the court that when Elijah was last weighed in November of 2020, he was at a weight of 32.3 pounds. If called to testify at trial, Dr. Atkinson would have testified that Elijah's body was significantly emaciated with loss of skeletal muscle and no subcutaneous fat. That these two situations were independent of the decomposition of his body. He would state that he was unable to complete an examination of Elijah's brain or spine for injuries because of decomposition. Dr. Atkinson would also testify that during autopsy, he found evidence of Wisniewski spots on the lining of Elijah's stomach. He would state that the presence of these spots is indicative of hypothermia. States Exhibits 10A to 10C, which are in the court's custody at this time, show the condition of Elijah's body at the time of the autopsy, reflecting his emaciation and the status of skeletal mass. Further, Dr. Atkinson, following autopsy, concluded that Elijah's death was a homicide. He concluded that Elijah died as a result of violence and neglect, including facial and scalp injuries, acute fentanyl intoxication, malnourishment, and pressure ulcers. A bandage was recovered from one of the injuries on his head. Specifically, Dr. Atkinson found 15 defects to Elijah's head, which were caused by lacerations and or by blunt force trauma. He found blunt force injuries to Elijah's left elbow and right thigh, and 3 pressure ulcers on his back and on his heels. States Exhibits 11A through 11E show some of the injuries to this court that were occurring to Elijah's head. Your Honor, with respect to the pressure ulcers, the largest ulcer of the 3 was located in the small of Elijah's back. It was found to measure 2.16 inches by 1.77 inches in size, and that ulcer extended from the skin on the middle of his back into the bone of his sacrum. Your Honor, just as a quick demonstrative, the size of that injury is reflected here by this red mark on the piece of paper. Where the state notes that at trial there would have been an independent forensic pathologist that had been retained by the defendant who would have testified at trial as to her general agreement with the findings of Dr. Atkinson, and that she would have added an additional cause of death, that of medical neglect. Dr. Elizabeth Laposado would have testified that the injuries suffered by Elijah, the pressure ulcers on his body, and his malnourishment would have been obvious to his caregivers, who could have taken action. Your Honor, turning now back to the events surrounding and leading up to Elijah's death, as well as the findings of investigators inside of the home at 7 Sunset Drive. The state believes, according to the evidence, that Elijah's death actually occurred between September the 21st of 2021 and September 24th, 2001. Had there been a trial in this matter, Joseph's staff would have testified, and he would have stated the following facts. Timothy Lewis dropped Elijah off to them in the parking lot of a mall in Nashua, never came to their home, and only exchanged minimal words before leaving Elijah in their care. They found out that Elijah was shy, not very talkative at all, that he needed help bathing and brushing his teeth. According to Mr. Staff, at the beginning, the defendant would engage with Elijah, but she soon lost interest in him. She became frustrated with toileting problems that they were having, where he was peeing, where he was pooping, and having accidents. The defendant would always be yelling or screaming at Elijah, according to Mr. Staff, over these issues, over taking food or hiding toys. According to Mr. Staff, the defendant would leave Elijah naked for days. He would testify to some instances he observed of assault, the defendant slapping Elijah, hitting him in the butt or back, or picking him up by his throat, and Mr. Staff would admit that he did those things as well. Mr. Staff would testify about an incident when he was upstairs with their daughter, which he had indicated to investigators during initial interviews in this case, where the defendant was downstairs giving Elijah a shower, ran upstairs screaming for help, and he found Elijah knocked out, but breathing downstairs. He would indicate that the defendant would tell him that Elijah was ruining her life. Mr. Staff would describe that Elijah became sickly skinny. He would state that he didn't believe the defendant was feeding Elijah while he was away from the home. And in text message communications, Your Honor, the state would show that Mr. Staff, during the course of this time, would tell the defendant to feed Elijah, let him sleep, or give him blankets. And that information comes from the text message communications recovered from Mr. Staff's phone. Mr. Staff would testify that at the end, Elijah could no longer walk or stand on his own, that there were abscesses or holes on Elijah's back that were infected. In text message communications, he would tell the defendant that Elijah had rotten holes in his back, He believed that those were because Elijah was laying in his own urine and couldn't move. Your Honor, during an interview with investigators on October 22nd of 2001, Joseph's staff provided some information to help officers locate Elijah's body. Mr. Staff would testify that he put a white birch tree over the area where he buried Elijah. He would describe that afterwards he couldn't stop vomiting, but that the defendant kept telling him it was going to be okay, or words to that effect. He would testify that they threw away the blanket that Elijah was wrapped in and the tote box in which they had stored his body in a dumpster at another Massachusetts apartment complex. These items were not found by investigators, but they did recover surveillance video that showed the vehicle the defendant and staff were traveling in at another apartment complex in Massachusetts. Between October 15th and October 25th of 2021, officers from the Merrimack Police Department and the New Hampshire State Police conducted searches of 7 Sunset Drive. Among other items, they recovered a blue fitted sheet from a bedroom in the basement that had a bunk bed frame in it. Of note, the bunk bed frame had Elijah written on it in crayon. Or the state will call this Elijah's room. They also found an unsigned temporary guardianship affidavit form in the basement. They found 2 bags with brown powder suspected narcotics in the basement next to a queen-size bed. 1 bag of suspected narcotics from the top shelf in the basement bathroom, and 1 bag containing suspected narcotics from the top of the refrigerator in the basement kitchen. During this search, investigators found that the basement bathroom had broken tile in the area surrounding the bathtub. They found in that area multiple, being 29 small red-brown stains consistent with blood on the tiles that remained. The small red-brown stains were on the 3 walls that surrounded the bathtub itself, on the shower curtain, and on the ceiling 7 feet above the floor. Red-brown staining suspected to be blood was also observed on the detachable shower head. That item was recovered by investigators. If called to testify, Trooper Mallory Littman of the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit would have stated that the bathroom appeared to have been cleaned. There were numerous empty bottles of cleaning solutions, including bleach, Windex, and household cleaner on the floor in that room. Investigators had to use a chemical enhancement in order to document the cleanup of the suspected blood and to locate as many samples of that red-brown blood staining as possible. The New Hampshire State, all of the samples recovered and all of the evidence recovered was submitted to the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory, who conducted chemical tests on the suspected narcotics recovered from the basement of 7 Sunset Drive. All 4 baggies recovered inside of the basement were found to contain a mixture of illegal drugs that included heroin and fentanyl, among other substances. The New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory then conducted testing on the suspected blood staining found on the blue fitted sheet from Elijah's room, as well as on 2 swab samples of suspected blood from the bathroom. One of those samples were from the shower curtain, and the other was from the back corner wall near the top of the bathtub. Those samples were compared to a known DNA sample that was recovered from Elijah Lewis during his autopsy. Each of the samples of red-brown staining on the blue fitted sheet and the 2 samples from the bathtub were found to be consistent with a single source male DNA profile. And further, each sample was found to be from Elijah Lewis. 7 additional swab samples of suspected blood from the bathroom, including 2 samples from the ceiling and the sample from the shower head, were sent to an outside forensic laboratory for testing. A forensic scientist conducted DNA testing on those swab samples and compared them to the known profile of Elijah. Each of those samples were found again to consist of a single source male DNA profile, and further, each sample was found to be from Elijah. During the course of this investigation, members of the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit reviewed thousands of communications of the defendant. Those communications consisted of her conversations with Joseph's staff, Joanne's staff, and Facebook communications with Tracy Daphne and Bruce Scherzer, among others. These communications again consisted of Facebook messages, text messages, and multimedia messages, where the defendant would send photographs and videos of Elijah. Examples of these messages that are relevant to the defendant's guilty plea are included here as follows. Additional messages may be discussed or presented during the October 25th sentencing hearing. April 20th, 2021. And all this kid does is cry because he's fucking hungry. And these are all messages so that the court is aware. From Miss Daphne, this is from Facebook. The next is from Facebook from Miss Daphne. I gave him a small bowl of cereal so he would shut the fuck up, but that wasn't enough. He said he wants food, and he wants me to stop starving him because it's not nice. From her messages sent to Joseph Staff from her cell phone. These are obtained from Joseph Staff's original phone since Miss Daphne's was never recovered. July the 27th of 2021. I'm gonna kill this kid, Joe. Fucking screaming on the top of his lungs for fucking water and waking JS and I up. July 29th, 2021. Elijah, I'm gonna kill him and I mean it. July 29th, 2001. I hit him in the head with the shower rod. That's all I did. September 7th, 2021. Just whooped the maggot's ass. 4 days later, Ms. Daphne sent Mr. Staff a photograph during a conversation. On September the 11th of 2021, Ms. Daphne sent this message to Joseph Staff. They're showing State's Exhibit 14, which is in evidence. This photograph shows a barely recognizable Elijah Lewis. His hair texture's changed, his face is covered in bruises, his nose appears oddly shaped, and his left eye appears to be swollen shut. He has cuts and marks all over the right side of his face. When this photograph was recovered, it was sent to Dr. Richard Atkinson of the Medical Examiner's Office in Massachusetts. Dr. Atkinson reviewed this photograph and compared it with an identification or head photograph of Elijah Lewis from autopsy. Dr. Atkinson found that the injuries above and below Elijah's right eye, the injury on the bridge of his nose, shown in the photograph, are all consistent with injuries he observed during autopsy and are injuries which contributed to Elijah's cause of death. Further, Dr. Atkinson stated that the cut on the left side of Elijah's forehead in the photograph is consistent with the location of an injury he observed during autopsy. The court has a copy of State's Exhibit 15, which shows the court the comparison of these two images. In the days after September the 11th of 2021, Elijah's condition worsened, and his body began to fail, and that is evident in the text message conversations between the defendant and Joseph Staff. And yet Ms. Daphne still continued to assault and neglect him. The morning of September 13th, 2021, the defendant sent a message to Mr. Staff, as is on screen, saying that JS, their daughter, spilt her whole bowl of cereal on the bed, their dog wouldn't shut up, and Elijah won't stop asking for shit. He's complaining he's cold, and he wants a blanket. From the text messages that have been reviewed in this case, it is clear that towards the end of his life, Elijah was having difficulty sitting up or staying awake. Mr. Staff would have testified that he had to start feeding Elijah through a straw, and he saw that Elijah's breathing was more rapid and labored. Elijah started vomiting. Mr. Staff would testify that he confronted the defendant about Elijah's worsening condition, and she didn't seem to care if he died. In text messages on September 16th of 2021, Mr. Staff told the defendant that they could not, quote, torture him again. He reminded her that Elijah had a rotten hole in his back, and the defendant responded that Mr. Staff was babying Elijah and asserted that she was the boss. The text messages in that conversation show, among other things, the defendant's hatred of Elijah. I'd ask the court's indulgence. I'm going to read through this conversation because it is very instructive as to the defendant's guilt. Starting at 11:26 in the morning on September 16th of 2021, the defendant texted, "Every goddamn fucking time you leave, this fucking piece of shit kid gets so fucking disrespectful. I hate him. I hate him. Are you on your way back yet? This kid is standing. I took his mattress away because he's talking back and being a smart ass. Wouldn't listen to a goddamn thing I said, so he is to stand. I don't care what you say. He does not disrespect me at all. He's a fucking rotten kid inside and out." Mr. Staff, what was he not listening to, and what was he saying? We cannot torture him again. From Ms. Dauphiné, I told him to sit and he kept bending in half. I told him to sit up and he said he can't, and he told me he doesn't want to. I asked him why can't he listen to me, and he said because he doesn't feel like it. He can stand. That's not torture, that's a punishment. Every child stands in time out. Fuck him, Joe. No, don't care. From Mr. Staff, he has a rotten hole in his back, babe. From the defendant, and that's his fault. He can't bend in half. From Mr. Staff, it is obviously painful. I know it's his fault. From the defendant, I just told him to sit. That's it. If he fucking listened, it wouldn't be bad. Stop this, Joe. He's standing and that's final. From Mr. Staff, we don't care. From the defendant, I'm the fucking boss now. He's disrespecting me because you let him get away with it. Baby the fucking piece of shit, he can rot in hell. He chooses to piss all over himself. He chooses to pick and transfer germs. He chooses to bend and make it harder on him. If the fucking freak would listen, none of this would be happening. He won't ever, from Mr. Staff, he won't ever listen. He will forever be rotten. From the defendant, I gave him chances after chances. I told him fucking 10 times to sit or I'm taking the mattress away, and he just ignored me. Then mouthed back, gave him another chance. I took the fucking mattress away and he continued to not listen, so now he can fucking stand. His back hurts, like you said. You want the poor baby to lay down all fucking day, get sips from daddy, and making sure to ask him if he has to pee? No fucking way. He needs to move, not lay there like a dead, rotten animal. He had his chance of being babied and getting what he wanted. He ruined it. Game over. I'm done with this life. I'm a pissed off, fucking crazy, fucked up person because of him, and my daughter has to live with it. Fuck him and his fucking back and his fucking rotten body. That's the life he chose, so that's what he gets. He should have asked to pee, or I wouldn't have been this pissed. Making you clean up for hours and he just stand there and watched, never saying sorry. You can say whatever you want. It's my way now. My fucking piece of shit kid. I'll do what I want. Not gonna have him disrespect me because Joe gives in. I'll fucking hang the kid. Your Honor, following these messages from the defendant to Joseph's staff, Elijah was only discussed one more time by name. Phone records show that on September the 21st of 2021, Mr. Staff was shopping at the Target store in Nashua when the defendant sent him a text message complaining that Eli had kept their daughter awake all night. That was the last time he was mentioned or discussed, until October the 10th of 2021, when DCYF began their investigation into the family. Your Honor, while Mr. Staff was at Target that day, from 6:32 until 7:30, Mr. Staff sent Ms. Dauphiné 21 text messages and began making repeated calls from her cell phone. He became increasingly concerned because she wasn't responding, or appears to. Mr. Staff left the store, arriving at Sunset Drive in Merrimack at approximately 7:45 p.m. He described to officers and would have testified at trial that when he arrived home, he found the defendant lying in bed with their daughter and found Elijah injured in the basement bathroom. He would indicate that Elijah was sitting in the bathtub surrounded by broken tile, that Elijah was naked and he was disoriented and had an injury to his head. Mr. Staff put a bandage on Elijah's head and put him to bed. No one sought medical attention for Elijah or took any other action to seek help, and Mr. Staff would testify that shortly thereafter, whether that night or later in the week, Elijah died. At some point, Your Honor, that week, between September 21st and September 24th, Elijah died as a result of those injuries, as a result of his neglect, as a result of his malnourishment, the open pressure wounds on his body, and his exposure to the illegal drug fentanyl. Joseph's staff would have testified that when he told the defendant that Elijah was no longer there, the defendant appeared relieved. And she said, wrap him in a blanket and get him out, or words to that effect. Mr. Staff wrapped Elijah in a blanket. He placed Elijah's body into trash bags, and he placed it outside the entrance to their basement apartment. He later placed the bags containing Elijah's body into a plastic tote bin that remained on the property at 7 Sunset Drive in Merrimack until October the 14th of 2021, at which time Elijah's body was placed into the bed of Joseph Staff's pickup truck, along with the trash bags containing his clothing, toys, and books, before the defendant and Mr. Staff fled the state of New Hampshire. On the morning of September the 24th, 2021, Your Honor, at about 9:30 in the morning, the defendant and Joseph Staff exchanged text messages. The defendant sent a text message telling the defendant that she was great. She followed that by saying, seriously, like I can breathe and be free. I was a prisoner for so long, baby. It was hell. It wasn't how I wanted JS to be raised. She deserves the whole world. We deserve nothing but happiness and health, time to kick ass and make moves, time to create a life that our beautiful children deserve. Or that would be some of the evidence that the state would have expected to present at a trial in this matter, and with respect to this case.
Okay, thank you. Any objection to the offer of proof?
Your Honor, Ms. Daphne does not agree with all of the facts. What she does admit that she knowingly participated in her 5-year-old son's death. That she does admit that she instructed Tracy Daphne to provide false information. She does admit that she instructed Bree to provide false information. She also further admits that the evidence presented at trial would be sufficient to prove all of the elements of these offenses beyond reasonable doubt.
Okay. Ms. Daphne, do you agree with what your attorney just said?
Yes, ma'am.
So you agree there is sufficient evidence to support each element for the 3 charges that you're pleading guilty to beyond a reasonable doubt? All right. I have in front of me, or will in just a moment, the acknowledgement and waiver of rights form that Madam Clerk discussed with you at the beginning of this proceeding. Did your attorney go over the rights that you're waiving today? So I have to be sure that you understand your rights in order to take your plea. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions about those rights. If you don't understand my question or you need to talk to your attorney at any time, let me know, okay? How old are you? How far did you go in school?
11.
So are you able to read and write? You're able to understand conversations you've had with your attorney and what's happening here today. Do you know you don't have to plead guilty? And by pleading guilty, you're waiving certain constitutional rights, correct? Specifically, you're waiving your right to a speedy and public trial on these charges, correct? Do you understand that a trial would be held before 12 jurors? Do you further understand that all 12 jurors would have to vote guilty in order for you to be convicted? Do you understand you have a right to counsel throughout trial? A trial would have been your opportunity to see and hear witnesses testify under oath, correct? And do you understand that your attorney could challenge those witnesses through cross-examination? You could also call your own witnesses or produce evidence to defend yourself, right? You have the right to have the court compel the attendance of evidence and witnesses on your behalf, correct? Do you understand you would not have to prove your innocence, but instead it would be the duty of the prosecutor to prove by competent evidence your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt to each and every element for each and every charge? You have the right to silence. You could not be forced to testify, but you have the right to testify if you chose to. Do you understand that? Do you know that if you chose not to testify, I would instruct the jury they could not draw any inference from your silence? Do you understand it would be your right to ask me to exclude any evidence obtained illegally? Because you're pleading guilty today, I'm not going to analyze the evidence in that way. Understood? Do you understand you're waiving your right to appeal this matter to the New Hampshire Supreme Court? You're also waiving sentence review. That's a panel of 3 other judges who could review your sentence for its fairness, increasing it, decreasing it, or leaving it the same. You understand that by waiving sentence review, there'll be no review of the sentence by other judges. Do you understand all of these rights? Not just the ones I've gone over, but all of the rights that are in this form? And with all of those rights in mind, do you want to waive your rights and plead guilty? Are you pleading guilty because you admit that you committed the acts charged? Have you reviewed each of the indictments with your attorney? Do you understand each one of these charges? Have you reviewed the discovery in the case with your attorney? Have you discussed with your attorney any and all defenses you have in this matter? Have you reviewed the maximum penalties for each of these charges? You understand that there is, for murder in the second degree, there's a mandatory minimum as charged of 35 years with a maximum punishment of imprisonment for life. And tampering witnesses, the maximum there is 3.5 to 7 years and up to a $4,000 fine. Have you taken any medication, drugs, or alcohol in the last 24 hours? So you're clear-headed? Has anyone threatened, forced, or coerced you or anyone near or dear to you to get you to plead guilty today? Other than the agreement of a capped plea, has anyone made you any other promises which have influenced you in any way to plead guilty rather than go to trial on these charges? Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, you may suffer other consequences of these convictions, including but not limited to deportation? Do you feel like you've had sufficient opportunity to talk about these matters with your attorneys? Have you told them all the facts and circumstances involved in these matters so that they could adequately advise you? Have your attorneys discussed with you what the state would need to prove to obtain a conviction for each charge and your possible defenses? Have they answered all of your questions? Are you satisfied with the services of your attorneys? If I accept your pleas of guilty, are they entirely free and voluntary on your part? If I accept your pleas of guilty, is that choice entirely free and voluntary on your part? Do you have any questions of me at this time or of your attorneys? And do you know of any reason why I shouldn't accept your pleas of guilty today? All right, counsel, have you had an adequate opportunity to talk about these matters with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed each and every element for each offense and possible defenses? Have you reviewed the maximum penalties for each offense? Do you believe that your client is knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waiving her rights? Do you know of any reason why I shouldn't accept her plea of guilty? And does the defendant waive formal reading of the indictments? All right. So as to charge ID 1968131C, as amended, second degree murder, knowing, guilty or not guilty. As to charge ID 1916901C, tampering with the witness, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? As to charge ID 1916903C, tampering with a witness, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? The court, having determined that the charges have a factual basis, having questioned the defendant and counsel on the offer of her pleas of guilty, the defendant and her counsel having advised the court they have conferred concerning the aspects of these charges and any potential defenses, The court, having observed the defendant in making her answers, her demeanor, apparent intelligence, and attitude, and having observed that the defendant does not appear to be under the influence of anything that would affect her judgment, the court finds the defendant has knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived her rights and entered pleas of guilty, which are accepted. Sentencing in this matter is scheduled for October 25th, 2024 at 10 o'clock. Is there anything further from counsel? Anything further from the state? All right, the hearing is concluded. Thank you.
Well, that sucks. I wanted to know what the verdict was. That sucks. Yeah, do something now, you motherfucker. There's a I don't know what they said about sentencing, by the way. I didn't hear when they're doing it. There's a reason. I know there's mixed feelings about showing children and stuff like that. I used to be in the camp of I never ever show I will never cover a children's trial and stuff like that. But I changed my mind because of what some of my intelligent viewers told me. Because I didn't do Lori Vallow, for instance, because the children involved. And then I spoke to a lot of people about it, and they say in some ways I'm being selfish. So by not doing it, because I'm not allowing that child's legacy and their life to be celebrated. And I thought about it for a long time. I sat with it for a long time. And it's true. I do feel like that now, even though it's uncomfortable to listen to. That's uncomfortable for me. That's not, thinking what the child went through. I stopped being, as they say, selfish in some ways, and I try and cover trials for children as hard as it may be, because I want to make sure their name doesn't get forgotten. And that was the rhyme and reason. People said to me, don't let children's voices, their names, their legacy to ever be forgotten, because you have a platform, you should utilize it no matter how uncomfortable you are. So moving forward, I will always cover trials involving children. Now, I respect the fact some people don't like that and won't watch it. That's fine. I used to be there. I used to hate it. I'd never ever watch them. I still don't like them. And hearing some stories, like sometimes I have to go off screen and just like have a little cry because it's horrible. But I always look at the good of it and thinking, no, come on, show it, get the name out there. Woo, and it's tough. Let me tell you, I've cried more. If I'm even welling up now thinking about it, it's just like, because you always think about your own children. Fucking hell, stop it! Don't cry, you fucking prick. Don't cry right now. Fucking hell. I feel myself welling up thinking about it. But I will always, I respect people that won't want to watch him. I do, but I will always promote it. Yeah. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Tough, isn't it? Horrible people out there, people. Sorry, let me have a moment. Can I just have a moment, people? Just. Right. Okay. Sorry, I find it hard to speak. I feel hard to speak. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, thank you, everyone. Right, thank you, everybody. Right, right. Um, um, her name, little G, was. Oh, you know, I've deleted it. Sorry. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everybody. Ashley no. Sorry. Hey, Miss H. Cole's here. Luckily, I wasn't crying when she was here. She was like, Shh, grow up. Jeez, that was tough, Miss Gold. You just missed me with some tears in my eyes, Miss Gold. Don't apologize, people. Don't apologize. It's fine. Don't apologize in chat, little G. It's emotional. I've always said, as long as you don't abuse anyone else. Oh my God, verdict. There's a verdict, I think. I'm not crying, you crying, I know. Just put on the burp. I know, there was crying. I think the verdict's in, people. I don't normally cry. I cry sometimes, but that was a bit emotional. That was a bit emotional. So, but anyway, please don't apologize anybody for anything said in chat. I've always said, just don't abuse each other. You can abuse the monsters in there. That she's an absolute monsters. Sorry, Standing Stones. I'm so sorry. He came in at a wrong fucking time as well. I think we're all on a bit of a fucking hell. I'm still welling up a little bit. Lorando, hey Ali, Joe, run away. I know, I tried, but I just only know because there was sound in the court. That's the only reason. There may not be nothing, but there's reason. You don't get emotional. You're tough as nails, Josie. Ellen, hello, Ellen. Ellen, New Hampshire. Is that New Hampshire? Shit, hang on. How are you doing? I think you've been here before, but I hope you're doing well, my darling. Thank you for chatting. Just so sad. I will never understand this type of behavior. Thank you, Dylan, for acknowledging poor children. I will always acknowledge them. Always. Everything you were saying, I was thinking the worst, little G. Absolutely. Big thank you, Miss Gold. Thank you, Miss H. Gold. Thank you, medallion. Here they come. Shit.
Everybody be seated. Okay, so they're coming into the building now. Okay.
Yes, I agree, Ellen. I agree. And thank you on behalf of El Chatti, Miss H. Gold, as well. I think so, Deb. I think so. Hey, Crystal. Thank you, brother. Thank you, my man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. As I say, that's why I'll always cover children's trials. I will have to for that very reason. And I'm glad to see a lot of you agree. So thank you, people. Hey, Gary, welcome back. You won't be smiling for much longer, love.
Mr. Etheridge, is Mr. Barnes?
I don't know if he's been notified, Your Honor. I haven't. Oh, I'm sorry. No, sir. He's separate from me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Is he like in the building?
He's. I'll go call him right now, Judge.
Okay.
He's close though. Better be.
Verdict, I think. What question do they have?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't see what question they surely have. I think it's a verdict. Hang on, I should check here, shouldn't I? What they say here. Jury's now deliberated, they still got. Missing the lawyer, yes. It might be a question, but I don't see how. Oh, it's a question, not a verdict. Question, not a verdict. Says here, see? Question, not a verdict. What a pile of shit. Question, not a verdict. Where? Question, not a verdict.
Mr. Approach, Your Honor.
Sure.
No verdict. I'll just tell everyone, Shari D just sent me a video of like two tortoises shagging in her backyard. Dirty motherfucker she is. I thought it was weird. No, apparently it's a question, apparently. Yeah, you're right. Do not use a gun. You're right. You're right. Stay safe, Carol, and yes, guilty as fuck. Question, apparently. Lady Di, question, allegedly. Come on, like tough. If the other lawyer's not there, then tough. Oh, thank you, Shari, my darling. Super sticker. There you go. Thank you, my darling. I gave out 20 memberships today as well because I'm so excited that the thing works. Gifted membership works. Thank you, Shari, my darling, and for the coffees earlier on, Shari. Thank you so much. Whoops. I don't know what I've done on top of. I'm not sure what I'm on top of. People are whacked, right? Yeah, get on with it. You're supposed to be nearby. Get on with it, sir. No worries, no worries, no worries. Well, thank you, Shari D. There you go. Lovely centerpiece. Says thank you, Shari D. And for the coffees earlier on as well, my darling. Stop it, turtles. I saw a picture of you. I wasn't sure who he was getting drunk on cocktails. They are waiting there, but it shouldn't have to wait. It should be like done. We carry on. Do you know who I blame? Right, this is the person I blame.
Zara P, Zara P, Zara P, 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 Zara P, Zara P, Zara P is lovely.
Always her fault. Oh, that's his sister. I'll say hello to your sister. And I saw my nieces. I hope my niece is behaving. I saw them there as well in the picture. You looked like very sweet of you, like a real good family day. Add it to the list. I can't add any more stuff, Sarah P. Can't add any more stuff.
Okay. I apologize. I wasn't notified at all. All right. So everybody's now present. So the jurors have come back with 3 questions. Here are the 3 questions. And then I'll read them out, and then we'll go one by one on how y'all want me to address those with the jurors. Number 1, what is the legal definition of depraved? Number 2, was there toxicology on Bree?
Let me answer this. Let me go back. I missed the first one. People can't post links, Standing Stones. If you can get it another way, then yeah, but you can't post links, you see, unfortunately. If you become a member and post in Discord if you want. I'm wearing my El Chatty hoodie as I travel. Happy days. Thank you for the support, Miss H. Cole. Thank you, medallion. Let me just go back a little bit here. Yeah, where you go with Miss H. Coles?
So everybody's now present. So the jurors have come back with 3 questions. Here are the 3 questions. And then I'll read them out, and then we'll go one by one on how y'all want me to address those with the jurors. Number 1, what is the legal definition of depraved? Number 2, was there toxicology on Bree? If so, can we review? Number 3, Why wasn't the body cam video of the Pennsylvania interview available for review? If it is, could we please review? Okay, so for number one, any comments on that, Mr. Alderman?
No, sir, they have the jury instructions. I don't think we can really add to those.
All right.
I would agree, Your Honor.
Okay. So if I say, for question number one, I tell the jury, you must follow the instructions that I've set out before you, is that, or you must follow the jury instructions as they are given?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
And I'll note with the word depraved, it is defined. It just is, I mean, depraved mind is defined in the jury instructions. So I'm just going to say, I'm going to ask you to follow the jury instructions that were submitted to you. Is that all right?
Well, anything's probably going to be all right, Judge, but.
All right. Well, Mr. Barnes, what do you propose I do?
Well, I would say the definition is in the jury instructions. Apparently they don't.
Well, they're just asking for the definition of depraved. So I guess when they're saying depraved mind, anyway, I mean,
Fair enough.
right. Do you want me to say it's defined?
No, Judge, I'll just say you have the instructions as I've previously given you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you to read and follow the jury instructions I have given you. Okay. Number two, was there toxicology on Bree? If so, can we review? My suggestion is that I only have to tell, I should just tell them, you must rely on the evidence that was presented during trial.
Perfect.
Yes, sir. So, all right, number three, why wasn't the body cam video of the Pennsylvania interview available for review? If it is, could we please review?
I would say the same answer.
Okay. Agreed. All right, so just say you must rely on the evidence presented. Do you want me to say that I'm not permitted to answer that question? You must rely on the evidence presented during the trial?
I wouldn't even say rely on, just you must make your decision based on the evidence that has been presented.
All right.
I don't think any extra commentary is needed.
Judge, I would prefer what you just said, not permitted. It's almost taken collectively that we're like, hey, you're on your own, you got everything.
Well, I mean, you know, the other one, which I decided when I was going through them and I was just kind of making notes. I mean, the truth of the matter, why wasn't it? Well, neither side admitted it into evidence, but I don't know that I need to tell them that. So
I don't like that.
yeah, I'm just going to say, you must rely on the evidence that was presented during the trial.
Yes, sir.
And just leave it. I think a lot of these, sometimes the less you say, the better.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any objections to what I'm going to tell the jury?
No, sir.
No, sir, nothing to state.
Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Okay. Jury coming in. Okay, what are the jury thinking? Toxicology, they're thinking, was she drunk? Well, even if she was, it doesn't give a fucking justification. Shooting anyone. And why Pennsylvania stuff? Are they believing the brother? I don't know. It's a very good judge, Miss H. Gold, very good judge. Questions were, what's the definition of something, the word, and I don't, deprived, is it? Second one was it toxicology? What was there anything taken for toxicology? And if there were, can we get the results, please, from the defendant? And depraved, what's the definition of depraved? Toxicology results, if there was any, and also the body camera of the interview in Pennsylvania, because he wasn't admitted, and they're just saying no to all these things. Depraved, that's the one, yeah.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, members of the jury, you have submitted 3 questions. I'm just going to go in their order. The first question, what is the legal definition of depraved? I'm going to ask you to read and follow the jury instructions that I have given to you. For number 2, was there toxicology on Bree? If so, can we review? I'm going to answer that by saying you must rely on the evidence that was presented during the trial. Number 3, why wasn't the body cam video of the Pennsylvania interview available for review? If it is, could we please review? Again, I'm going to tell you, you must rely on the evidence presented during the trial. So with that, you may now resume your deliberations.
Oh. Let's go back.
Everybody be seated. The attorneys will approach.
Attorneys will approach. Oh, shit. I thought you were saying night, Lady Di. As the lady's gone. Yeah, they were like, what the fuck? Now we're stuck again. Hey, Scott. Rice cake, nice. Well, back to deliberate. Let's go. Then I'll get my next video on the line. Oh,
All right, we'll be in recess.
Right. This is the next video we're watching. Now, this is a story all about how I became the Prince of Bel-Air. So up to the house about 7 or 8. I don't remember the song now. But yo, spelling later, I looked at my kingdom. I was finally here, sitting on my throne as the King of Bel-Air. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Right. So you've all heard about the case in Kentucky Fried Chicken and Pizza Hut. McDonald. Stop it, Miss Gold. You taking the piss out of me. I just don't remember the words. No cut off in Florida. No cut off. Until the judge says, so, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut, yeah? McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. So in Kentucky, fried chicken, what the fuck am I on about? In Kentucky, the judge who died when the sheriff shot him. So this is the hearing that they played yesterday. This is the hearing they played yesterday, all about the sheriff in Kentucky. Boom, 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 boom. My grands say that, and I find it hilarious. Spell it later. Look to my kingdom. I was finally here as to sit in my throne as the king of Bel Air. No, it's not that. So this is fuck.
All right, I'm going to call the case of Commonwealth versus Sean Steins, 24F 147, Letcher District Court. Is the Commonwealth present?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Judge Ramsey Dallum on behalf of the Commonwealth.
And Jackie Steele also on behalf of Commonwealth, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And I see the defendant, is that the defendant at the Leslie County Detention Center?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who is standing next to him?
I'm Josh Miller, Public Defender of the Capital Trials Branch.
Danny Clark, Jailer, Leslie County.
All right, thank you. And has the defendant filed a petition for indigency?
Not at this point, Your Honor.
Okay. And what about the Commonwealth? Does Commonwealth want to make any statements before I proceed with arraignment?
No, Your Honor. Other than I don't know why Mr. Miller is present. If he's not filed out an agency paperwork, his office has not been appointed. I don't know that he has any reason to be here as in an official capacity as an attorney.
Right. Mr. Miller, do you believe that he's entitled to a public defender at this time?
I do, Your Honor.
And why is that?
This is a capital eligible case, and I believe that the cost of defending an ethical defense of a capital eligible case will exceed his means.
Would you like to respond to that, Mr. Steele?
I would, Your Honor. A couple of things. One, I believe what he's telling me is that he's been out soliciting a client, which is obviously not allowed under our ethical obligations as attorneys. Two, even if he hasn't, if he has and he's been out trying to discern how much his financial capacities are, he's wasting state resources without an appointment. And this court is the party that appoints an attorney, not DPA, whatever division, just because they think he's going to need one.
Would you like to respond to that, Mr. Miller?
Your Honor, in cases like this, it is essential that a defense investigation start immediately, and I haven't solicited anything, but advised Mr. Steins of his rights, and if the court appoints us, we will represent him.
Is he still the sheriff of Leslie County?
At this point, I believe so. Letcher County.
Letcher County, I'm sorry.
Judge, I can't speak to that, and he currently is still the sheriff of Letcher County.
Yeah, well, I don't think he would qualify as an indigent defendant.
Well, sir, we're happy to, or Mr. Stein.
He's a jailer. He's the jailer.
And just have to put any paperwork, file anything that would help the court make that determination. Obviously, the court is the one that appoints us.
Has he filed an affidavit for indigency?
Not at this point, Your Honor.
All right, we'll proceed with formal arraignment. Are you Sean Steins?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. Have your silence can't be used to find you guilty. County attorney must prove your guilt, or the Commonwealth must prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to call witnesses on your behalf. You have the right to cross-examine witnesses called against you. You have the right to a speedy public trial by a jury of your peers. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, I'll appoint one to represent you. And you have the right to appeal any decision that I make. You're charged with murder, a capital offense here in Kentucky, a Class A felony, punishable by 20 to 50 years in prison, 25 years to life in prison, 25 years to life without the possibility of parole, and the possibility of the death penalty. Do you have an attorney, Mr. Steins?
I have not hired one.
Have you tried to hire an attorney? Have you spoken to any attorneys about taking your case?
No, no, sir.
And are you telling me that you don't have the means to, do you not have the means? Do you own a home?
Yes.
Do you own any other real estate?
Got a place in Tennessee, but I still owe for it with the bank.
Yes, but you know how much equity you have in your own home?
My home and my property is paid for.
And do you have an estimated value of that real property?
I think the PBA's got it on for about 45,000.
And what's your income?
It's based on statute. I think this year it was going to be 115,000.
Do you have money savings, bank account?
What's wild is, people, he is still officially the sheriff. Even if though he's in jail, he is still the sheriff. He still gets paid every month or every 2 weeks, whatever it is. He's still the sheriff. Unbelievable, isn't it? They're telling him that he should be resigning, but he hasn't, so he still gets paid. Mad.
I had a chickens. Sir, it's my understanding that he's in the process of losing his job as a sheriff of Letcher County, obviously, and will not have income going forward. His family is not prepared for this eventuality. And again, I think the cost of defending one of these cases can reach well into this several $100,000.
You're entitled to, since you're charged with a felony, you're entitled to have a preliminary hearing within 10 days from the date of this arraignment. Do you believe you'll be able to obtain counsel to represent you on these charges within those 10 days?
I hope so. It's kind of hard, where I'm at, have contact with people I need to.
That it is going to take a considerable amount of money to retain an attorney to represent you on this capital offense. However, I don't believe you do at this time qualify as for public assistance due to the fact that you aren't indigent. However, based on the circumstances of this case and the fact that we do need to have a preliminary hearing within 10 days, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you for the limited purpose of assisting you at your preliminary hearing. If and when this case does proceed to circuit court, the circuit court may require you to hire your own counsel. Do you understand that, Mr. Steins?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll enter does he want to enter a plea at this time?
Your Honor, he would enter a plea of not guilty and request a date for preliminary hearing.
All right, we'll set the preliminary hearing next Tuesday, October the 1st at 1 o'clock in West Liberty, Kentucky.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we said October 1st at 1 o'clock.
His income was 115,000 a year, 115,000 salary a year, but that's not overtime or anything like that.
Yes, October 1st at 1 o'clock in West Liberty, Kentucky at the Morgan County Judicial Center.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else before we adjourn this hearing?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
No,
Just
Your
one
Honor.
thing, Judge. I do have one thing, Judge, just for clarification. In regards to transportation for the defendant, how would the court prefer? I don't care to do an order for that to be done.
I was thinking that we would have the state police post a transport if they would. I don't know that we'll need an order. I'll just request it. And if that's a problem, we can work out other transportation. Is that all?
Nothing further from our end, Your Honor.
All right. This hearing is adjourned.
There you go. If you don't know what it's about,
Mickey and Kevin were really close.
so this is a little bit of background. Yeah, I don't think anyone's making fun of the 45k, to be quite honest. I think it's more of a shock. That's 45,000. Anyway, here we go. This is the backstory a bit of what's going on.
Mickey and Kevin were really close and good friends. I never saw any hostilities between them.
Letcher County are struggling to cope with a shooting involving two of its most prominent citizens. District Judge Kevin Mullins is dead after authorities say the county sheriff shot and killed him in the judge's chambers on Thursday. Many residents have told WHAS 11 they have nothing but praise for them both. Residents also said the two worked closely to help people who struggled with substance abuse to get the treatment they need and were leaders in addressing the opioid crisis.
These were two great pillars of the community that we have now, in a sense, lost. This is just one of those things you're just waiting to wake up from the nightmare, but because you never dream that anything like this is ever going to happen in your small town, especially Whitesburg. And here we are, and you just don't know where to turn from one moment to the next.
According to the Letcher County Circuit Court clerk, Judge Mullins and County Sheriff Sean Steins were together shortly before noon on Thursday. The clerk said the two seemed to be having an ordinary interaction and were planning to get lunch together. WHAS 11's Isaiah Kim Martinez and senior photojournalist Alyssa Newton spoke with attorneys and former judges here in Louisville who are also still processing this news.
Well, it didn't take long for attorneys and former judges here in Louisville to hear about this news, disturbed by the fact that this kind of violence could happen in the courthouse, a place they say they almost always feel safe.
Not only affects judges, it affects the court system as a whole.
Retired District Court Judge Janice Martin, like so many who've worked in the judicial system across Kentucky, is deeply troubled by the violence that played out in that Eastern Kentucky courthouse.
I'm very saddened and horrified about the event because I'm sure that's a very traumatic event for all of those people that were involved.
Letcher County District Judge Kevin Mullins shot and killed in his own chambers, and authorities believe it was the sheriff, Sean Steins, who pulled the trigger and shot him multiple times. Investigators are trying to confirm a motive. Matt Butler, the state prosecutor for the area, on Facebook sharing his personal connection to the judge.
His daughters are my nieces, and that my two oldest kids are his niece and nephew.
There are questions surrounding a federal lawsuit against Sheriff Steins, accused of turning a blind eye to one of his deputies sexually abusing a woman in that same judge's chambers.
It would be a locked area, and only the judge and his staff would have access to that.
Mullins died at the scene and Steins surrendered to authorities. A KSP spokesperson says the sheriff is charged with first-degree murder. Isaiah Kim Martinez, WHAS 11, on your side.
Kentucky Attorney General Russell Coleman says his office will work with a Commonwealth's attorney in London, Kentucky, as the special prosecutor in this case.
Okay, right, there's that. Now then. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Right, let's watch a little bit of Boon Boon Boon. Everybody say boon, boon, boon. Everybody say boon, boon, boon. This is Boone's hearing from today. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say boom, 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 boom. That Judge Chambers sounds like a Smexy time. Smexy. That's Smexy time is Mexi. Mexi, Smexy. She's so sexy. D, 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 D. Let's.
All right, very good. Ms. Boone is in the jury box. Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in. Ma'am, good afternoon.
This is the hearing from today, people. This is Sarah Boone's hearing from today. Is the day when Boone comes one.
Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me? All right, we are here on trial case management in this case. I know there's been some activity over the last couple of days in the court file and correspondence between Mr. Owens' office, my office, and the state attorney's office in attempting to coordinate some hearings. The first item on the court's list is whether or not the examination of the defendant took place as ordered in the court's September 20th order.
No, Your Honor, there's no time.
Okay, when do we believe we're going to have the opportunity to have that examination by the expert of the state's choosing?
Wednesday, October 2nd at noon.
Okay, and has that been cleared with everyone's calendars? Mr. James, Mr. Owens, is that accurate, sir?
That is, Judge, and I can't see my client. I don't know if that is an issue or not.
There you go, sir. He's on the far right-hand side of the box.
I see you, Judge.
Okay, very good. All right, so that examination is taking place on October 2nd at 12 noon. The next item that I have on my list is depositions of the recently appointed experts for the defense. I know Dr. Harper's deposition is set to take place on October 1. With regard to Drs. Brennan and Birkland, are those depositions in the process of being scheduled, or what's the status on those? Okay.
I was told by the defense that they're not calling Dr. Birkland. He was only going to be a consultant. So there will not be a deposition of that doctor. The other doctor, we have made attempts to try and coordinate and not gotten anywhere with that. I am not even sure what he is going to do.
Judge? Hang on, let Mr. J finish his point, sir.
I'm not sure if he's going to be testifying to battered.
Judge?
Mr. Owens, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Judge?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Judge?
Mr. Owens, I can hear you.
Judge?
Sir, I can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Judge Kleiner?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Judge Kleiner?
I can hear you, sir.
Judge Kleiner?
I can hear you.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Judge Kleiner?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I do not know why you cannot hear me, sir.
Judge?
Sir, can you hear me?
Why don't we just fucking mute him? And someone phone him. How about this, people? How about you fucking mute the mofo? Someone get a phone, fucking ring him, and just say, "Oi, we can hear you. So something your end. Fucking fix it, dude. Fucking fix, or get your fucking ass into the fucking court. Fucking hell. Not hard. Cheapers."
Judge Craig?
I can hear you. And that we can hear him. They're experts. We had confirmed that Dr. Harper's deposition was October the 1st. Dr. Birkeland, my understanding, is no longer being called as an expert to testify, but is only being offered in some kind of advisory capacity. And all efforts to depose Dr. Brannon have not borne fruit yet. You can pick up where you left off.
Yes, we have tried to get that coordinated and have had no success with opposing counsel. I am not even sure what this person will testify about. I don't know if it's another battered spouse syndrome expert. Florida law seems pretty clear that any other mental issues would have to be insanity. So I'm not sure exactly who this doctor is. We had prayed the court for relief and at least getting a report by today from him. We have not gotten such a report. So I don't know when we will be able to coordinate that deposition prior to trial.
Okay. Mr. Owens, with regard to Dr. Birkeland, is Mr. J's position that that person is not going to be called at trial accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So is there any reason to worry about deposing that person at this time, Mr. J? Okay. With regard to Dr. Brannon, are you still going to be offering him as a witness at trial, Mr. Owens?
Yes, Judge, and I'm going to be down there Monday night, and I'll be available all next week. I can do it at any time. The only two things I've got is the Dr. Harper's deposition on October 1 and the state's expert evaluating the defendant Ceredigion on Wednesday, October 2nd. But I'm free anytime, and we can make Dr. Brannon available any day that week. I would assume we just have to get with him.
Mr. J?
It would be helpful if I had a report so that I could craft a preparation for this person's deposition.
What is the basis to require the production of a report?
Under 320F, you in your discretion could order it to proceed along so that I do not have to engage in a fishing expedition for inordinate amount of time on the eve of a trial that is set to occur on October 7th, when I am unavailable on Friday next week due to an insanity placement hearing in Osceola County.
See Lou. Bye-bye, Lou.
Rescheduled numerous times. I am not opposed to working on Thursday, but Thursday is a court holiday, so we will have arrangements. And Wednesday,
There are other persons in the media who are appearing virtually to observe this proceeding. I need you to mute yourself, please. There's an individual by the name of Lou. Sir, I need you to mute yourself in order for the court to conduct its business. Whoever is participating in the hearing this afternoon, whose name is Lou, if you can hear me, this is Judge Craning. I need you to mute yourself, please.
Kick him out, Judge. Kick Lou out. Where the fuck Lou is, kick them out.
Mr. Owens, how are we going to be able to coordinate this step? Well, let me hear from you. Let me go back to you, Mr. J. 3.220F says, on showing materiality, the court may require such other discovery to the parties as justice may require. Is that your position that allows me to provide written reports?
yes, the court's discretion where an expert was not produced a written report, nor have I gotten his CV to produce a report in efforts to coordinate discovery.
Mr. Owens, what's your response?
Judge, my response is it's a narrow issue, battered spouse. Dr. Brannon is an expert. You know, I've mentioned him 2 or 3 times. He testified in the Marshall Thompson case in Palm Beach County. That's his field of expertise. It's not going to be a fishing expedition in his deposition. It's going to be related to that assault issue, battered spouse, and I'm available Thursday. I realize that's a holiday, but I'm available as well. I can make him available. I'll do everything I can to set the deposition as soon as possible.
Do we know if Dr. Brandon's availability?
I can try to get you on the phone now, Judge, if you'd like me to.
We're in here, there's no need.
Fine.
Take this list to get the case resolved.
Press that was filed.
Now, you two on there for the purpose of preserving that issue because my client asked me to. Whether or not I'm going to file those or not is an issue that will be decided on Monday when I drive down to speak with her. I may or may not file those, but I wanted to preserve that potential issue.
Oh, fuck, I can't do this, people.
Whether or not you're going to file a motion to suppress. We're rapidly proceeding to trial in this matter.
I understand that, Judge. I had a deadline for filing these defendant's objections to plaintiff's exhibit list. Based on my last discussions with Ms. Boone, she expressed concern about those two statements that are on the second page, the last two paragraphs. I simply was preserving the right to make an objection on the two exhibits, which is the body camera of Bethany Rodriguez and the audio tape that was taken, the interrogation that was taken in the squad car by the two homicide detectives. I don't know whether I'm going to even file a motion to suppress on those two paragraphs on the second page. I plan on driving down Monday. I will see her Monday night. We'll make a decision at that time. But I felt like I had to preserve that issue and this objection of these exhibits.
I apologize, Mr. J.
That I filed today. There is a uniform pretrial order that was issued in this case, as in every case, which clearly spells out to the defendant that she has to file all of her pretrial motions 10 days before a pretrial conference and get them heard. And here we are at the time of the pretrial conference, and we're still kicking this can down the road as to whether or not we kind of maybe sort of might file a motion to suppress. And so we're just asking for them to file it. And if they're not, then perhaps we will do something so that we can get a pretrial ruling on the constitutional admissibility of these statements so that there's not an adverse ruling during trial, which the state can seek no relief from. I don't think we're asking for much. It's been over 4 years. She's been well aware of her statements. She's gone through numerous counts.
Watch her. She's laughing. Look at her smiling. Let's go back a second here.
No relief from. I don't think we're asking for much. It's been over 4 years. She's been well aware of her statements. She's gone through numerous counsel. It's not unfair to ask the court to get an answer. Are we going to do this? Because if so, when are we doing this? We can't do it next Friday. We can't do it next Thursday, as far as I know, unless we can get Judge Munyon to open up a courtroom. And then we will have to deal with, are we in South Florida? Are we doing a deposition of this late expert? What part of the day? And then Wednesday, we already have the bulk of our middle of the day consumed by going out to the jail, which will probably take from about 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., going from travel from here, getting through the screening process at the visitor's entrance, and getting back to the female dorm, and then reversing that process. And then we have the deposition of their expert on Tuesday. So we're kind of running out of time to do these things and to coordinate and make sure that the two detectives and now potentially this patrol deputy have availability when they were never asked to be made available next week. They've been asked to be made available for the 3-week trial period. So I don't think we're asking for much to just get an answer. Are we going to do this motion to suppress? And if so, when? We already have a motion to suppress issue to deal with the 2-hour and 6-minute interrogation, which is going to take probably about 4 hours between testimony from the witnesses, the court watching the full 2 hour and 6 minute interrogation and then arguments of counsel.
Anything further, Mr. Owens?
Even with my motion to suppress statements, I don't think it's going to be necessary for you to watch the 2 hour and 6 minute interrogation on that issue about whether or not the court should grant my motion. Again, on the issue of the pleading that I filed regarding my objections to the exhibits, it's the same response I gave before. I essentially felt like I needed to file them. I don't know whether or not I'm going to file any motions to suppress on on the Deputy Rodriguez's body cam. I'll know Monday night. I don't know if I'm going to file a motion to suppress on the interrogation in the squad car. I'll know Monday night. I was simply preserving that issue that we wanted to object based on that. We're working as diligently as we can. I understand that Ms. Boone has had the case for 4.5 years, but I have not had it for 4.5 years, and I'm doing the very best I can to comply with the court's order to be ready for trial October 7th and still protect my client's rights as I see fit.
You're going to have till today to file that motion. You can buttress it, you can amend it, you can provide case law. The only thing I'm going to ask is that you provide the court and state attorney's office any case law that you plan on relying on, but you can always withdraw it if you need to after your conversation with Ms. Boone.
Would you clarify that again, Judge? So I've got until the end of business today or the end of the day?
Any responses to that, Mr. J?
It makes no difference to my weekend at this point, Judge.
Okay. You'll have till the end of the day, sir, no later than 11:59 tonight to file that motion if you're going to file it, because the state needs to be advised as to what, if any, positions you have with regard to those matters.
And you're referring to a motion to suppress the statements made during the body cam of Deputy Rodriguez, and then a separate motion to suppress any statements made on the audio tape of the interrogation by the two homicide detectives in the squad car. Am I correct?
I am referring to the paragraphs that are in your objections. Second page, first paragraph, and second paragraph.
Yes, sir. I understand.
If those are filed and when those are filed, I need you to favor copies to my office, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, regarding the motion to suppress that was filed on September 24, I understand next week's very busy. I know that my office had inquired if anyone was available Friday. I now understand the specifics as to why Mr. J is unavailable on Friday. As the parties are aware, the court, this is not the court's only case. The court is in trial next week. We have a legal holiday on Thursday. I don't believe that Judge Munyon has the ability to open up the courthouse just for me, as this is a statewide court holiday that would be required of the Chief Judge of the Florida Supreme Court, I think, to make that decision. And I don't know that I have the ability to call Chief Judge Muniz to get that decision by Thursday to allow us to conduct work on that time. I will make myself available next week, but the problem is the scheduling of it because the court is in trial, and the state certainly deserves an opportunity to understand the court's ruling prior to trial in order to prepare what, if any, rulings would be adverse or for the benefit of the defense or for the state. I don't know because I haven't had the hearing. With regard to the 4 hours, Mr. J, why could I not review that 2 hour and 6 minute interrogation prior to the hearing such that we would be able to save some level of judicial efficiency and economy?
I have no objection to the court doing that. I just understand that some judges in this building do not do that.
I don't have a problem looking at it in advance. And that way, if there are certain things that either yourself or Mr. Howens wants to highlight for me during the hearing, look at time step X or Y, certainly I'll give you both the opportunity to do that. But I think for judicial efficiency and economy, I don't have a problem reviewing it so that we don't have 4 hours of hearing time. Maybe we limited it to 2 for the purposes of case law argument and any testimony.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
If I may. Friday, I know there's 2 prosecutors on this case. I understand that this prosecutor is going to be elsewhere, but either the main prosecutor who's prosecuting this case that would be available Friday for a hearing on this issue about my motion to suppress.
I'm handling the motion to suppress issue.
Okay, that answers that question. Mr. J is handling it. So I am here at your disposal, gentlemen, for when we might be able to set this motion for hearing.
Judge, if I may, we've been in contact with Dr. Brannon, and he is available on October the 3rd at 3 p.m. I'm waiting on a location from him, but I believe, Judge, that's Thursday at 3 p.m. That's the holiday. So I'm available that day. We just got to check with Dr. Brannon about which location, whether Orlando or South Florida, where his office is.
State's not willing to go to South Florida for a 3 p.m. depo on Thursday when I need to be ready for back in town and get a good night's sleep before doing the placement Friday morning. So he's not willing.
Mr. Owens, hang on, please.
He's not willing to do it up here, then we'll need to coordinate another time during the week.
Okay. 3 p.m. is not going to work based on the state's schedule and what they have to take care of on Friday.
Okay, I'll try to get him up here for that date and time, October the 3rd at 3 p.m.
Are you stipulating? Are you stipulating then, Mr. Owens, to having Mr. Brannon appear in person for the October 3rd at 3 p.m. deposition here in Orlando?
I can't stipulate without talking to the doctor first, but I'm going to make every attempt to get him up here. But I'll let the court know, hopefully this afternoon, and the state know this afternoon.
Okay. All right. Getting back to the September 24th motion to suppress. State, how can we tee this thing up for hearing in time, understanding that you're out of pocket on the 4th?
Judge, I'm available Monday. It's my understanding that opposing counsel will be in transit to the Orlando area on Monday, so I don't know of his availability. On Tuesday, we are taking the deposition of Dr. Harper from 10 a.m. until I'm concluded with that deposition, but we should have afternoon time, especially if it's only going to be 2 hours on Tuesday the 1st. And on Wednesday, I can make myself available to do it at 8:30 in the morning with the court prior to us getting ready and going out to the evaluation at the jail, or we could do it afterwards at 3 p.m. on Wednesday when we are done at the jail.
But 3 p.m. is when the evaluation concludes, correct?
She says 2 hours, but what I'm trying to include into that is leaving the female dorm, getting back to our cars, driving up I-4, getting to the courthouse.
Okay, so that's a 3 p.m. ETA here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
Judge, my only concern is I know the two homicide detectives, I anticipate the state being able to have them available whatever day, but I do want the custodian of the records to bring from the sheriff's department, so I have to subpoena them to bring the policy and procedures and the Miranda card and the waiver of rights for them under the Miranda.
Any response to that? Okay, all right. We'll make it happen on Wednesday. I'll advise the ASA and the defense in the trial that's set for Monday that we're going to have a hard break at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. If we have to work a little bit after 5 o'clock, Wednesday at 3 p.m. acceptable. At that point in time, we'll also address the motion that was filed at 1:13 this afternoon regarding clothing, et cetera, for Ms. Boone. I conferred again this morning, Mr. Owens, with Barry Click, the Public Defender's Office. She has not heard from you yet. Are you going to be relying on the Public Defender's Office to provide clothing? They are still ready, willing, and able to do so.
No, Judge, we were going to provide clothing for Ms. Boone.
Okay.
We wanted to get out there one day, early, Tuesday probably, to take measurements from her.
That's something you're going to have to address with the jail.
Okay.
I know I saw your motion. I don't even know if the state's had the opportunity to review it yet.
I have. I believe the shackles portion of the motion has been a ship that has come through here and sailed. And I believe all the clothing issues have been addressed by the court. The only thing that seemed to be new was the hair and makeup. And I did not see any authority cited that specifically said that was permissible. But we don't really have a dog in the fight. If court admin and security staff, however it works, is going to permit this to perhaps, as far as I know, be the first person to ever have that done in this courthouse, that's between them.
Okay. All right. So the court will review that motion and the case law that you provided for me, and I will make a ruling on that in chambers as soon as practical. State, is there any other housekeeping matters or anything else from a scheduling perspective we need to address today?
There just appears to be a lot of discovery that is still outstanding, and that discovery includes medical records from several different locations, and things, those specifically, and perhaps other things that are probably pertinent to all three of the experts, the two defense and the state's expert on battered.
That could be problematic as to whether or not they're going to be permitted or not. I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. It's just anything else from a scheduling perspective, state. Mr. Owens, anything from a scheduling perspective? Clerk will give them a number for jury services to call for when they're supposed to return. I then intend on having another panel of 50 at 1:30 that afternoon. That will continue until we have a panel of the court's druthers are in the morning to have 50 people address any preconceived notions or knowledge about the case and cause challenges as to our jury sacrificing 3 weeks out of their life to come participate in this process. And for those that may be able to do that, I will give them a number, or Madam Clerk will give them a number for jury services to call for when they're supposed to return. I then intend on having another panel of 50 at 1:30 that afternoon. That will continue until we have a panel of 40 to 50 persons for which to select our jury from. Does the state have any questions with regard to that process?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, do you have any questions with regard to that process?
Judge, are we going to be in a bigger courtroom than the one you're in now?
No, sir, but we can fit 50 people in here. In the gallery, I can fit 50 prospective jurors. And I've already coordinated with the sheriff's office to ensure that we'll have the appropriate number of seats in order to make that happen.
Okay.
So any questions with regard to that protocol?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Anything else that we need to address, state, from your side of the ledger?
Just that based on the battered spouse syndrome evidence, we are, as well as the defense, working hard to get everything in rebuttal put together for that. I believe they have listed all the patrol deputies for the prior interactions that the defendant and the victim had in this case. We're going to be listing those as well. So I don't think that would constitute any surprise or great shock. But other than that, I think that's all the state has.
Okay. All right. Anything else we need to address from your side of the ledger, Mr. Owens?
Just some discovery issues, Judge, but I think we need to deal directly with the state on those.
And discovery issues, what are you referring to specifically, just so that I'm clear?
Well, there's a public surveillance video from Publix that we cannot get to play. We received it from the state, but we've requested new videos or a specific program, but it will not play for us. I assume that's the one either where just some stuff that's
October the 7th. With that, court will be in recess. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Judge.
So, oh, she's looking at her family. So if she does get granted a hair and makeup, she'll be the first defendant ever to be granted it. Can you imagine? Hey, Carol, thank you, my darling. 10 gifted. Who's got them? Let's have a look here. Love to Crate, LG, Robin Rogers, Just Another Murph, Cheryl. Oh, Cheryl's got it. Good. Naomi Parker, Kelly N, Kelly Reel, Jill Dudham, and BL. Oh, thank you. I know it did work, Carol. It's amazing, isn't it? It did work. Thank you, my darling. Oh shit, what have I done now? I got too excited this morning, Carol. I gifted 20 memberships. I was like, oh fuck, I'm streaming today for free. That's what I was thinking. Oh, I've just given out 20 memberships. This stream's give me, but I think now I'm going to break even this stream. So thank you to you and Shari for that. Thank you, people. So yeah, if she does, oops, shit, wrong one. If she does get it, she'll be the first person ever in that court to get hair makeup. I think it's the full, like, whatever she can do. She'll be given her makeup as she usually does, and then she'll be given hairstylist. Do you know what I mean? As in something I had no idea. Right. Lady Di has sent me something, so I cannot vouch for this because this Lady Di. Like if it's anything like Lisa Reed, there'd be some sort of sex tape or something. Right, so here we go. This is again the Kentucky sheriff accused of killing judge in courthouse. Oh, I agree with you, Deb. I agree. Right, let's listen to this then. Oh, we need a little spice. Spice it be life. Oh, what do you mean we need a little spice? We don't need any kind of spice in this chat because we have got.
Looking like you're looking at this point in time. Appreciate it. Okay. Can my officer go in your apartment and just grab your pants? Yeah, go with me or? No, I don't want you going. I mean, are there clothing like as soon as he walks in, he can grab a pair of pants and be good? Or are we?
Bing bong a bing bombay, bing bong a bing bombay, bing bong a bing bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. Because because Shari D is here, we gotta play it. Boom boom boom. Amy's got big boobies, boobies. Boom boom boom. Amy's got nice boobies, boobies. Yes. Oh, I definitely am even. Between I got some coffees off Shari and those 10, as I say, my 20 today. I was like, I just gifted £60. I was like, what have I done? Not that it matters. I love all you beautiful people, so it's fine. Spice up your love. Ooh. Send me to the left, having a good time. Send me to the right. Da 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 da. Send me to the side. Send me to the left. Oh, fucking another one. Shit, sorry, Carol. I didn't see it. Thank you, my darling. I just seen that. Thank you, my darling. Nah, that's why you meant I was breaking even. Thank you, my darling. Do you know what? True story. It doesn't. But because of other people as well, because YouTube takes a percentage. But that there's no. I am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Who got them? Fucking, I didn't even realize that until you. I was like, what? Why is it 20 here? Christine Kruger, Sandra Davenport, OnlyFans, Stacey Cakes, Kiki, F, Donna Nashwasi. The fuck? Jodie Campbell, S1, Aglian, Christiana Rain. Thank you to all of you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Lady Di, I love all of you. I genuinely do. I genuinely do. Thank you so much, Carol, Disney Queen. Thank you, my darling. Yeah, well, that's true. They do take, they take between Apple and Google Play, they take, I think, about 44%. Bastards. I'm always nice to you too, and Lisa Reed. Okay, well, here we go again then. So have I, Carol. So have I. Hang on. Here we go again. Because Charity, you need to open this up.
Looking like you're looking at this point in time. Appreciate it. Okay. Can my officer go in your apartment and just grab your pants? Yeah, go with me or? No, I don't want you going. I mean, are there clothing like as soon as he walks in, he can grab a pair of pants and be good? Or are we? Remember.
Bing bong a bing bombay, bing bong a bing bombay, bing bong a bing bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. Boom boom boom. Amy's got big boobies, boobies. Boom boom boom. Amy's got nice boobies, boobies. Thank you so much, Shari. And Shari, for fuck's sakes, thank you also for I was going to get your PayPal. Thank you for the PayPal. I'm not sure how much that is in the US. I think it's $20. So thank you so much. I don't know because they don't tell me. I think it's $20 because it's all in pounds. Yes, so it's about 17 pounds, 87 pence. So thank you so much, Shari, for the PayPal as well. Thank you, my darling. Hang on. And she says messages being you. So thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. My daughter this morning on the way to school wanted me to listen to music. So I put my earbuds in her ear because you were singing. And she looked at me like I had 10 heads. Oh, shit. Oh, what? So I put my earbuds into her ears because he was singing. Shit. Oh, fuck. I could only imagine she was mortified. Oh, I can only imagine. Sorry to your daughter. There you go, Kim. Well, we got the Kimmy. Thank you, Kimmy. You're not that Kimmy. There you go. I think Shari is behind. I think you're behind. What the fuck, Mum? Oh, my days. That made me laugh. I can't imagine. There you go. You got him now. Thank you again. You've been too generous today, Shari. Stop it. You've been too generous today. You're lovely. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate all that. Oh, yeah. Actually, disclaimer. Didn't she not listen to my disclaimer? Right, let's listen to this then. Thank you for sending this, Lady Di. This is from Lady Di. A bit more about the Kentucky sheriff for you people.
Our top story this morning, we are learning more details about the fatal shooting of a judge in Kentucky. Former Letcher County Sheriff Sean Steins is in jail this morning, accused of killing District Judge Kevin Mullins. Mullins shot to death inside of his chambers after the two men apparently got into an argument. The visitation and the funeral for Judge Kevin Mullins was yesterday. Kaylee Randall from our affiliate WLEX reports.
I'm outside of the Jenkins Independent High School where the visitation and funeral for Letcher County District Judge Kevin Mullins just finished up.
You know, it's tragic that this has happened, especially since it became national news. There's already people have thoughts about this area anyway. And this has sort of drawn attention to that. It's been like a big cloud, a dark cloud over us.
There was a somber atmosphere here as dozens of mourners came out to pay their respects to Mullins, who was shot and killed Thursday afternoon. The visitation was from 2 to 6 p.m. and the funeral began at 3 p.m. According to Kentucky State Police, Mullins was shot and killed in his judge chambers around 3 p.m. on Thursday. Letcher County Sheriff Sean Steins was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. A motive is unknown at this time. Some attendees we spoke to recognize that it's a difficult day for the entire community and those close with Mullins, and calls him a great judge. Several police agencies attended, such as Jenkins Police Department, Fleming Neon Police Department, and Whitesburg Police Department. We reached out to the Mullins family, but they're asking for privacy during this time of mourning. In Letcher County, Kaylee Randall, LEX 18 News.
All right, thanks to WLEX for that report. Now, Sheriff Steins is going to be in court for an arraignment this Wednesday at 11 a.m. We're going to be filming that one and certainly going to provide you with updates as our Court TV team is en route to Letcher County right now. So anything we learn from our team on the ground there, we're going to bring to you on this program. We do have some new information this morning I want to share. So we understand that Letcher County Circuit Court clerk Mike Watts says that he saw the sheriff and the judge together shortly before noon, just 3 hours before the shooting happened. And he said that these guys were both getting ready to go out to lunch together, indicate they're palling around together. And he indicated that Sheriff Stein seemed a little quieter than usual. Okay, so that's what this law clerk found. Then we know that officials are saying that Sheriff Steins had been deposed last Monday in a lawsuit that was filed by 2 women, including one woman who claimed that a deputy forced her to have sex inside Judge Mullins' chambers for 6 months in exchange for staying out of jail. That is the allegation. According to the lawyer who filed that suit, the sheriff appeared to be angry, agitated, and defensive during his deposition. I've got 2 great guests I want to bring in now. Former prosecutor, retired SLED agent, current lawmaker, attorney Tommy Pope, and retired criminal defense attorney, the man who represented Jodi Arias, Kirk Nurmi. Great to see you gentlemen this morning. Tommy, let me begin with you, please. As an investigator for many years, tell us the biggest questions you have in your mind, hearing the limited facts that we have today on this case, please.
Well, the one thing I thought about from the beginning, we always try to talk about what's preventable. I don't know how you would ever prevent these circumstances, because who at the courthouse is allowed to have weapons? Who is allowed to have access to the judge? So I think the piece that you ran before, I want to know the why. After hearing that little piece about the deposition, my inclination is that the sheriff has.
I want to hear the why. Why? I want to hear the why. It was a sheriff apparently shagging some birds. I don't know. We don't actually know, but there's rumours of all sorts, but we don't actually know too much at all. But whilst Bill is here, I'm trying to find it. Where is it, Bill? Where are you? Where'd you go, Bill? Here, Billy. Here, Billy. Here he is. So, if you're new to the chat, then I wanted you to know on me hit Bill. Bill's a big spender. Bow, 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 bow. Bill. He's called Similar Rex. Da, 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 da. Now Bill's got a mouth, but he's got a heart of gold, which we love. The women all love him. Maybe not true, but Bill's part of the crew. Da, 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 da. There you go. And also, whilst I'm here, thank you, Jem. I said earlier on today, didn't I? I've not seen Jem for ages. Well, I think she's listening to us and just not chatting. So, Grick, aka Jem, thank you for the PayPal, £10, my darling, because I felt like a haha from Grick. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you, Jem, for the PayPal. Thank you so much, my darling. And you're listening, which is good. Just not chatting. Must be a busy girl. But I have missed you. I'm glad you're around. That's all I can say. And nice to see you, Jem. Here she is. I said this morning about Jem. I've not seen Jem for ages. I'm sure it was this morning or yesterday, one of the two. There you go. Thanks, Jem. Lovely to see you as always. It's quiet without you. Right, here we go. Back to it. Bill loves everybody. Bill still loves everybody. Oh, except for one person. She's got a bone to pick with Bill, and that's Amy.
Was thinking and planning this way earlier than the time it happened. In other words, whatever occurred, whatever he was angry about, he was seeking out his opportunity.
Appreciate that, Tommy. I mean, when we think about the why, you're right. This is the biggest question. Everybody's been asking me all week, and what's the motive? What's the motive? What's the motive? It doesn't seem to be a whodunit case. It seems, based on what officials say, that the sheriff was kind of caught red-handed, or maybe didn't care for some reason, or could it have been self-defense? So many questions. Kirk Nurmi, as a practicing criminal defense attorney for so many years, tell me where your head is with the actions of the judge and assessing the facts, the actions of the sheriff. What questions do you have on your mind today, please?
Yeah, you know, when we see that timeline, like Tommy, it is illuminating, because you think it's just an act of work-based violence, and it is to some extent, but and I think about that camaraderie between judges and staff and lawyers and keeping everyone safe in the courtroom, and that betrayal.
Gemma, what do you say your daughter? I would sing happy birthday to her. What's her name? Let me sing happy birthday to your daughter, Gem. What's her name? I'd sing happy birthday to her then, my darling. Hey, Sweeney, Dennis, how you doing, fella? Gemma, let me know what your daughter's name is, and I'll sing a happy birthday. There you go. And Mr. Sweeney, how are you? We'll get back to this in a second now. There we go. So Evie, hang on, let me put this. We don't need to put we don't need to scare Evie, do we? Let's put this here. Evie, my darling, happy 16th birthday to you. So in Welsh, we always sing. So for that, I don't say happy birthday, I always say Pen blwydd hapus I ti. Pen blwydd hapus I ti. Pen blwydd hapus I Evie. Pen blwydd hapus I ti. Hip hooray, hip hooray, hip hooray. There you go, Evie. Enjoy the week. It should be a week of celebration. When you're 18, it's a month of celebration, all right? So enjoy your day, enjoy your week, have a good one. And we all love your mother. We all love Gem. So there you go, Evie. Happy birthday, my darling. So no worries at all. No worries at all. No worries at all, my darling. Anytime. You should always tell me when your kids have got birthdays, people. I always sing for them. Got loads gardens chasing police reports. Still not ready. There you go. Come on, Dan. Cheers, mate. Hey, all good, bro. It's all good, bro. So my nieces say to me all the time, "Oh, mate." I'm like, "Hey, what? I'm a what, mate, bro?" And they're like, "Bro." Cheers, bro. Hey, Evie, no worries, bro. I don't know. I call my niece bro. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to, and she gets mad when I do. But you know, I don't know. But mate's fine. See you later, mate. See Evie, mate. Love it. This generation. Fuck. Oops, don't swear. Okay. Right, let's get back to this then. 2 seconds. Where am I going here? And by the way, Di, this is good. I did watch this, by the way, another time. Basically.
But with Mr. Steins, and I'm not going to call him a sheriff anymore after what he did, ultimately, this was a man who was getting in deep, and people's criminal minds tend to keep getting in deeper.
I think I caught it, Carol. I think I caught it just in time. I think. I'm not sure. I do try and do Mickey language, though.
They keep thinking that there's going to be some solution to the problem. If these allegations of sexual misconduct have any merit, perhaps the judge had some information in that regard. This might be really, like I said, not a sheriff, but a criminal trying to cover his tracks. And we see that in many different situations. And the aspects of it don't really change just because someone is wearing a uniform of authority.
Excellent points, Kirk. Tommy, let me go back to you, please. When we think about who may prosecute this case, would you kind of walk us through assessments that may go on in terms of whether anybody might be conflicted out?
Sure. For your viewers, it is exactly that. It's where there's a conflict that either you're avoiding the possibility of impropriety or favoritism, or even the appearance of impropriety. In other words, if it was my sheriff, most likely what I would do was contact the Attorney General's office, who would either then handle it themselves or they would assign it to another solicitor around the state. Again, the reasoning being you want the public to have faith that justice is served, because some of these are convictions, some are not, for all kind of different reasons. You never want it to have the appearance that it might have been an inside job. And knowing that small community, it was kind of like Union and the things we dealt with, it really hits home in those small communities. So it'll be better really to have an external prosecutor and obviously an external judge.
Great points, Tommy. You're so right, especially the small community, how everyone has just been shaken so badly because of this, understandably so. Kirk, let me go back to you, please, when it comes to the sheriff and what happens next for him. Let's just say, for the sake of our analysis, he says, I want Attorney Kirk Nurmi to come out of retirement and represent me. How are you going to assess things? Where might you go in determining what kind of defense would be best for him in court?
Well, if I'm coming off the bench, I'm going to give you a lawyerly answer, and that is, it depends, Julie. It depends on, because we know that the defendant and the court and everyone else knows a lot more than we know. But and I say one thing is, it depends, is, do I have a prosecutor to talk to? Is the specter of the death penalty an issue here? I'm going to assess everything I can. I'm going to start making inroads with his family. So if I need information, so I'm going to do everything I can in terms of, like I say, that specter of the death penalty, but also, this investigation. Sometimes, a defense attorney will take a look at the investigation, but this doesn't seem like one of those cases. We might want to get as much information as we can about the backdrop of this case, some of these allegations. So really, at this point, you're gathering information. That is the most prominent thing you're going to do. And you're going to want to reach out to the prosecutor as soon as possible once he or she is assigned, to decide whether or not that death penalty is in play or not.
Oh, that's a great point, too. We know that although the sheriff is charged, these are just allegations at this point, innocent until proven guilty in this country. And I can't wait till we have more information about this, because it's so puzzling right now. And thank you both for helping us sort through what we have available to us this morning. Kirk Nurmi, Tommy Pope, I don't have to say goodbye to either one of you right now. You're coming along.
Right, hang on then, people. I'm going to be... let me get this back up. This is, if you're prude, you won't like this. Okay. Oh no, this is the wrong one. Hang on, I got two things to play. Hang on, this is the first one. This is fine. Share screen. This one's fine, people. But the next one, you might be prude, so you can piss off. Right, here we go. This is from Shari D. Deb, you're definitely not approved. I know, it's just too long for what I've got in plan. I got so many videos to plan. We'll need it Monday, trust me. Right, that's from Shari. There's another one from Shari. It's not that I don't want to watch it, it's just more of a, I want to... Hang on, here we go. Here we go. Deb, yesterday you told me I need a good lay. Here we go from Shari D. These are tits and clams, people. They're humping.
What the crap? Oh my god, it's two of them. Are they getting their freak on?
That's Shari's voice as well. Hang on. She sent me another one. She has sent me another one. Hang on. Let me get this one up as well. I think this is the one. If you're prude, get out. This is the one, I think. Shari, dirty mofo. Oh no, it's not this one. I missed it. It's the other one.
What the crap? Oh my God, it's two of them.
I'll try. I think there's another one. Here we go. I thought there was. This is the one. Shari's such a dirty bitch. She fucking went up close and personal to them. She literally went all the way up to them. Shari. Let me just do the intro here for Shari D, because she is the queen
Tits
of...
and clams, that's our Shari D. Tits and clams, that's our Shari D.
Here we go.
They are doing it. Oh my God.
Oh, there you go, son.
Oh my God. Look at that. Oh, that's the front.
Everybody say, William.
Look at that.
William. There you go. Turtle couple. Turtle boys. So thank you, Shari D, for showing us turtle shagging. We all know what Shari D does at night now. Right. So that was that. Right. Let me find the next one. They're still deliberating, people. Still deliberating. Right, let me just get this one up then. This is a little bit different one. The ultimate turtle rider has been taken away from me. Oh no. Gem, yes, I know. No, they don't have an extended lunch. I think it's just because there's some divide between 1 and 2. Murder 1, murder 2, I think. Right, here we go. This is about a family bloody triple murder. So let's look at this. Boom, boom, boom. Scott likes lingerie, lingerie. Boom, boom, boom. Scott likes lingerie, lingerie.
Brian Crossman was a friend and a neighbor, a hardworking community member who just this year stepped up to join the Pollitt Select Board.
A community is mourning after Brian Crossman, his new wife, and her son are murdered in cold blood. Now Vermont State Police say Brian Crossman's son is the killer. I lay out the evidence with a retired detective. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Imagine going out on a walk in the woods late at night and returning home to find your father, his new wife, and her son all shot to death. It would be shocking, terrifying, horrifying, really. That's what 22-year-old Brian Crossman told police happened to him on September 15th in the town of Paulette in Vermont, near the New York state line. But Vermont State Police would later say the story was all a lie. Police say Brian Crossman Jr. called police around 4 a.m. on September 15th and agreed to meet police at a school. The officer found Brian Crossman Jr. covered in blood. A photo of the clothes he was wearing was included in an affidavit. Police say Crossman Jr. said he found his dad, his stepmother, and her son dead in the house, and that there were several shotguns in the house covered in blood. The affidavit states Crossman Jr. was asked what occurred, and he advised that he had left the residence around midnight to go for a walk. When he returned from his walk, he located his family dead. Crossman Jr. reported he attempted to drag his father, later identified as Brian Crossman Sr., outside the residence, which is why he was covered in blood. Corporal Duca asked Crossman Jr. how many people were in the residence, and Crossman Jr. reported there were 3 individuals deceased in the residence. When police went to the house, they found an awful, horrific scene. Brian Crossman Sr., his wife, Erica Pelusiak Crossman, and her 13-year-old son, who went by the nickname Tex, were all dead. Brian and Erica had just been married in July. An affidavit says, Upon arrival, Corporal Duca observed an open door with a UTV-style vehicle backed up to the door. Outside this door, Corporal Duca observed a deceased male. This male was later identified as Crossman Sr. Corporal Duca observed a significant amount of blood inside the doorway and what appeared to be a semi-automatic pistol on the floor inside the doorway. When the officers went inside the home, they found a bloody crime scene. Officers wrote, Corporal Duca and Granville PD officers entered the residence through a separate door away from Crossman Sr., and Trooper Duca observed several shotguns, including one on the couch and one on the kitchen table. As Corporal Duca continued in the residence, he observed a significant amount of blood and bodily fluid throughout the residence. Corporal Duca reported he observed what appeared to be several 20-gauge spent cartridge casings, including one in a downstairs bedroom and one in an upstairs bedroom. After finding Brian Crossman Sr. shot to death outside of the home, officers found...
Yeah, don't. As in, Ryan was asking earlier, somebody said they hope the jury save Bree's kids. What does that mean? So what I'm saying was that I think they meant hope the jury don't find her not guilty and that they find her guilty. So I hope the jury don't find her not guilty because then she'll be giving the children back. So that's what I mean by that. As in, that's what I believe that person meant by saying, I hope the jury saves Bree's kids. If that makes sense. So that's what I mean, but don't. Makes sense. Wonder if the eldest is back with dad. I think she's back with dad. Yes, I think so. And I hope the other two are with his parents. So that's where we're at. That's how I interpret everything anyway. That's fine. That's fine. Yes, it's fine. It's probably I had to look at it twice because I thought, oh fuck, have I fucked this up?
Found Erica Crossman and her son shot inside the house. Corporal Duca advised that he observed several additional shotguns in a downstairs bedroom. In an adjacent downstairs bedroom, Corporal Duca located a deceased female, later identified as Erica Crossman, who was laying nude on a bed. In an upstairs bedroom, Duca observed what he believed was a juvenile male, later identified juvenile CT deceased on the floor. In the same bedroom, Duca observed an open gun cabinet and what appeared to be an additional shotgun on the floor. Since Brian Crossman Jr. found the bodies, he was the most important person that police could interview, and he was covered in blood. The affidavit lays out some of what he told police and why he had blood on him. Brian Crossman Jr. advised that he attempted to get his father into a side-by-side and drive him to his grandmother's house across the street to notify her. He advised he changed his mind about this and only dragged his father outside. He advised he attempted to call 911 several times but was unable to. Crossman Jr. advised he had changed his clothing and there was additional bloody clothing at the residence. Brian Crossman Jr.'s claim that he tried to call 911 several times but was unable to was likely a red flag for detectives. They can easily check that out. Police wrote about what Crossman told them about going for a walk at midnight. He stated, sometimes I'm gone for hours on end. I just like to put my headphones on, and he used a hand gesture to show putting on his headphones, walk around town and just listen to music, listen to podcasts. It's kind of like I vibe with myself or whatever you call it. At one point, Crossman Jr. said he was not injured and asked, so what's going to happen? Am I going to go to the hospital or go to jail, or am I going to go with my aunt or just go home? Crossman's mother would later tell police that he didn't go for walks late at night, and police said they found a pair of headphones in the spare bedroom of the house. Police said they found a total of 4 guns, all retrieved from the family's gun room, lying around the house, 2 of which appeared to have malfunctioned. On the morning of the murder, police said Crossman Jr. texted his mom that something bad happened. He loved her, and he's currently answering questions from police. Crossman was only staying at his dad's for the weekend, and he hadn't done so in years. His mom said she didn't want him staying home alone. Police interviewed Brian Crossman Jr.'s grandmother, and she actually said she thought he would be capable of doing something like this and that he knew how to use guns. An officer wrote about what his grandmother told police. Crossman Jr. was stated to have a troubled relationship with Crossman Sr. due to Crossman Jr.'s mental health and learning disability. It continued. C. Crossman described Crossman Jr. as never fitting in with others since he was little. He never had any friends and didn't socialize with anyone else. Crossman's mother told police he had mental health issues over the years, and she believed he'd been diagnosed with schizophrenia. Brian Crossman Jr. now faces 3 counts of aggravated murder, and the community in Paulette is grieving, shocked by the senselessness and brutality of the crime.
Brian Crossman was a friend and a neighbor, a hardworking community member who just this year stepped up to join the Paulette Select Board. This tragedy that has struck him and his family also hit our community very hard. We are all shaken and grieving. Our hearts go out to everyone affected by this devastating loss. The town of Paulette will work to get through this, as we always have through hard times, by supporting each other and doing our best to carry on the Paulette Select Board. Please let's have a moment of silence.
The murders of the Crossmans is a horrifying story, and it would require a really good lawyer for Brian Crossman Jr. Well, Paul Berggren, he was the lawyer who could get you out of any sticky situation. Caught selling pirated videos like Queen Latifah? Caught stabbing your spouse 9 times with a steak knife? Better call Paul. We saw lawyers like this in The Sopranos or Breaking Bad, but what happens when those fictional lawyers exist in the real world? Paul Berggren was a master lawyer who knew the system inside out. But when an FBI agent finds traces of Berggren's involvement in a massive drug ring, questions start to arise about how Paul achieved his dominance. In Wondery's true crime podcast, criminal attorney host Jinx Jenkins will tell you the true story of how Paul Berggren went from representing others in court to representing himself. Follow Criminal Attorney on the Wondery app or wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen to Criminal Attorney early and ad-free right now by joining Wondery Plus. I want to bring in retired NYPD detective David Sarney. David, this crime is absolutely awful, shocking. I mean, this guy, he meets up with police and he's covered in blood.
Yeah, it's an unusual circumstance that you don't get the caller to actually meet up with the police, and he meets him up. He's covered top from shirt down to his pants in blood. And then he's telling about his parents being, his dad dying. So now you're like, what's going on? So the cops responded to the scene were very smart. I don't know the protocols for body camera video and how they deal with complainants or witnesses, but having the body camera on is one of the best things the officers on scene could have done when they met up with the subject in this case at this point.
Yeah, because not only are they documenting what he looks like when they first encounter him, but he tells this story about going out for a walk. And he says it's something he does commonly. And he comes home after this walk, with his headphones on, and he finds everybody dead. And then later on, the mom says, no, he doesn't do that. He's usually in bed by that time. So that was a huge red flag right there. The brutality of this is just absolutely stunning to me. Family members had said he actually liked Erica, his stepmother. He had bonded with her in some ways, but obviously there was a lot of tension with his father.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Apparently very deep-seated anger toward his father for whatever reason. And it's a bloody scene. To realize it, and I don't think people realize the amount of blood at crime scenes at times, especially you have 3 people being shot, shotgun causing extensive bodily damages and blood spatter everywhere and blood flowing everywhere. It's a horrific scene. And, one of the benefits is the defendant now in this case gives that story. And the best thing investigators always do is they're not going to.
Hello, Dina. I'm never live when you pop in. So how are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. How excited were you to see the Glera, Dina? And also, you were excellent on stream yesterday as well. Excellent. How are you doing, Dina? Hope you're well, my darling. We all love you here. Is this a DUI girlfriend? No, it's not. No. Oh, I think I know what you mean. No, it's not. We love you, Dina. We love you, Dina. Love you, Dina. We love you, Dina. We wait you, Dina. We love you, Dina. We love you, Dina. Dina, we love you. We love you, Dina, so much. We can't get enough of you, Dina. We love you, Dina. They go, we do. Do you, Dina? What we do you, Dina? My purchase for what? Da 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 Dina, Dina. We love you, Dina. We love you so much. We love you, Dina. Every time we see you, never too much for us, Dina. If you watched Resistant to Silence, Dina was on Wednesday night. She was amazing all night. We love Dina, we do. We love you, Dina, we do. I'll show you Scott. Scott's here as well. He loves you. Here is Scott McGuinness for you.
Looking like you're looking like at this point in time. Appreciate it. Okay. Can my officer go in your apartment and just grab your pants? Yeah, go with me or? No, I don't want you going. I mean, are there clothing like as soon as he walks in, he can grab a pair of pants and be good? Or are we?
Bing bong, a bing bombay, bing bong, a bing bombay, bing bong, a bing bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. That's Scott for you, Dina, just for you. Play it again, just so you see Scott. No, I don't approve anything. Ah, Josie, why did you do that, Spring? No! No Spring! No Spring! I need to cancel Spring. Shit! Sorry, I need to cancel it. No, I don't. It's the Shopify one. Hello, Patricia. Hello, my darling. How are you? We don't do Spring anymore. Only the other one. But it's fine. You get Spring. You still get it. But still. Damn. Shopify is the only one. Shopify is like takes like a few days. Spring takes fucking weeks. So I need to cancel. But the only reason I don't cancel Spring is because there's orders still out. Like yours now. So that's why I don't cancel it until all the orders are cleared. Then I will cancel it. Damn. Oh, sorry, Josie. But sorry. Evening. How we doing, Kaz? Oh, we love you too, Dina. And Dina, you were excellent, Dina. Resisted the silence the other Wednesday. And also on stream. That you on camera is ideal, Dina. But you need to get battery pack for your phone, Dina. You need to get battery pack for your phone. So I know. Well, I think I did tell everybody, but I forgive Josie. I love Josie. You can still order, yes. But, like, I was trying to clear all the things. I don't want to cancel it until all the orders are out. So, I guess you can still get it if you want it. It's just, it will be on Shopify, though. It will be on Shopify at some point. My bad. It's my bad. You do need it because we need you all. When current retrial is on, if it does happen, hopefully it doesn't happen, then we need you. We're using exclusive resisted silence when before trial and after trial and everything. We'll be using the resisted silence stream, and Dina will be seeing a lot of you hopefully. Rent is hard to do yet again in the week. It's fine. I need to do foam. There you go. That's the best way. Got to design some merch for you. Thank you, my darling. I look forward to that. I got a hot pink Ultra Corner hoodie. There you go. I do need to switch it all over. It's just, what I don't want to do, right, is this. I don't want to cancel it whilst people got orders out. Because that means, like, they could fuck about with your order. They took over a month to get Lisa Reed's t-shirt to her. And I can't do that. I can't do that. That's why I'm paying for Shopify moving forward. pink FKR hoodie. I wore it to last Sunday. There you go. I know you will. They told me you will. And we can't wait to see you. You look great in pink. There you go, Scott. Scott, I think, though, Scott, you look good in anything. Bing bong, a bing bombay, bing bong, a bing bombay, bing bong, a bing bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. I think any colour's your colour, Scott. Hey, check your messages on Twitter, Similar Express. See, I think any shade suits you. Any shade suits you, sir. Do you know what somebody said? Somebody did say, Dina. Somebody did say. I don't remember who said it. I missed it. Somebody did say it, though. Amazing, isn't it? True, Delan. That sign's great. I'm gutted. I can't sign it, Dina. I'm gutted. I can't sign it. Oh, actually, it was Dina, I think, who said it. I'm gutted. I can't sign it, my darling. But I can't wait to meet you in May. I know that much. I'd like a light blue crew sweatshirt and tight bottom, girl bottom for winter. I prefer red. There you go. We'll try and get some more red ones. Right, I'll check my message. Hang on, I just seen it, Dina. Hang on. Oh, Dame Maggie Smith has died, 89. Okay. Hang on then. Let me get it up, Dina, just for you. I'll always get it for you, Dina. Always, my darling. I'll always get it for you. Don't you worry about that, my darling. Here we go. Here we go, Dina. Here we go. Do, do. Here we go, Dina. Here we go. Do, do. This is Kevin Reddington and Dina. No, hey, I told you, Dina. I'll get it for you anytime. Hang on, wrong one. I put the wrong one up. Hang on. Hey, I'm not sure the Glare will get it for you every time. Look at that. How is the Glare your favourite? I thought I was your favourite. Fucking hell. Hang on, I need to open it up again. Bear with me. Fucking, I saw that Glare is number one fan. Dina, I was like, I thought I was your number one fan. Jeepers. Share screen, Dina. Window, Dina and Kevin Reddington. Here they are. Look at that. Big old Kev with Dina. Love the glasses, Dina. Dina's boobies. Look at that. Dina, you got big boobies. Fair play. And here's a sign, people. If you can't see it. Everyone's names on it and stuff like that. So there you go. It's good, isn't it? Let me zoom out. Hang on. Let me zoom back in. Let me zoom back in. What are these? What are these bad boys, eh? Oh, I can't zoom out. Ho ho! Titties! We know what happens when we see titties. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. Boobies. Right, and we've got another picture here. Hang on. Let me download this picture as well. I want you to do this for Dina. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, my darling. That's so sad about Maggie Smith. You're right. Right, let's have a look here then. Here we go. Here he is. Again, actually signing it. No, this one is it. Yes, this is the one. Here's Kevin Ryan signing the bad boy. See signature there. That's cool. That's very cool. That's very cool. But we know what Shari wants. Hang on. What does Shari want? What does Shari want?
Tits and clams, that's a shari dee. Tits and clams, that's a shari dee. So it's Shari. What? This is for Shari. This is for Shari. Boom, boom, boom. Dina's got big boobies. Boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Shari loves Dina's boobies. Boobies. Shari loves Dina's boobies. She likes tits and clams all day. Dina, beware of Shari. She loves your clams. She loves your tits and clams. Shari loves your tits and clams. Look at that. Hey, hey, hey. Boom, boom, boom. Dina's got big boobies. Boobies. Sorry, Dina. We love you, Dina. I know you're a good sport, so that's why I don't mind doing that. You're a good sport like Scott McGuinness. Amy, aka Dina's booby song. Yes. I know you're a good sport. I know you are. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this fucking stream. Because you have to be a big good sport to be in this stream. And if I can put Scott McGuinness on a cross-dresser, and if I can have Dana and Dennis on Speedos, I'm sure I can get into your boobies. So it's fine. Bill's got more shy these days. Bill's ignoring me at the minute. Bill is ignoring me. I sent him a message on Twitter, but he's ignoring me. Dina. I'm sorry for the lump. I do love big boobies. One needs thick skin to be in this chat. They do. But you don't need thick skin. You just need to have a sense of humor, I think. And as long as you're up for a laugh, it's one of those things where we just love having a laugh. Oh my god, the trolls must have went crazy with Scott's picture. I hope not, because fuck the trolls, Dina. If anyone trolls our Scott McGuinness, then we'll send everyone after them. Fuck them. Do you know what I mean? Fuck them. Dina's on Facebook. She is on Facebook. Dina's on Facebook. Yes, she is. Dina is on Facebook, everybody. Go follow her on Facebook. What was that? Something happened there. I don't know what happened to my phone. You're all weird. Bill's ignoring me. Story of my life. Bill's gone all quiet. I like pineapple on pizza as well. Fuck those trolls. Do you know what? I see them trolling you, Dina, and it pisses me off. I get trolled as well, but fuck them. Just remember, they're on the bad side, you know? So. Oh, Dina's sending me more booby pics, I think. Hang on. Let me have a look here. Oh, I love this picture. Hang on. I gotta put this picture up. Hang on. Lady Di. I haven't finished that one yet. Lady Di, so impatient. Unbelievable. So impatient. Boom, boom, boom. Lady Di's impatient. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Lady Di's impatient. Boom, boom. Dee, 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 dee. Yeah, Top Turtle Rider. The only place you get shagging turtles. The Ultra Corner. I know you are. Well, I'm trying to get hold of you, Bill. You got your phone in your hand. I'm trying to get hold of you. Here we go. The beautiful Dina, the wonderful Scott. Paul's there. I can't make out the other two. I need my glasses to go thicker. Why is that gone like that? Oh, there she is. So where's Dina gone? Right, hang on, people. You know what's happening now, yeah?
You know what's happening now. Somebody needs to keep an eye out on the trial because I'm not sure if it's on or not. This mofo. Hello.
Dylan, what's happening?
Good, my man. How are you? How are you, Bill?
Doing good, doing good.
Sorry to
I
disturb.
just cooked my burger on the grill.
Yeah, I thought you did disturbing you cooking.
No, that's fine.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I was fading out when I came outside. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's more because
How's everything going?
Everything's going well. Everything's going well. We're just obviously waiting for the not guilty verdict now, as you declared it.
Oh, she'll be not guilty. She's out there now for all the men.
She's there. Not guilty. We heard it here first, people. Bill says not guilty, so it's not guilty.
Yeah, that's my prediction. So
there you go. Hey, I want to get to know something because all the girls are talking about, all the ladies are talking about you taking them out for dinner to Burger King when they're in Boston.
I guess that's become a thing now. So I guess we're going to have to go to Burger King. As low class as that sounds, everybody seems to want to go. Everybody wants to get their own crown.
Yeah. I mean, I know you've talked to me privately. You were like, "Oh, I want to take all the women to this high-class restaurant and treat them," but they don't want that apparently. So Burger King it is. So
I guess they don't want the Capitol Grill, a nice steak.
Yeah, you did offer it. You told me you were going to take them all out. So it's unfortunate that they don't want that. But the offer was there from you, Bill. So fair play to you. That was very generous of you, I thought.
I was going to ask anybody on chat. They just put the house next to me for sale if anybody wants to buy it, and we can be like, kind of roommates and
pillow fights and all that.
Pillow fights, yeah, you could do that, sure.
Yeah, I think some of the girls want that. I think little G wants that. I think.
Where is little G? A little bastard.
She's gone somewhere. They say no dollar menu anymore these days. No, there's not. Lady Di.
Oh, great! Now you guys are going to cost a fortune. There's no dollar menu anymore.
Big Macs now, Big Macs for them. So, but they're just they're just normal people. They just like a burger, fries, and Bill. They just want your company, So they pushed me aside. They're like, "We don't care about you anymore. We want to meet Bill." I was like, "Hey, that's fine. That's fine, people."
No, that is not true. We're gonna have to find a good spot to go to, though. I don't know about Burger King.
No, I don't think so. Well, be lots of different nights. Once I get the itinerary out, I know there's going to be stuff in Canton and wherever, and outside of Canton and everything. I need to get you a date as well. I'm going to ask Dennis Sweeney. He's going to book me into Gillette Stadium, and then we'll either do lunch or dinner, Bill. You, me, Dennis, and maybe a couple of others. That's going to be early on in the trip. That will be. And the ladies.
Did you say you were doing a tour of Gillette Stadium?
I'm not sure if I'm doing a tour of it or if I'm just visiting it. I don't
know. I don't know what the heck there would be to tour up there. It's just a stadium built 24 years ago, and
yeah, I think that you just get to see every level and stuff like that. I think I'm not really sure, to be honest, but I want to go to the shop and buy loads of stuff for just Patriots gear and stuff like that. So.
They have all that. They have a bunch of stores up there. They turned it into a whole mall up there,
Yeah. So that's what I'm looking for. So we'll do lunch with you or a dinner, early dinner, something there. And then when the ladies come, you'll have to come in, to Canton area and stuff, Hey, and come to the duck boat with us, Do that with us.
You're gonna do a duck boat? I've never done a duck boat, but
here we go. Well, we'll do one with you. Dina says, do you know Dina? Don't you? Do you know
the girl that you just was showing on
yeah,
online?
Yeah.
No. Oh, I think I did see her when I went up to Dedham that day at the courthouse.
There you go, Dina. You'll fall in love with Dina as well. She's got great boobies. So she's
god.
No, she's lovely though. Dina's one of those. I love Dina. She's like a rocket. One of these, when you like a bunny, Duracell bunny. You pull the cord, it just goes all day. I mean, what you see is what you get with Dina, and I love that about her. So, yeah. No, you love
How's
that.
everybody else in chat? How's Crystal doing? Where's Ruka Shroom? Where's like that mushroom lady?
Ruka broke her wrist, didn't she?
What the hell? How'd she break her wrist?
She was teaching her daughter self-defense, and she broke it last year and broke it again this year. So
You can't leave her alone for 5 minutes, can you?
no,
Jesus.
you can't. So I think Crystal's fine. Although I think obviously Carol's been busy with the storms. Hippie Chick's in here now. Lady Di's here. Not seeing Little G. I'm not seeing Little G today. Oh, here she is. Here she is,
Little G was there. She was there.
Yeah, she's here now. She's back. So you know.
She said she didn't want to come over for my slumber party tonight or sleepover.
Yeah, tonight.
Or whatever.
Tonight. But you know, another night she'll be there. So just the two of you, you know, one of those, do you know what I mean? So, so yeah.
Oh,
but no, most people are here in charge. It's been a, you know, fairly okay-ish day today, fairly quiet day. I think everyone's quiet. But there's a lot of people here. Dina's saying I'm going to be overwhelmed when I get in there. I probably am. I can't wait.
Be overwhelmed when you get here?
Yeah, as in, you know, the amount of people there'll be and stuff. But I think because I'm doing it over 2 weeks, like, you know, it's one of those things where I can go to different places. So not everyone's going to be there at the same time. Do you know what I mean? So I think
Dennis is going to kind of be your guide, so I'm sure he knows all like the duck boats and other things to do.
Yeah, no, he does. He does. We're going to book it through the Sweeney's. Brenda's on the screen now. She's lovely. She's going to help me book stuff and stuff like that. And Dennis will do stuff. And yeah, I mean, I think overall they'll book stuff in and help me and stuff like that. So we got lots of stuff planned anyway. Going to Champions Pub. I think it's first day there. We're going there. Then I think I'm coming to see you on the second day, to be quite honest with you. So I think that's what it is. I think so, yeah. Foxborough Way, I think. So that'll be on the.
He'll know about Causeway Street, the Boston Garden. You might even be able to go to a Bruins game. Those are really fun. But all the different clubs that are down there.
Yeah.
It's been years since I've been into one, but I know there's all kinds of stuff going on around there. I don't know if you're into hockey or anything.
Well,
those are always fun.
I'd love to try it. I've seen some games and stuff like, and the atmosphere is amazing, like, you know. So I'm not saying, you know, I think it looks great. You know, I think American sports are great. So, you know.
Hockey, though, is so much different when you watch it live, when you're there, as opposed to watching it on TV.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
No, I can imagine that. It's the atmosphere part of it, yeah. Because Americans just do it. You just do the atmosphere times 100 of everywhere else. You just go overboard, but it's great. Do you know what I mean? I love it. That's what I love about it. So it's just like, let's take one thing and just make it huge, and I love that about you guys. So. Is that Bill? People are asking. Robin, yes, it's Bill. Yes, this is Bill. Robin G was asking.
Hi, Robin.
So Robin's in Boston as well.
Oh, is she? I didn't know she was.
Yeah, I think just on the outskirts there somewhere. So, you know, you got to behave with all these ladies.
I know. I think Amy's in Boston, right?
She is. Amy's in Boston.
Rhode Island lady's just down the street.
Yeah. Hey, say happy birthday to Emily, who is Scott McGinnis's daughter.
Happy birthday, Emily. Scott McGinnis's daughter.
There you go, Scott.
Is he going to be Judge Bev in January again?
Yes, that's Dennis. That's not Scott.
No, Dennis. I'm sorry, Dennis.
Yes, that's Dennis.
I get them both mixed up.
You will be. Scott will be cross-dressing, so you know that's the difference.
Cross-dressing.
You'll be cross-dressing. That's the difference we got here. So yeah, that's good though. Nice touch for Bill. Says happy birthday to Emily. Nice, Bill. Hang on, just scrolled up. Lil G says I just scrolled up and see that Bill disinvited me to the trip in May. Bill.
I'm sorry, Little G.
Why have you done it, Bill?
I think she didn't want to come over tonight or something, I think.
Oh, because you won't come over tonight. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay. Yeah. So you need to fly over tonight, Little G. Then you're invited for May. Fucking hell. No, it's good.
She said she's in New York, but I don't believe anything she says.
I'm not sure if it's DC or New York. I never know with her, so I thought one day I thought it was DC, then another day I thought it was New York. So New Bedford. Okay, got you. Okay, so I'm trying to look at chat at the same time, but there's nothing coming up. Have you got anything for chat to say then? Have you got anything?
Do I have anything to say to chat?
Yeah.
Just hi to everybody.
Oh,
Can't
good.
wait till you get over here in May.
Robin G says she's in New Bedford.
Oh, she's got one of those Fall River accents, huh?
Oh, okay. I don't know what any of that means, but you know.
Proctor Trooper said there. She got one of those Fall River accents
no.
like Karen Reed.
Oh no. Well, we love Robin G here, that's for sure. So I don't care what accent she's got. But also, I know one of your hoodies arrived in England yesterday. With Luby Lou. She did say thank you very much to you, Bill. I'm not sure if
she got hers. Oh, okay. Great, cool.
So, and everyone else is on the way. You have got some. Hang on, let me have a look here. Printify. Because this one I can look. My other one I can't look. So.
Well, I sit out on the sidewalk every day waiting for the mailman saying, "Oh, where's Dylan's package?"
I know
Well,
it's
not that kind of package. But
yeah, I know. Let's clarify that one. Fuck, jeepers. Hang on, let me look here, Bill. They're all on the way, I believe. Oh, I think it's Tuesday and Wednesday of next week for you.
Oh, sounds good. Can't wait.
First and second, yeah, everything's first and second. Has anyone else had anything?
Luby was the only one that got one so far?
Also, I think Erin Hacker's had hers because it says delivered.
But they're all, isn't Erin Hack over there in England too? London?
No, she's in Minnesota.
Oh.
Minnesota.
Luby Lou's over there though, right?
No, Luby Lou is in England. Yeah, UK, yeah. Hang on, let me just look here. Toots has not had it yet. No, none of these have had it. Yeah, no, it's only Erin Hack and Luby Lou. Erin Hack's in Minnesota, so it must be on the way. Do you know what I mean? Because she's had hers delivered.
Where are you sending them from? Didn't you say Canada or
Yeah,
something?
yeah, Canada. They're coming from. I did it because I was trying to be nice to everybody, think of everyone, and for the Canadians, but hardly any Canadians have bought any, so I might just stop it and just get a shipping firm from America for this one because it's like, well, it's pointless. Hang on, 25th on the way. Okay, so most people will get their hoodies by Tuesday, Wednesday next week, I think, from where I gather here. So it's fine. It's fine.
That's good. You're all set on your part. You got whatever I sent you, right?
Yeah, you paid up. That's why I say thank you to you for paying up as well. I think we did it. Hang on, Dylan's Angel shirt. What's that about? Got what? Bill won't cancel your order, little G, because and he's paid for it already. What she said.
What'd she say? What'd she say?
Little G, she thinks that you might cancel it. The order.
How am I going to cancel it? How am I going to cancel it?
You
I don't have
can't.
any control
It's
over
on
that.
the way. It's on the way. Dina, how close are you to London? Central London, about 5 hours, Dina. About 5 hours. Best food in New Bedford and Fall River.
That's where I'm going for my jury duty, New Bedford.
Oh, there you go. Lady Di wants a hoodie. Oh, Lady Di. We'll sort you out.
Did she get one? I thought she did.
No, I don't think. Did she get one? Was she on the list?
I thought she was.
Let me just check here. I'll tell you who the list is. Bill list. She probably can tell us anyway. Lisa Reed, Lil G, Crystal, Dill, Ruka Shroom, Robin G, Shari D, Heather Taylor, Luby Lou, Lovely Sarah P, Erin Hack. No, she's not. No, she was not on the list. The only one that hasn't had it or anything is Dill, Daffy Dill. She's not had it.
I'll put her on the list, I guess.
Do you want her on the list? Okay, fine. I'll put her on the list then for you. The other one that's wanting a hoodie and you've ignoring is Amy as well. Just so you know, Amy from Boston. Amy from Boston, the one that was in hospital last couple of days.
What's she in the hospital for?
She had an operation yesterday.
Oh, that sucks. I hope she's okay.
Yeah, I think she came in this morning. She asked you for a hoodie again this morning, and you can order. You weren't here. Sorry, you weren't there. That's why. So in your defense, you weren't there.
Well, put her on the list too. She's from Boston. I don't want her coming to my house and killing me in the middle of the night.
There you go. So there you go. There's two. So thank you very much for that. So Lady Di, message me with your size and what size, color, and which hoodie you want. Okay, do that, my darling. And she says, "Oh, Bill, I love you." So there you go. We got that. So we got two more hoodies out of you, which is good. Generous Bill.
There's more coffee, more peeing for Dylan.
Yes, that's true as well. Well, to be fair, I'm not actually. I am making money out of these. I'll be honest with you, but I'm not actually making that much money out of it. But
on what, the sweatshirts?
Yeah, actually, no, I am making more money because I just put the prices up. You're right, actually. I left them at a certain price for people to buy cheap, but now I think I put them back up to like, is it $48, $49, $50, I think. So, but anyway, no, so what I've done is, right, normally it's $50 for the hoodies, right, when you buy hoodies. I think that's normal. See you later, Dina. Sorry, my darling. But what I've done incorporated is that all the taxes, all the shipping and everything is in that $50. Because that's like, that could be like $10, $15, $20, you know. So
just to ship them, really?
Well, it can be, depending where we go. They're not. You definitely $10 for taxes. So in the UK, you have to pay 20% taxes plus delivery. In the UK, it's probably about $15 to ship them. Between
these people on their taxes, I went to the registry today
because
I bought out the lease on my car, and when you buy it out, you gotta get a new title. You have to get. Well, I kept the same plates. They sent me a letter, the lease company.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go to the registry and they're like, well, you're supposed to do that within 20 days of, you owe us the sales tax within 20 days. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have to give you a penalty. I'm like, of course you do. We're Massachusetts. Of course you need more money.
I know.
So
it's expensive in Mass. It's expensive. No.
Oh my God, everything is just, I don't know.
This is Bill, Dana. Dana Leonard's in the chat. This is Bill, Dana. This is Bill.
Hi, Dana.
It's fine. It's Lady Di. It's fine. I've taken it. It's all in the price. It's all in the price, Lady Di. So don't worry about it. It's fine. There we are. Right. Well, you go back to your food then. Right.
Sounds good. I will finish cooking and I'll keep watching the chat.
Right. Cool. And thank you on behalf of Lady Di and Amy. I'm sure Amy will be grateful because I think she's in some sort of pain. So I think she'd be thrilled to bits as well. So thank you, Bill, for your generosity.
Yeah, just send me a message how many coffees.
That's fine. We'll sort that out. Once I've booked it for them, I'll send you a message. All right. And also just to remind everyone here, Bill has paid for everybody. He's also paid me for daffodils, but I have not ordered daffodils hoodie yet because she's on holiday. So I still owe daffodil a hoodie. So there you go. Thank you, Bill. Take care, buddy.
All right,
Speak later.
Dylan, I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Bye. So there you go. That was Bill, our friend Bill. Right. That's a sweet Bill. I think true to size. I think so, true to size. You bought enough, hippie chick. You bought enough, my darling. You've got shit tons of stuff. Dana, I just messaged you as well. Dennis Sweeney's in the house. I don't even know if the trial's back or not. I'm just like, Bill is generous. He is generous. Hang on. Bear with me, everybody. I don't even know if the trial's back. I've just... Oh! Verdict! Verdict's in! Verdict's in! Shit! Hang on. Hang on. Hang on, people. Fuck. Hang on, people. Hang on. I will. I will look at that now, Shari. Hang on. Bear with me, everybody. Gary, I've seen your message. I'll get back to you now, buddy. Verdict is in. Right, hang on. Hang on. Bear with me. I'll get back to you in 2 seconds, Gary. Right, hang on. Only because I need to check it. I don't actually know.
All right, everybody can be seated. Okay,
Right,
looks like we just.
Gary.
Oh, you just got off the phone with Mr. Barnes? Okay, all right. Sure.
Oh, the lawyer's not there again, for fuck's sakes. Boom, boom, boom. Happy days, Gary. Happy days. Thank you. So Lady Di, message me or email me if you want. Email me your size, your address, which color hoodie, and which hoodie you want. So, which hoodie? Most people are going with the old one. One's up to you. Doesn't matter which one. What color, what size, and your address. Also, your full name. You can't put Lady Di in there. Oh no, I got your full name. It's fine. Kimberly, you can view them here, my darling. I know I'm going to beat Sarah P this time. Happy days. There you go, Kimberly. That's the altar corner. Don't do the same as my mods, Josie. Go to the wrong side. I got my royal blue to match my Robin G. There you go, Kimberly. Oh, Lucci, you did not. Don't worry about it, Josie. Don't worry. You're just my number one mod, that's all. I'm not sure, Caroline. I'm not sure. This is what I'm waiting for. It could be both. I don't know. I'm not. How did Florida work it? I don't remember. How do Florida? Oh no, it's no. It's just verdict. No sentencing. I know your name because you sent me the sex tape and you were shouting, "Oh!" Thank you, Gary. Well, she's got a charge. It's one charge basically. Either murder one, murder two, manslaughter, or acquitted. Basically.
Okay. The defendant's in the courtroom. All counsel is in the courtroom. My understanding is the jury has reached a verdict. So let's bring the jury in. Hold up before you do. Let me just say this before the jury comes in. For the people that are in the audience, I'm going to ask that you show no emotion, regardless of what the verdict is. If you don't think you can control your emotions, I'm going to ask you to step outside, and then somebody can go outside and tell you the verdict. Also, if you do not heed to these instructions, then you could be held in contempt and face up to 6 months in the county jail. So if you do not believe you can control your emotions, then I'm going to go ahead and ask you to leave the courtroom at this time. I'm going to give them an instruction on that. Okay. Okay, let's bring the jury in. Please rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. Members of the jury, my understanding is you have reached a verdict. Is that correct? Okay, if you'll hand the verdict form to court security. Madam Clerk, if you will publish the verdict.
State of Florida versus Bree Kristen Kuhn, case number 21 CF 1301. Verdict. We, the jury, finds as follows as to the offense charged in the indictment. Guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as charged. So say we all, this 27th day of September 2024. Juror number 109, AD, foreperson.
Do any of the attorneys wish the jurors to be polled?
Nothing to say, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, Madam Clerk, if you'll poll the jurors, please, by number.
Juror number 185TR, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 198IO, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 77TS, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 263JJ, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 112AB, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 195EK, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 216DJ, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 44AK, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 267WP, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror number 122JO, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 66MS, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 109AD, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations at this time, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be completely up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that, again, I thank you for your time and attention to this case. You served a very important function in our judicial system. As I said in jury selection on Monday, there are many countries in the world today that their citizens do not enjoy the right to a jury trial, but we here in America still do, and you were part of that over the course of this week. So with that, again, thank you for your time and attention, and you're now excused.
Please rise for the jury.
Yeah, we know. We noticed. We noticed when he was on the phone to me. Bill, Erin says thank you.
Erin Hart, she drives a bus.
Everybody can be
Yellow
seated.
bus, yellow bus. Erin Hart, she drives a bus all day
All right,
long.
is the state ready to proceed with sentencing?
Yes, sir.
Is the defense ready?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Alderman. And if court security, if you could move the lectern back, or were you going to have them go on the witness stand?
It's up to you, Judge, however.
All right, Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Ma'am, would you please state your name for the record?
Teray Turner.
And how are you related to Colin?
He's my son.
And you had prepared a statement that you wish to read to the judge, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Your Honor. This is a letter I never imagined having to write. When I think of the impact the loss of Colin has made on my life, it is difficult to put into words. The grief can wash over at any time. Of course, there are the expected times of grief, such as Mother's Day, his birthday, or the anniversary of his death. There are also unexpected times, like a mother-son dance at a wedding, or when asked how many children I have. There is still a sense of unreality. I can't believe this has happened. I've watched my husband suffer as he misses his son. He is so proud to tell people that Colin was in his last semester of school for his degree in electrical engineering, following in Don's footsteps, and had been accepted into Johns Hopkins for his master's. Colin earned this degree online while being a stay-at-home dad following his retirement from the Marines. Our daughters have had the shock of unexpectedly losing their brother, and as a mother, their pain is my pain. But the greatest impact has been watching how this loss has impacted Colin's younger children, John, JP, and Lainey. We have custody of them and expect to raise them for the rest of our lives. It's been 3 years, and they're still fearful that we will die and leave them once again without parents. They worry that if we bicker, one of us may kill the other. They still ask if we have guns in the house, though they know the answer is no. No matter how many times we remind them that killing a loved one is very rare, their reality tells them differently. We talk about their dad often, but they'll never really know him as they were so young when he was killed, only 3 and 4 years old. And now, not only has Bree Kuhn killed our son, brother, father, but she's done her best to destroy his reputation. I know Colin was not a perfect man. There is no such thing, but he was not the evil man she described. He was a man who loved his wife and tried his hardest to make things work. He loved his children, retiring from the Marines early so he wouldn't miss any part of their young lives. And now he's not there for them at all due to Bree's actions. We believe Bree would do anything to get her way. She killed our son because he wanted custody of the children, and I believe she would kill again. Our hope is that Bree will receive a life sentence without parole. We plan to adopt JP and Lainey and give them the security to know they don't need to worry about changing families again. Our faith has carried us along this journey, and we know the Lord will continue to carry us. He is willing that all should repent and be saved from their sins, including Bree. That is also our hope, that she would be made new in Christ and have eternal life with him. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions, Mr. Etheridge? No questions. Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Donald Turner.
And how are you related to Colin?
I'm his dad.
And you had prepared a statement that you wanted to read to the judge, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you also bring some pictures of Colin that you wanted to show?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Won't be nearly as polished as my wife. Bree has deprived the world of a loving son, brother, father, grandson, friend, and leader. In the first few days after Colin died, and since then, we have been so blessed with all the people that reached out to us and said how Colin had impacted them in such a positive way. neighbors, Marine friends, people we had never even met. We saw the love that he gave to the world. And the world desperately needs loving leaders like Colin now more than ever before. We call this God's light in the darkness. The darkness has not won. We know how this movie ends. The light wins. Hallelujah. There's the Marine that never dreamed of going to college, who is now about to complete his engineering degree, all because Colin gave him the confidence that he could do it. There's the Marine that would not accept payment for work on Colin and Bree's house because he was honoring Colin. And there's the Marine that told of a time that he overheard a conversation between Colin and me. We were having a very casual conversation, and the Marine said, "Who are you talking to?" And he said, "That's my dad. He's my best friend." 12 Marines traveled from as far as California to attend Colin's memorial. We were blessed with a son for 33 years, and I know many people are not that fortunate. So many stories of people working with Colin and saying he was the best leader they ever knew. He was only 2 classes away from completing his electrical engineering degree. And I'm happy to say that his school granted his degree posthumously, and I will have that hanging on my wall forever. He had already been accepted into a master's degree program in electrical engineering. And oh, the love that he has for those kids. Kylie, Brody, JP, and Laney are thriving. As the song says, if love is an ocean, they are all drowning. Colin even took on the challenge of homeschooling Bree's daughter, Kylie, during COVID. He always treated Kylie like his own daughter, as we treat her as a granddaughter today. Neighbors of theirs told us they never saw Bree doing anything with the kids, but Colin was often playing with them. Bree's parents told us more than once that Colin was the best thing that ever happened to her and helped with her stability. When we first heard of Colin's death, without hesitation, we knew we had to care for JP and Laney. I'm happy to say they are thriving. They're doing well academically and in their citizenship. They're surrounded by church, neighbors, friends that love them deeply and will do anything for them. Colin's friends keep in touch with us and offer whatever they can do to help the kids. My prayer for them each night is that they will know God, love God, serve God and his children. I'm confident that Kylie, Brody, JP, and Laney will make a loving impact on the world. All our family ever tried to do was love on Bree and make her part of our family, but she couldn't accept that for some reason. Bree has never once showed remorse to us, sympathy, empathy, comfort, or consolation. If Bree were to go free at some point, I am concerned for our lives. She's continued to have an adversarial relationship with us, and I believe she would seek out to murder us as well. Her personality is such that she must win at all costs. I have the same fear for Colin's son from another marriage, Brody. Most important part of this whole letter, of one thing I am certain, we serve a God that loves us so much that he gave his son to make a way that we could spend eternity with him and with our loved ones. I am confident that I will spend eternity with Colin. Our prayer is that God would make himself real to Bree and her family, and that she will join our eternal family. I have some pictures, Your Honor.
Okay. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Alderman, do you want this as part of the record?
Mr. Turner.
Yes, Judge, if you want to make those part of
Okay, we'll admit those as,
Impact statements.
yes, as impact statements, yes. Mr. Alderman?
No other witnesses from the state, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Etheridge, Mr. Barnes?
No, we have no evidence to present to the court.
Okay.
Judge, and this is to raise victim impact statement.
Okay, all right.
That she's already read.
Okay, we'll make this additional victim impact statement part of the record. Okay, anything else from either attorney?
No, from the state judge.
For the evidence testimony.
Okay. Having been found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, the court imposes the following sentence. I'm going to adjudicate her guilty, sentence her to life in prison. There'll be $518 in mandatory court costs, a $210 fine, for a total of $728. She would credit for all time served. That's the judgment and sentence of the court. She has 30 days in which she can appeal. If she cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for her. Anything else from any of the attorneys?
No, from the state judge.
Okay. Court is adjourned.
Please rise for the judge. Thank you. Thank you.
She doesn't seem bothered by it. She doesn't seem bothered. Yeah, so it seems that she will get parole, as in. Oh, hippie chick. Thank you, hippie chick. Hippie chick's bought some stuff from the store. Thank you, my darling. I'll just request that for you now. I'll send that to be printed for you now, my darling. There you go. It's in progress. Thank you, my darling. She, has to pay $500. It seems like she will have the opportunity for parole. She must be drugged up because she showed no emotion. Zero emotion. Just smiling. You got to feel for the parents there. And they're taking on, they're going to adopt the grandchildren, treat them like their own. They're in for a... She's smiling to everybody. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, maybe on anxiety, man. But again, thank you to you, hippie chick, for all that from the shop as well. Thank you for buying those, my darling. She's right there, but I mean, she's gonna. The children are gonna have a good life in front of them, and by the sounds of it, she's the grandchildren in good hands, and also it seemed like they've got a very good support mechanism around his friends, which is great to hear. It's so emotional what that is. To be honest with you, this is a slam dunk guilty. I'm glad that she's in prison. She's a vile human being, and this is normally I'm very high on defense, but this was slam dunk guilty. I'm glad that we saw justice today. We've covered 3 trials this week, which all deserve guilty, and I'm glad to say all were guilty. So this is a sign of when the justice system actually works as well. The states do a really good job. They did a really good job on this. And I'm glad we covered this. I think you would enjoy this, Erin. I think you'd enjoy this trial. It wasn't emotional in a sense. It was more bang. Feel for the children, but they're in a good place now. They're in a very good place now. See you later, little G. See you later, my darling. So there we are. Yeah, she's probably on meds. Oh, even better. So no parole. Just looked it up. Thank you, Joe. Murder 1 is mandatory life, no parole in Florida. There you go. Even better news then. Hope she rots. Hope she rots in prison. There you go. That's good news to finish it off the day before the weekend. That's amazing news, actually. So I'm and I'm glad that the children are going to be in a good place. So yeah, all in all, people, that is a great start to the weekend. We should all be proud of that. Thank you, Jury, for you took longer than you should have, but you worked, so it's fine. It worked for the better. Good night, Terry. Good night, everybody. Right, everybody. That's it. We've been 9 hours, 16 minutes. Wow. Night, Deb, my darling. Night. Delaney, you're mean to her. I'm sorry, Bill. Bill, I think you can change your bill. I think you can change your bill. Between her, Ashley Benefield, Sarah Boone, and everybody, I think it's going to be fine. I think it was longer because there's some confusion about it more than anything else. I don't think it was longer. I think they all were so in this case, I think it was murder 1 or murder 2. I don't think there was any. I think maybe a couple of people thought murder 2. That's why it took so long. But she was guilty all along. There's no way on that one. Yeah, I do. Night, Greg. Night, Jem. See you later, my darling. Good night, Robin. Have a good weekend, everybody. Yeah, look at all these. Greg, see you later, Patricia. Good night, my darling. Good night, Disney Queen. With the Carly Gregg one, she was obviously going to be found guilty, but I think the punishment was too harsh. Ashley McNamara, see you later, my darling. Good night, Cornpole. Night, Gary. See you later, my friend. Did you watch Melody interview Carly's lawyers, Chappie? If not, make sure you do. I haven't watched it. No, I haven't had the time, to be honest. To be honest with you, my darling. Thank you, Dylan. No worries. Good night. All have a great. And you, Denise, and you, Bev. Look wonderful in your hoodie, my darling. Shari, again, Shari. Thank you, my darling, for the super sticker. Thank you, my darling. Thanks for all today. No worries. Enjoy your weekend, Joe. Jem, enjoy your weekend. What Gary's up to? No, Gary's not up to. No, it was a message I need to get back to him quickly. That's all it was. It was nothing important for chat. See you later, there, Ken. See you later, Donna. See you later. Have a great weekend. Shari, catch you later. Super sticker says nothing. It just says $4.99. Super sticker, Shari D. I'll try to. Right, have a good weekend, everybody. Anyway, there we go. Right, I'll end the stream there. Take care, everybody. Look after yourselves. Have a good one. Take care. Bye-bye. And peace out. Oh, shit. Wrong fucking button. End stream, not leave studio. End stream has been pressed. There we are. As I'm talking.